Bom dia, Calux. Só marcando o ponto que existe aqui. Bom dia, já tô indo dormir. Uma boa. Bom sono aí pra tu e até mais tarde, Calux. Valeu por ter colado aí. Beleza? Até mais tarde. Valeu. Valeu, Calux. Obrigadão aí. Até mais tarde, cara. Até mais tarde aí. Vamos ver o quanto eu tanco aqui sem querer dormir.
It's now day 2 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. If you are here, you've made a terrific decision because we are going to be crowning another regional championship later today. I'm David Partington, and I have the pleasure of being joined by people who've had maybe quite a lot of tea recently. Charlie, I've talked to you about this before.
Sorry, David. What can I say? We're in the home of tea. We're in the UK, and I just was feeling a bit vulnerable right now. I'm just going to cuddle my tea.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll introduce Ben Kiriakou first. Here we go. Zoe Lou, of course. And Charlie, yeah, we'll talk about this later.
Okay.
Okay, right. So how are we feeling about an amazing day 1? It was incredible.
It definitely was. I mean, we had so many great battles on the stream. We saw new players, we saw players that we're familiar with, and all of them gave us such a great show.
Yeah, it's always just so thrilling to be able to watch all these top players battle out with such high stakes. Seeing some battles, be very explosive, other battles a bit more positional, more defensive, and playing to, get in the better position to ultimately gain the advantage in the end.
We've got such a stats field out there as well. We've got Shohei Kimura coming all the way over from Japan. We've got Stefan Mott over here from the NA region as well. And that's just to name 2 names. Really, every single regional championships and special championships we have, it feels like the bar just is raised up and up and up.
Yeah, 100% is really. Like, we had a period of time yesterday where we just had back-to-back UIC champions specifically, which was amazing. And we've already covered it as well, but we've already had 4 Italian champions throughout just this 2026 season. And it is a real good chance that this could happen for a 5th time.
Could be. I mean, they have some of the best players in the world. But of course, we're in Europe. There's so many different places that trainers hail from, and all of them have their own skills. All of them have what it takes to make it all the way. And there's quite a few players still in the competition. We've played 1 round of Phase 2 already for the Swiss. There's many, many trainers that still could take it all.
Exactly, and we're going to show you some of them as well who are still in contention here in Phase 2. So who is still there? It will be people who have not got more than 2 losses at the moment, and there's a few familiar names there.
Yeah, these are all the players, and you can see on the screen here, they are at the top of the pack, and we featured quite a few of them on stream yesterday. There was Marcus Coe winning that with that really defensive Dondozo team, and then Marco Silva in that final round, just absolutely getting all those fantastic reads on his opponent, and then Eric Rios, Simone Sanvito, Shohei Kimura, Hyohei Tabu. There's so many, and Victor Medina. I could go on and on.
It is unbelievable, this list of names, but I also want to shout out, of course, the names perhaps we're less familiar with. For example, Christopher Hall here in the UK. I think it's wonderful that we have that mix of trainers, and time again we've seen the underdog come out on top of what has been the name to watch heading into the tournament, and that could definitely still happen this weekend.
Another thing is Victor Medina, an incredibly strong Spanish player, always getting to the final and not quite winning. And so is this another opportunity for Victor to do it? We'll just have to see. It'll be really exciting because there's so many trainers who always deserve that win, but of course there can be only one, Ben.
I don't know what we're going to do when Victor actually finally wins a tournament.
We'll just go home.
It is inevitable that I think Victor, if he carries on playing, especially at the standard that he always shows us, it just has to happen eventually. But I don't know what we're going to do when we talk about Victor. It's like, well, he's won one now. what do we say? He's just really good. He's really good at the game, isn't he?
There's definitely an argument that consistency of getting such incredible finishes time and time again. I don't know. Obviously, winning is winning. But that in itself is kind of a victory. All the variants that can go on in Pokemon, just to be able to keep your head in the game and come up with teams that work over and over again, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, I personally think consistency is a greater mark of how great of a player a person is, because it's very, very difficult, especially with tournaments now with such huge attendance numbers. It's actually incredibly difficult to place consistently so high. And let's not forget, he also got back-to-back top cut in Worlds as well.
Yeah, it was a really good point. It's such consistency means that, as you said, Zoe, in those high numbers of player count that we have at our regionals, it becomes more and more impressive as time goes on. And speaking of time kind of going on, if you're looking for future regionals to attend, we can have a look at our EU regional calendar here to see what upcoming events that you can bring that really spicy team to.
Yeah, I mean, we got EUIC coming up. There was a few more grayed out places in the graphic there that we haven't quite gotten to yet, but don't worry, trainers, we are going to be going all the way around Europe. We've got EUIC, of course, coming up in just a few weeks' time. Before we go through some of our regional and special championships after that event, on the way to NAIC and, of course, the World Championships in August in San Francisco.
What a journey that will be. I love it. Yeah, Utrecht there as well, Turin and Prague, Sevilla, all other regional level events will be very exciting too. Some places that we've been before and some new ones too, particularly Prague I'm quite excited for.
Yeah, these are some extremely beautiful cities as well, and I know a lot of players. Sometimes they come for the weekend, play some Pokemon, and then when they're done, they then go on a little bit of a holiday, explore the historical sites around the city. So it's just a fantastic opportunity to go out there and explore, try out some maybe new local foods. That's what I always love to do when I'm in a new city.
And there's also plenty of opportunity to find championship points as well at a lot of these regionals as well. Wherever you are, that is going to be what is key to getting to the World Championships, right? And we have that really interesting structure where you need to be in that top percentage or that top raw value of players, like that top 80, for instance, in EU, or top 80 to qualify for the World Championships. There's no point where you are absolutely safe.
No, none at all. I mean, that is so competitive, especially towards the end of the season where players are looking to fill up their locals, fill up their last best finish limits, because you can't just have every single tournament that you've played. There are limitations to how much to get in within that top 80. And not to mention all of the direct invites that are there as well. They don't count for the top 80. So there is a few more than 80 players, for example, in EU that will be playing in the World Championships.
At the same time, it's crazy to think that already at this point in the season, someone like Terti Massot, who is at the head of our EU leaderboard for championship points, may well already have enough to be able to sit pretty and qualify. But, of course, there's winning, but then there's also what you get if you do that. 108 booster packs on the line, a whole lot of money, of course, whether you're Masters, Junior, or Senior. And, I don't know, 108 booster packs. If you open one of those per day, that would be a third of a year. That would keep you going, wouldn't it?
It would, actually. It's true. We might give you RSI after a while, but...
Or you could use the money that you win to buy even more booster packs and open one a day for an entire year.
You're getting 108, Zoe. Do you need to buy more?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is always yes.
Okay, fine. Well, anyway, there's so much on the line, and it could be you.
Certainly could. There's so much on the line here. And of course, not only championship points, not only prizes, but all of the events and activities that are here as well, of course. Plenty of side events to kind of do, even if you're not within the main event itself. Thinking about your previous events that maybe we've been to, with any highlight kind of side events or kind of activities that you've really enjoyed?
I did some colouring in at Dortmund in the first, thank you so much, the first event of the 2025 season. Lovely colouring sheets that they have. I was colouring it was Totodile, Piplup, colouring them the shiny variants. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
A man of distinction, me. And I didn't enter it for the award. It was just a nice little keepsake to come away with. But there's also Pokemon themed board games going out there. I love a board game myself. And also just, just hanging out with people, just chilling over lunch. We've got some vendors here, of course, as well. And it feels like we've got yoga going on this weekend too. Yeah, we've got Pikachu and Eevee doing yoga all day today on Sunday. Yeah, so you can join in with that too. If you've ever wondered what doing yoga with a Pokemon is like, you could find out at a regional championship. So much
I've seen Pikachu do yoga, do the pose.
I mean, I think that's generous.
Standing on one foot. And also impressive. Pikachu can stand on one foot.
I feel like Pikachu reaching up is like...
Yeah, right. But maybe that's why they need to do yoga. They were like, oh my goodness, we don't have a lot.
Oh, you should see him now. He's just like elastic limbs.
All limbs. Yeah. That's the next mega. Yeah, so plenty of opportunities, obviously, to come along and just enjoy here at our regional and special event championships. And EUIC will be very exciting just in a few weeks' time as well, where it just gets bigger and better at that sort of event. And it seems to just get bigger and better every single year as well. Obviously, last year we had Wolfclick win as well, which is just incredible. Charlie, you were there. What sort of experience was that like?
Sorry, which?
EUIC.
EUIC, oh my goodness gracious me. Oh, I mean, EUIC 2025 was definitely one for the history books. I will never forget that experience. I mean, you and I were there together, Ben, and obviously it was Wolfclick versus Dill Yeomans in the final, a classic David versus Goliath story, but also all the more so because the David in this situation, Dill, was from the UK. And so just the chants echoing around the arena, let's go Dylan, clap, 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 in true UK football stadium fashion. But then Wolf was able to stay resolute and lock in the win. But of course, you and I were doing the juniors and seniors finals, Ben. And the storylines, they're just storylines upon storylines between Ismail Ogi and Fabian Musican in the juniors finals, for example. And they had played against each other 8 times, and that even the record between them. Incredible.
Yeah, an amazing time, obviously. And more recently, we obviously had Toronto, and you were there, Ben, doing rather well too. So how was that?
It was really great being able to like catch up with some people. It's normally the World Championships maybe sometimes the International Championships. You get a chance to see all of those people from across the pond that you don't actually get to interact with in person all that often. But also just playing new people, meeting new friends, seeing what the metagame differences were between the two places. And of course, we actually went out a little bit early as well. So we flew in on the Tuesday into Toronto. So we got to see Niagara Falls. A friend and I went on a helicopter over it, which was absolutely incredible.
Wow.
I've got so many pictures. I'll show you a little bit later on because it was just gorgeous. It was cold. It was cold.
Really?
I haven't experienced -12 with wind chill before in my life. So
The tournament wasn't outside, was it? It was.
no, it was.
It was outside in the cold.
There was a blizzard in real life going on.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I wanted to train under a waterfall beforehand, but Niagara Falls is a little bit too big for that. And, you know how it is.
Of course. Right. Well, if you want to watch from the comfort of your cozy home, then you can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast to see all of our schedules for across the rest of the season, both on YouTube and on Twitch, where you can find all of that out. So put that in your favorites bar or something. It would be a fantastic place and something to click on very regularly so you do not miss a second of the action and all of the amazing trainers that we will be highlighting. And so, yes, it is YouTube and Twitch where we will always be broadcasting at Play Pokemon and /Pokemon on Twitch. So definitely follow both of those. And on Twitch, you can participate in some of our polls as well, particularly our community choice. So you can choose who we feature for some of our matches as well. Also follow along at #PlayPokemon on X and on Instagram and /Pokemon on Facebook and at Play Pokemon on that YouTube, of course, where you can catch all of our socials as well. And we love to hear from you too. Share us, your pets, your plushies, and whatever you're doing while you're watching, because we love to see it. Right, we're going to get very shortly. Charlie, my goodness. He can't be stopped, can he?
All right. Yeah.
We
Get
haven't
out.
cut
Come on.
yet, Charlie. Right, okay. Right, we're going to get really short into round 10 of our phase 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be back.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, Rose. Well, here we are at the Birmingham Regional Championships this morning, kicking off phase 2 of our competition. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here by the wonderful David Partington. I nearly said your nickname there, David. we've got a lovely nickname for David. David Partingtap, who's also a little bit of a Go player in his spare time as well.
I do like a good walk.
Yeah, well, it's great. Good walk, good tap, good time.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, I do. I wish I had a similar nickname for yourself, Ben.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
But you did tell me you're not a Benjamin, are you?
I'm not.
You are just a Ben.
I'm just a Ben.
Specifically a Ben. That's
Okay.
it. That's all it needs. None of those extra flair.
Yeah, well, extra flair is something I haven't got in spades, so we'll park that one for a little while because we've got so much action to kick off here in Birmingham. We had such a good day yesterday and so many fabulous trainers that we got to put on broadcast. Unfortunately, so many matches that we'd love to have seen, but we didn't manage to make it on. But if you want to see more Pokemon action, well, we have got some excellent action coming up.
Oh, yes. We've got loads and loads and loads because so many of our trainers now are at that X and 2 record and getting ever so close to that top cut, right? A lot of them, though, cannot win one more. Well, I cannot lose, one more.
Lose one more.
Well, assuming a lot of them won't win one more, probably.
When I got into phase 2 of Toronto, I couldn't win one more. So, maybe that's also true. But yeah, you're absolutely right. So any of our players that are on X and 2 right now in phase 2 Swiss will have to win out all of their matches. And that really is a very difficult thing to have to achieve, especially when only the players that have got at least an X and 2 record are the only ones that are still playing today. Now, all of the X and 3 or X and 4 or etc. as we go through the Swiss are still wanting to play for those all-important championship points, making sure maybe they get into the top 64 bracket rather than the top 128 bracket, just earn a few extra championship points to their name.
Oh yeah, there'll be plenty of that. But let's have a look at how the day 1 structure of the Pokemon and the percentages that people were using shaped up last time, so we can compare it to our phase 2. So there's phase 1 for you. Fluttermane almost 50%, of course. Incineroar just closely behind, and there's, of course, Urshifu. Rapid Strike specifically, just that Urshifu is in 3rd place at 40.9.
We did see one Single Strike yesterday, but unfortunately for Single Strike, Rapid Strike is just the Pokemon of choice as far as Urshifu goes. And nice to see those couple of Ogapons there as well. People fallen out of favour in previous regulation sets with the Wellspring Mask Ogapon, but it's really picked back up in usage, and certainly seeing the amount of Iron Crown certainly last weekend that I faced in Toronto, no surprise to see that Wellspring Mask really picking up in popularity. But of course, other regular faces that you see, the Incineroar paired with the Rillaboom, but Rillaboom's not on every team that Incineroar is on. Of course, we've got Chen Pao, a really powerful threat that really can challenge a lot of those top Pokemon. Certainly the Raging Bolt is a great answer into Pokemon like that you need power into immediately.
And comparing to Toronto, where in day 1, Fluttermane was at 49%, so still very similar, but Raging Bolt had actually taken 2nd place, and Incineroar only at 36% in day 1. So that's probably the major difference here, is that Incineroar a lot more popular over here in Europe. Or it could be that just because it's 1 week later, maybe people have realized Incineroar was even better than people thought it was.
If that was even possible. But and that's the fun thing about here. A lot of the people that I was talking to, both the Europeans that were over in Toronto, but also just people over in NA, were talking about the differences in the metagames between our two regions. And the main thing was like expecting more offensive teams, a little bit less balance over in NA, where EU tends to favor those more positional compositions where, you know, it's the fake out bros, it's that slower play, and we see the Raging Bolts with their calm mindsets and the Thunderclap Dragon Pulse rather than the Assault Vest set, say, or the Booster Energy, or the Life Orb like Marcus Hammond was playing all this weekend. So there's a lot of those little small differences between the metagames in the two regions, and that really does culminate in like how your tournament journey goes. Are you ready for those compositions? Are you ready to face against those kind of players?
That's a good point, yeah. And there obviously is the change over those different types of players and across the events. But what about just between yesterday and today? Between phase one, between phase two as well. Let's see how things have now switched up since phase one. There is Incineroar taking number one spot yet again. 55.6%. If you are turning up in phase two, more than half of your games are likely to include Incineroar. And yeah, look at the lovely little green or red icons on the top left of the Pokemon there, showing if they've gone up between phase one and phase two, or if they've gone down between phase one and phase two in their terms of their position on the graphic.
I was going to say, because Fluttermane's gone up in usage,
yes,
percentage overall, but has gone down in position to Incineroar. I think what stands out to me the most is actually, one, that there is an Ursaluna that's made their way onto the graphic. So Ursaluna has converted very, very well overall from phase one to phase two. But also those Tailwind compositions with the Tornadus. It was up at 6th position before with 28.5% usage. Now it's down in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th position with 24.2%. And that difference tells you a little bit about which kind of teams were really doing well and which teams were struggling to make it all the way. Those fast, offensive, Tailwind-based teams with Tornadus. Maybe Tornadus didn't have its glasses on most of phase one and wasn't hitting those bleak wind storms, even though, it's England, like, most of the time we're in rain, but even so, the bleak windstorms don't get affected by the outside weather.
It's very hit and miss sometimes.
Yeah,
it is. But I think the biggest drop there I can see is Ogerpon Wellspring in phase one, 30.1% and in 5th place, and now all the way dropping down to 23.2%, really mirroring the mask that it's got and feeling very sad right now at the bottom of this graphic.
Teardrop. Yeah, and the rise of Half-Flame Ogerpon as well as the sort of counterbalance to that. You can only run, obviously, one Ogerpon on your team in one particular form. And we did see quite a few Half-Flame Ogerpon really doing what they do best, getting into a good position, not necessarily with the Tailwind support or the Trick Room support, but just being a naturally fast Pokemon. Going for its Terastallization, Terra Fire is so powerful. There's not many Pokemon in the format that really can stand in front of those big Ivy Cudgels without the support of Pokemon like Incineroar.
Yeah, 100% there. I thought well said, Ben. And compared to phase two of Toronto, Urshifu Rash-Strike was number one in 51.4%, and then Fluttermane was number two in 47%, and then Raging Bolt. So Incineroar is in 4th position from Toronto in phase two, only with 41.1%. So even bigger of a difference of more Incineroar over here in Birmingham as well. We just love the fiery cat. I don't know what it is.
Well, I mean, you know, we switch in, we fake out, we parting shot. I mean, what else is there to say, really? But yeah, I think this makes me really excited to see exactly what we're gonna have on the broadcast today, because it's gonna, I think, change quite a bit from yesterday, where we had a good amount of variation with different team archetypes. But I feel like today it's gonna go more towards those balancy compositions, more towards the pivoting action and trying to gain incremental advantages over your opponent turn after turn after turn. And while it can seem sometimes like there's not as much happening on the board, it's not as explosive, it's not like Pokemon like Half-Flame Ogerpon going for a big Ivy Cudgel, getting a critical hit KO and the crowd goes wild. It's but every single turn, those small advantages really do add up. And we saw that on stream with Victor Medina, who was able to like play this positional game against his opponent but then Reagindo in one of the rounds yesterday. Anyway, but he won 3-0 in both of the games that he played. But it took quite a while for him to get there. But then once you actually ended up in the end game, you're like, oh, wow, all of those switches, all of that positioning that he did made such a big difference to getting him there in an end game that formed to be something that looked really, really one-sided, when during the game it was like, well, looks like it's pretty even all the way through.
Yeah, that's what really makes a really good team, isn't it? You can kind of make those consistent plays really slowly, and it's really hard for your opponent to punish that as long as you know how to play out that match, don't you? And then it becomes more obvious how strong it is once you're actually at the end of the match, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, as you were saying. So I think that was really well put, actually, and so really cool to see. Now, Ben, are you ready for some Pokemon, honestly?
I guess so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So should we have a look at who might be playing?
All right. Yeah, let's do that. All right, here we go. Notable matches. Okay. All right, it's happening. Well, I was definitely excited to be out in the crowd yesterday, seeing how many people I could find that had gotten Shohei so far in the tournament. Well, is it Marco's turn, or is Shohei going to meet his match? Other notable matches: Eric versus Stefano, Marcus versus Hengwei, and Eden versus Matty.
Yeah, okay. I really love these matches that are going actually at the moment. So, yeah, Matty and Eden, a battle of regional champions at the bottom there, which would be really interesting to... we could obviously see all of the matches all at once. It would be great. Eric, we featured yesterday. Hengwei and Marcus Kobe's also featured yesterday too. Really cool matches to definitely go watch back when you get the chance. But that top match, Marcus Silva not getting much of a break from the end of yesterday, when he just narrowly got another win over Isaac yesterday. Like, after losing game one, came back in those final two games, and he is back again now with a very different opponent.
Very, very close match there. I've been thinking, like last night, I just couldn't get my head away from Marcus's team. That Dondozo Tatsugiri combination with the wheezing, with neutralizing gas, and the other Pokemon that were supporting that composition. I just couldn't get it out of my head, because I've seen so many trainers trying to figure out what the other Pokemon to Dondozo Tatsugiri are with wheezing in this sort of kind of setup. But nobody seems to have figured it out yet. But Marcus went on such a winning streak yesterday, and we saw him on stream playing against Nils Dunlop, and game 3 went to time, and it went to time in Marcus's favor, but like only just. The health bars were pretty close between them, and the way that Marcus and Nils were navigating between the Pokemon that they'd brought to the match, there was the Choice Band Terra Normal Extreme Speed Dragonite, but Nils brought the Golden Go to that game just to have a Ghost type to say, well, look, you can't lock in to Extreme Speed and just hit my Pokemon and win the game. And the mind games going on across that set was so crazy. But I'm so excited to see if Marcus has cracked the code on this composition.
Yeah, and it was Kylan Van Severen in Toronto who got top 8 with the Dondozo composition as well. A little bit of a different composition, though, not using that wheezing, for instance, either. Just kind of going 2-2-2 with a lot of just general offense still, the kind of Flutter Mane, Chiyu things going on too. So it was a really interesting set that he made it all the way that way, but only one of the very few actually using it. As you can see, it wasn't in our, like, top 12 usage or anything. It was quite a rarely used Pokemon still, despite the fact that Haze isn't really anywhere at the moment.
No, not at all. Now our players are getting set up on stage. So Marco, we've seen him many times before on our European streams, but of course he's going to be facing up against former world champion Shohei Kimura, and this is going to be one of the best matches we're going to get on stream this weekend, I think, because you've got three-time international champion Marco Silva, who is so good. He's already won a regional this season. He's on form. He's trying something different. I was speaking to him yesterday after he played against Isaac in the first Swiss round of Phase 2, and he was saying that in Toronto he played a fairly balanced team, but actually this time he wanted to try something different and to push the boat out a little bit on a team that he was just a little bit nervous to play last time round in regulation set F. And of course, Shohei has travelled all the way from Japan trying to qualify. He's already top 4 Frankfurt this season in EU. So is this the time that he goes all the way?
It may well be, honestly. He's such a strong opponent there, honestly. And over his race, using a very good, tried and tested set of 6 Pokemon. There always seems to be that little bit of spice, though, that kind of thrown in there. That little adaptation to the metagame that suddenly gives him that little upper edge versus everything else that looks quite similar as well. Because when you've got such similar Pokemon throughout a tournament, it's those minute changes. Sometimes even the things that we can't even see on the team sheet as well. The training in those individual Pokemon, the speed, the bulk, the attack stats, that can be just slightly optimized, especially versus the same Pokemon. For instance, if you are suddenly getting the jump on them in speed, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, speed is one of those meticulous stats, isn't it? Where you only have to be 1 point faster than another Pokemon to really gain the advantage. Now, if you're joining us new, Marco versus Shohei, these are some of their achievements, but these players are so storied. We never have enough space to fit all of their achievements on the screen. Lille regional champion, Jönköping regional champion, 3-time international champion, and getting top 16 in the World Championships twice already. Marco Silva on the left, our Frankfurt regional top 4, the Japan Championship Series finalist from last year, played up against Yuma Kinagawa in that final. Such a great set. The 2023 World Champion, and of course, getting the final position in the 2017, which was a great format, by the way, Japan Championship Series.
Yeah, incredibly well played. I loved watching his World Championship set versus Mikhail Kelch as well. And the way he was playing it as well versus the Dragon Ball team that Mikhail had won, or won so many games with, but it just fell at the final hurdle versus Shohei, an incredibly talented Japanese player, and now someone who's showing how good they are across the globe as well, which is great to see, because often Japan have a very different type of circuit, a lot of best of 1, a lot of close team sheets going on as well, so not as much practice for this open team sheet and best of 3 that we often see here, but obviously does not stop him at all.
Let's take a deeper dive into Marco's team with that Incineroar, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, Torkoal, Ursaluna, and Farigiraf. And we saw Marco use that Trick Room mode with the Farigiraf to great effect in the match that he had yesterday with Isaac. But also he's got a little bit of modes going on. He can go a little bit faster with the Sun, boosting or activating the photosynthesis on his choice specs Fluttermane, maybe making that go that little bit faster so that he's got that ceiling to his floor in Torkoal, Ursaluna, and Farigiraf.
Yeah, I really like that, actually, because you want to make sure you've got those options in or out of Trick Room, because it's not going to be guaranteed that you'll ever get that up, especially versus an opponent like Shohei, who has so many tools and skills at his disposal to be able to dispatch of that as well. So what is Shohei, of course, going to bring to this matchup? What he's decided everyone is going to be very keen to see, because he's such a talented player, and whatever he brings always pops off in future events.
So dangerous to see a team like this in Shohei's hands. Incineroar, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Half Flame, Landorus, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt. You've seen them before, you know that they exist. But there's a few little differences, the minute changes that you were talking about just a moment ago. There's Grassy Glide and Woodhammer on the Ogerpon Half Flame. No Follow Me, no Focus Energy, no Sword Stance to be able to boost it up. You've got the Shuckerberry on Raging Bolt with the Terra Steel. That's a great defensive type, with the Shuckerberry just bolstering that weakness to ground that Raging Bolt would maintain if Shohei decides to go for the Terra. Then you've got the typical substitute Landorus. You've got Thunder Wave for speed control on the Booster Energy Fluttermane, which is likely going to be a speed boost there, and the tried and tested Incineroar Rillaboom combination.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense with those ones as well. But yeah, I really like the Raging Bolt to Terra call out you made there, Ben, because yeah, Terra Steel is obviously a type that resists Fairy, which you definitely want to do in front of a Fluttermane, and the other types that resist Fairy are Poison and Fire, and they're all weak to ground. So if you don't want to be weak to ground and you want to resist Fairy, Shuckerberry is your answer. Then you can suddenly do a little bit of both there, which I think is really clever and allows you to kind of safely position in front of Fluttermane and deal with whatever's around it.
And in terms of the matchup, I mean, look at that Ursaluna. It's not really going to want to, it's going to want a headlong rush into a Pokemon like Raging Bolt, but hey, look at Shohei being prepared for those kind of team compositions. The thing that's really nice is that although Shohei doesn't have a ground resist or anything like that in his Terra type, the Shuckabo just forces him not to need to have to Terra in certain matchups.
Okay, here we go. Phase 2. It is Pokemon time in this VGC arena in Birmingham. Shohei versus Marco Silva, and there are leads. An Incineroar apiece, Intimidate coming out first from Shohei's end, then followed by Marco's Incineroar, led next to the trusty Farigiraf, but there's a Landorus Incarnate form right there for Shohei too.
Speed is so important as well, right? Because there's no Armor Tail on Shohei's side, there's no Psychic Terrain or anything else to block that fake out there. So, with the Armor Tail on Marco's side, there's going to be no fake out either from Shohei, so Marco's quite safe to go for a fake out and then try to set up a Trick Room if he wants to, but it depends on the strategy. We've seen Marco so many times not actually go for it, but the Assault Vest allowing that Incineroar to hang on from an Earth Power.
Yeah, that's a really big survival there. Marco unfazed as well, most likely knowing that he can survive that on his Incineroar. Farigiraf's going to get his offenses lowered a little bit here, and it's not the Throat Spray on this Farigiraf, it's the Citrus Berry, so despite having Hyper Voice and Sidekick, that special attack drop is going to stick there, making Farigiraf definitely a lot less threatening and a little bit maybe of a waste of a slot if Marco does end up getting the Trick Room up here, maybe then wanting to kind of pivot it out as well. And obviously the advantage of Incineroar now switching out is that it can come back in again.
I'm wondering what the trade is, though, because if you don't click Fake Out into the Landorus on this turn, if you're Marco, like, what are you getting for that trade of HP? Incineroar's so low, there's no recovery on Marco's side of the field. So are you getting a big knockoff into the Landorus, or is it just the prediction of the Protect on the Landorus, and so trying to get some positive momentum? That makes Shohei's play of just Earth-powering the Incineroar even more impressive.
It does, actually, yeah, meaning you can't switch that Incineroar too many times in. 23 HP is definitely less than 202. Now, Ursaluna looks like Marco does want to switch this in here, and with Farigiraf getting up Trick Room this turn, that gives Ursaluna so many turns of Trick Room to really utilize here.
This is Big Scary Bear coming out onto the field and getting its Flame Orb activated on the turn that Trick Room goes up. If you just switch it in later, you'd have to wait a turn. Usually players protect their Ursaluna to make sure they get their Flame Orb activation, and then they can start going on the offensive. But with that Flame Orb and 4 turns of Trick Room, it's down to Marco to try to make the most of this environment, and also down to Shohei to try and figure out a way through this Trick Room so that his Pokemon on his side of the field can actually start to strike back once they're whittled away, once the Trick Room environment has expired.
And here it comes, the Raging Bolt, go for the Protect. Very safe.
All right.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Trick Room's up,
Quick
right?
start.
And it's going to be the double Protect from Shohei to stall an entire turn of Trick Room. Yeah, Marco doesn't have any ability to do any sort of setup on this turn, so this is a pretty risk-free play here, other than the fact that next turn, obviously, Shohei's very unlikely to be able to protect either of the slots.
Yeah, and then the question mark is kind of where's the Incineroar coming in on Shohei's side, because Protect is as much of a Trick Room matchup as anything else, really, just wasting those turns of Trick Room. But also, especially against an Ursaluna, even though the Incineroar on Shohei's side is not going to appreciate a headlong rush to the face, even a Facade to the face, it's still getting that Intimidate down and allowing Shohei to get through more turns, especially with a Pokemon like Raging Bolt that actually can take those big attacks. Even if it didn't have Shucker Berry, the Intimidate would help it last through a Facade.
Yeah, 100% would, wouldn't it? I mean, like, Ursaluna is not a Pokemon you want to be messing with, even if you aren't getting a hit super effectively. Yeah. And Landorus is definitely on the back foot because of that too. Switching on out into that Incineroar once again, lowering that Intimidate, as you said, Ben, making sure that these Pokemon can survive a little bit more. And it's carefully risky to throw a ground move into that Incineroar slot, so maybe a safer switch there. Hyper Voice, chipping some things down. There's Facade into the Raging Bolt.
It's enough.
And that gets a KO right there. Marco's looking pretty happy about that, because that was Intimidated Facade too. And Raging Bolt is very bulky, so a really great turn for Marco Silva.
Even more impressive because the Farigiraf has had its special attack already dropped, and so Marco didn't have as much damage as maybe he would have liked to absolutely like nail down that KO. But this is the dangerous thing about Ursaluna and Farigiraf as a combination. The Armor Tail is stopping the Incineroar going for a fake out this turn. So while the Intimidate coming in is obviously very, very strong for Shohei's position, the other half of what Incineroar does really isn't going to be effective at all. And Yeah, that Ursaluna's headlong rush with the Guts boost, even intimidated, would probably still be able to knock out this Incineroar.
But we've still got Terra on the board, though, for Shohei's end here. And that means Incineroar could go into that Terra Ghost to be able to take a Facade completely fine, and a ground move a lot better as well. So that could definitely be a key thing that Shohei could do here to kind of stall things out even further. Keep his Pokemon alive, and so Parting Shot can maybe go into another slot, slow things further down. It can come back in a little bit later.
And here is the switch out of Farigiraf. So while Farigiraf is on the board, you really don't want to press the fake out button. And now Marco is properly taking advantage of that. Facade into the Landorus, though, isn't enough to pick up the KO.
That is not, actually. So even though Raging Bolt kind of dropped to a -1 attack Facade, this Landorus is still sticking around. And so maybe there's a little bit of bulk training in that. And so Earth Power comes out into the Ursaluna, doing a big amount of damage. And still not quite enough, though, for a Flame Orb tick of damage. So sticking around a little bit longer and keeping Farigiraf, crucially, alive.
But what's in the back for Shohei here? Because Farigiraf now gets to come in, and a combination of Headlong Rush and Hyper Voice will be able to take a double knockout here. With only one Pokemon in the back to Marco's 3, Shohei really can't, unless there's something that he can do about that combination of moves, really doesn't want to go down to a 3-to-1 Pokemon deficit just on the tail end of Trick Room, even though the Ursaluna has had a lot of damage, and after a few ticks of burn from the Flame Orb, it would go down. There's still enough help on the Farigiraf to set up another Trick Room and for that Ursaluna to get maybe 1 or 2 attacks in.
Yeah, I really like that point, actually. If you've got enough bulk on your team, getting that second Trick Room can be so key, because you then suddenly don't have to execute your plan out in 5 turns. You can, in theory, do it in 10 turns instead, which gives you so much more room. And so defensively, going for the Terra Flying here on the Farigiraf makes a lot of sense to be able to do exactly as you were saying, Ben. But we have the responding Terra on Shohei's end, it looks like, and it's got to be, yeah, there it is.
That makes sense.
Incineroar into that Terra Ghost, looking so great defensively in front of what Marco has, or whatever the move is clicked into on this Ursaluna, allowing you to maybe protect on the Landorus. There he is, and maybe Parting Shot on the Incineroar.
Okay, let's see how this plays out. See what move. It's going to be a Psychic, not a Hyper Voice this time round, and it's going to do a good chunk of damage to that Incineroar.
Yeah, and with a special defense drop as well, so that might help. Headlong Rush, though, is still enough. This Ursaluna is so strong, intimidated, but it's still getting all the knockouts that it needs to. But not without another form of Parting Shot in the Incineroar from the Rocky Helmet, dealing a lot of damage to this Ursaluna, which now might actually make it get KO'd after some Flame Orb damage.
Yeah, well, not even the Flame Orb damage, just the Rocky Helmet just knocked his head on the way through. Their Trick Room does expire, but Marco has an answer to that. The Ogerpon coming out here at full HP, one of the faster Pokemon around, now against this Landorus and Fluttermane. But this Fluttermane doesn't have the ability to taunt, only has Icy Wind, Moonblast, and Thunder Wave. And so even Trick Room in this environment doesn't look too bad. But Marco has a lot of HP on the Farigiraf to really just play into, and it's going to come down to whether or not the Fluttermane is going to be able to lower the speed of the Ogerpon and allow the Landorus to actually knock it out, or whether Farigiraf is just going to be able to rule the roost in this endgame.
Yeah, this Farigiraf has been on the field for so long. It's come out, it's come back in, but it's hardly taken any damage, if, like, at all. So it's such a bulky Pokemon. It looks like Marco's banking on Farigiraf's ability to survive 2 attacks from Shohei's end. So let's see if Shohei can do it. No, he just tries to go for the double protect either way. Not getting it, knowing Marco's plan here. Moonblast into the Farigiraf with a special attack drop. That's it's -1 now, but Psychic, it still should be strong enough to get that KO on Landorus.
Landorus going down, and now it's Fluttermane versus these 2 Pokemon. Of course, Ogerpon, in its cornerstone form, has the ability Sturdy, and so the combination of just 2 attacks or a Ivy Cudgel plus a Trick Room maybe to have that Ogerpon underspeed or outspeed the Fluttermane afterwards. Lots of different ways that Marco has at his disposal to try to carve out a victory. Shohei knows that, and it is Marco that is taking game 1.
Congratulations to Marco. That was exceedingly well played, honestly. And we've not seen a lot of this sort of team, right? Where you've got a Farigiraf setting Trick Room and just getting in that Ursaluna and using that Incineroar, and then getting up just multiple opportunities to start dealing damage just with nice, really bulky Pokemon. And it just is a testament to how good Ursaluna is too, right?
Yeah.
It was intimidated, and it was responding to Terror types that were coming out as well from the Incineroar, and yet it still got the KOs, and perhaps Shohei wasn't quite ready for the damage it was actually going to do.
I think I'm most impressed that the Facade actually still got the KO on the Raging Bolt. Although the Raging Bolt was chipped, because the Ursaluna was effectively neutral, although Facade, of course, is very, very powerful once a status condition afflicts the Ursaluna. I'm still... Raging Bolt is one of those Pokemon I'm like, well, if it was anything else, I'd be like, okay, yeah, Facade, yeah, no problem. But Raging Bolt is one of those Pokemon that really does tend to be trained a little bit more defensively or have a little bit of focus on that with the training and can survive those big attacks.
I wonder if it's a little bit faster, given the fact that there's not a lot of speed control on this team other than Icy Wind Flutter Mane. So it could be that you actually got quite a fast, not very bulky Raging Bolt that can make use of those Icy Wind drops to outspeed Pokemon like Ogerpon, for instance, at -1 speed.
Could be. Yeah, could well be. Okay, so David, what are you thinking about adaptations for Shohei here?
Well, you obviously need to try and stall out that Trick Room as best as you can. And obviously a parting shot onto the Ursaluna is great, or an Intimidate, but you probably need to somehow get 2 drops on it if Trick Room's going up, you know? Because there isn't an obvious way to get rid of Farigiraf on turn 1, because as you said earlier, you don't have Taunt. And a lot of your attackers are neutered by Intimidate or being faked out. So it makes perfect sense why Marco's gone for Incineroar plus Farigiraf. So I think Shohei needs to create a bit more of a plan as to how to stall things out a little bit more. And so maybe pressure Farigiraf with a little bit more damage earlier on so you can deny it support later in the game to stop your Incineroar from... that prevents your Incineroar from faking out, or just pivot that Incineroar even more.
Well, it's not going to be a change-up in plan for Shohei, at least on the front end, but it is going to be for Marcus here. Incineroar and Flutter Mane leading off against Incineroar and Landorus.
Okay, so a little bit more of a switch up, on Marco's end, actually, which is not typically the way around we usually see it, really. We usually see the winner stick to what had already won, and the person on the back foot switch to something that they think might be better, but we have the opposite here, which is really interesting. So Flutter Mane, a little bit of a faster mode at the moment, with that Choice Specs, can do a lot of damage, but does Marco just use it as a Trick Room setter?
Well, certainly, yeah, that could be a really fun answer to the combination of Pokemon, but I wouldn't be surprised after this fake out. Incineroar hitting the Rocky Helmet there. What Marco learned from game 1 is that his Incineroar looks like it is the faster of the 2.
Whoa!
Critical hit, Earth Power into that Flutter Mane, goes down straight away.
That is a massive KO there from the Landorus. That was definitely not going down without that critical hit there. So Marco suddenly... just incredibly on the back foot here and looking like was trying to go for that Trick Room given that it wasn't going for an attack before the Landorus went for it.
Now Ogerpon gets to come in, and it's in a pretty good spot against both of these Pokemon, but you've got to be a little bit careful if you're Marco, having had that fast Flutter Mane go down early. We've seen a preview that there is not the Trick Room mode in the back. Ursaluna got dropped for Flutter Mane in this game, and so can Shohei take advantage of that? Even though his Pokemon are a little bit under pressure, that Raging Bolt that's potentially in the back for this game is looking very, very strong.
Yeah, it's looking incredible, actually. And Shohei, now only having taken a fake out really this turn, is essentially just 4-3 up, like from the start, to be honest, which is incredibly good at the moment. So many more resources. Marco definitely needs to start playing uphill slightly here now, because he's going to have to start making some calls and really catch Shohei on the back foot.
Farigiraf coming in to just take a little bit of damage rather than the Incineroar going down to such low HP like it did in game 1. Here's the Terra Ghost coming out from Shohei's side of the field. This Incineroar wanting to go back on the offensive.
But it's going to be actually the defensive play, the protect on that Landorus there. So I do like the Farigiraf kind of pivoting in here, but the Ivy Cudgel not going to that Landorus, so good call from Marco. That's what you need. But that Terra Ghost as well, it for the second time, being quite useful for Shohei, enabling the parting shot to come out instead, and that's going to be obviously a future Intimidate and a future Fake Out in the rest of this game too. So Shohei is really on the upper hand at the moment, despite having a little bit of a wasted Protect.
Yeah, sometimes you can just switch in that Incineroar that's on low HP, even if it gets knocked out to basically a breeze of air. The Intimidate still gets out onto the field, and that can still be really, really valuable. Here's the Photosynthesis Flutter Mane coming in, boosting up its speed. So now Shohei has the overall speed advantage, but with only Incineroar as effectively the trick room attacker of choice, I'll say in air quotes, it's not as threatening as that Ursaluna. So Shohei gets an opportunity to start trying to target down that Ogerpon maybe. But I think your point earlier could actually be really important to try and get some damage onto that Farigiraf so it can't run away with the game a little bit later on.
Yeah, good news though, of course, it's not that throat spray, so it cannot kind of set up and start sweeping, right? So it's not going to get any one-hit KOs. If anything, it might just only be getting 3-hit KOs on things. So it's more the Ogerpon that really needs to be respected from Shohei. And that looks like that might be not happening at least this turn, because the Moonblast actually goes into the Farigiraf, and so there's just a free Ivy Cudgel, but it's not quite enough of the Landorus yet again. And so Earth Power comes after the Farigiraf, and around the Citrus Berry is actually able to get a KO just in one turn.
That is the perfect combination of damage. Not quite enough to activate the Citrus Berry, but in range of Earth Power. That double up was really, really powerful. Now the Ogerpon's Intimidate is going, or the Intimidate on the Ogerpon is going to stick, as is any speed control this Icy Wind and Thunder Wave Fluttermane is going to want to go for in this spot. And with the Landorus being in a position where if the Ogerpon has had its speed dropped, then the Landorus can outspeed it and KO it. But also with the ability for Ogerpon to be made slower, that opens up the targeting into that Incineroar as well. I think important to note, though, we haven't had a terrestrialization yet on Marco's side.
Yeah, that's true. So there's plenty of opportunity to kind of swing things a little bit here. It's the Terra Grass on the Incineroar, so can take Earth Power a lot better here. But again, the Landorus is going on the defensive to kind of maybe potentially avoid a fake out. As Icy Wind now comes out, chipping around the sturdy ability on the Ogerpon, which is going to be really crucial for the rest of Shohei's team. And of course, the speed drops are also going to stick, given that Marco only has 2 Pokemon to piece. Ivy Cudgel coming out into the Fluttermane, doing over half. Good information for Marco, and the following up Flare Blitz is going to be enough to get the KO too. So even though that was an incredible turn for Marco on paper, is it going to be enough to actually take the game, Ben?
I mean, that's the difficulty, right? Because what happens now is that basically 1 HP or a little bit more than 1 HP Incineroar gets to come back in and offer its own Intimidate and Fake Out pressure. Now, this Ogerpon is over 3 on critical hits on its Ivy Cudgel, so maybe we could say it's due, but this Ogerpon's going to struggle to do the requisite damage that it needs to. And without a Terra Ghost on Marco's Incineroar, Shohei just gets to go Fake Out and Earth Power into the spiky shielding Ogerpon. And next turn, if it doesn't get a double spiky shield, the Earth Power is just going to knock it out.
Okay, so a safe play there from Shohei to fake out not into the thing that could spike his shield and actually KO Incineroar.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, and then going and spreading the damage there instead. But obviously, Marco, as you said earlier, Ben, can still go for the Terra on that Incineroar to take the Earth Power, or not go for the Terra and then take the Sludge Bomb instead. So Shohei has to make a little bit of a decision as to how he wants to actually KO that Incineroar.
And Shohei doesn't have to be in a rush to reveal it either. There it is, double spiky shield. Okay, this could be a way back into this game for Marco. The Earth Power pings off that secondary spiky shield, but now Marco's Incineroar not threatened by Incineroar on Shohei's side of the field, regardless of how many words this Incineroar says in Incineroar or Marco's direction, will be able to knock out the Landorus this turn.
It certainly will be. So that is a huge piece that is changed up here. But now there's another threat that Marco needs to try and pivot around and get lucky on.
Just like one boss after the other.
It really is, exactly. This is definitely hard mode for Marco at the moment, but he's still doing it. There is a chance that he can do it, but Incineroar's now coming in for another fake out turn. And that could very easily go into Ogerpon, which would otherwise need to try a triple spiky shield.
Which is pretty unlikely. Let's be fair, but actually it could be, again, the way that Marco has to have a foothold in this game. And one of the great things about Pokemon is that even if the chips are down, even if it looks like a position is unwinnable, you can still try to play your game so you get a little bit more information. If Marco goes for an Ivy Cudgel onto this Ogerpon, from this Ogerpon onto the Raging Bolt, maybe he finds out, one, how fast that Raging Bolt is getting the Draco Meteor in, but also maybe how much damage it could take.
Okay, so yeah, Shohei, knowing how fast his Raging Bolt actually is, at -1 can outspeed those Ogopons there. And so a really safe back out into this Incineroar that is not Terra Ghost, knowing that Shohei can actually lock this up and not need to kind of commit a fake out into that Ogopon instead. So now we are going to a game 3, Ben, here. And I can't help but wonder, should Marco have just stuck with Farigiraf Ursaluna?
Well, possibly. I like the switch up in the way that Marco played it, because without that critical hit, Earth Power onto the Flutter Mane, there would have been a lot more pressure, would have been very much more difficult for Shohei to carve out a position in front of such a powerful, fast offensive threat. And so I don't mind the switch up at all from Marco's side, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back to the Ursaluna. I am no longer now seeing that Raging Bolt outspeed the Ogopon after one Icy Wind. Surprised that the Facade in game 1 actually got the KO through Intimidate there.
Yeah, exactly. So it's something that you can't reliably then rely on to say, like in a Trick Room scenario where usually you might want to use a Raging Bolt within its natural bulk to kind of help survive attacks. But being that crucial thing of you can't even survive a -1 attack from an Ursaluna, is it really then going to be that useful if you're only firing back with electric moves? And maybe a Draco Meteor, sure, that's pretty strong, but not into a Flutter Mane or an Ursaluna that can actually go for Terra Fairy. So I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see Shohei maybe switch out the Raging Bolt to something else. Maybe that Rillaboom, for instance, or the Ogopon as well. That would be quite a nice kind of pivot there, seeing as Marco is consistently not bringing the Torkoal, which otherwise would be quite good into Rillaboom.
It's tough, isn't it, as well, because the Farigiraf is turning off all of the priority moves. I mean, you can still get a Grassy Glide off with your Ogopon if it's not terastallized because of the Mold Breaker ability. But even so, it's still quite difficult for Shohei to be able to act in the Trick Room environment. I'm wondering if there's also a play where Shohei takes advantage of having the slower Incineroar. Parting shot off the Ursaluna on the switch-in. That's how you get the 2 potential attack drops onto the Ursaluna. The Ursaluna comes in after the U-turn and then gets intimidated on the next turn.
I like that, Ben. Right, game 3. Let's go into the phase 2 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Swiss round 11 here. Things are really heating up here over in the UK. Now, it is Incineroar and Landorus yet again for the 3rd time in a row for Shohei. And it is the Farigiraf and Flutter Mane, uniquely for Marco this time. So another new lead that he's kind of chosen with here. And again, Shohei doing like what he's probably been doing the most in this Landorus is actually going for the Protect.
Going for the Protect, probably getting a parting shot out on that Flutter Mane to just try to stop it dealing as much damage. The Incineroar takes that really, really well, but you don't need to parting shot if you can just knock off the choice specs.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, actually. My goodness. Okay, and then there's just a Hyper Voice coming out here, so no setup of a Trick Room either, which is looking really good, actually, for Shohei's position. Now, we saw that the Landorus was actually able to outspeed the Flutter Mane in that game too. Now, whether that was because Flutter Mane was going for a Trick Room or an attacking move, I'm not sure, because obviously this Flutter Mane is likely to be a little bit on the slower side, and so it could be that this Landorus actually outspeeds Flutter Mane naturally and can now just nail it with a KO, knowing that it can't protect.
Well, the Flutter Mane did outspeed it before and get a Dazzling Gleam off before it went down to the Earth Power, but the Moonblast without the choice specs is not enough to pick up the KO on that Incineroar. Again, it goes down to just a few hit points here, but the knockoff, the follow-up onto that Farigiraf, going to knock off the Citrus Berry before it gets used.
Oh, Marco, you can see it is so upset with that, like really relying on Incineroar going down there because he didn't want to Terra the Farigiraf, assuming that Incineroar would have actually dropped, but it just keeps surviving so perfectly. This is what Shohei's so good at. It's optimization of all of their Pokemon, whether that is the movesets, the Pokemon that he's choosing, or the individual training. And for how many times that Incineroar has survived on a Slither, you could see that everyone will want to know what Shohei's been doing.
Yeah, because it's the Rocky Helmet. It's not an Assault Vest. You're like, Assault Vest, yeah, that's going to take that every day of the week. But Rocky Helmet, you have to actually really think quite hard about how you invest in the defenses. Now Shohei, with the Incineroar being knocked out this time, won't have that combination of Fake Out and Intimidate to keep coming back in and out and getting those Intimidates down onto Marco's Incineroar of his own.
So now we're going into a turn where Incineroar is now on the field for Marco and has the potential to start lowering the damage potential of both of these targets. But because Trick Room's not up, that's going to be really hard to do. You can only fake out one, and this Farigiraf is now in range of either of the targets, either a Thunderbolt or it's going to be that Earth Power. But what Marco does have going for him is Friggraph has Protect, so he can still play that mind game a little bit of going for the Protect, predicting the double up because of a fake out, but actually going for an attack on Incineroar, say a parting shot, or trying to KO something instead.
And there's the Protect coming out from the Friggraph. So is it going to be the double target? Has Shohei targeted down into that slot? Sludge Bomb covering the Terra flying on the Friggraph on this turn. Maybe that means the Thunderbolt is going somewhere else, but no. 2 attacks into that Friggraph. Not going to be able to do any damage whatsoever. Now U-turn coming out from the Incineroar gets to do that little bit of chip damage and get to switch on out.
So yeah, it's not even the parting shot, actually, this is Surprise. It's the U-turn, which is even less threatening from Shohei's perspective. So even though that doesn't look great for Shohei on that turn, it was still pretty safe for him to do because he doesn't lose a lot with Incineroar switching on out there, particularly as if it comes back in. It's intimidating, yes, but it's 2 special attackers still. So it's not the end of the world if that happens. And now Ogerpon is in here, and we've seen that it doesn't do enough damage to be able to get the KO without a Terra.
Oh, this is... I was just literally just thinking, is this the rare case where Cornerstone Ogerpon gets to go for its terrestrialization and it's good overall? Maybe this is it, because that extra damage from Ivy Cudgel, probably without critical hit, won't be able to deal enough damage to the Raging Bolt, but it could take you over the line for knocking out the Landorus.
Well, let's see if that indeed does happen. First of all, Incineroar coming in and lowering those attack stats of these 2 special attackers. Not going to make too much difference, but a fake out for the following turn is always nice. But here we go. It is Terra time for this Ogerpon Cornerstone. The Terra that we so rarely see because it loves to keep that sturdy ability, which is so useful, and it's arguably better typing in the rock and grass. But crucially, you've now got even more damage coming out from those Ivy Cudgels here. And it's coming out straight away as well. Shohei's looking worried. Is it going to get that KO on that Landorus here? Yes, it is.
It's enough. It's enough to pick up the KO there, just taking it over the line. We do not see this every day. Not only is it more valuable usually for the Ogerpon to retain its sturdy ability, but also, as you said, the defensive typing is not so great when you go for your terrestrialization. So what a call, what a play from Marco.
Yeah, loved that call, actually, and incredibly well done. And now, obviously, because Ogerpon is still relatively healthy, it should be able to survive some double-ups here, and also not take special attack super effective damage from the Icy Wind, and so potentially be able to survive a double-up. That being said, though, it is a Draco Meteor from a Raging Bolt. That is pretty strong, and so Marco has to be worried a little bit about that potential, but because Incineroar's come in, you can just fake out the Raging Bolt here and make it quite safe.
But this Fluttermane is one of those variants that does have supportive sets and a Protect as well. So double Protect coming out from Shohei, playing it nice and safe on this turn. A combination, as you say, of Draco Meteor plus an Icy Wind would make sure that Ogerpon gets knocked out this turn. And then, well, Raging Bolt is that unfortunate for Marco wall of stats, and that's really difficult for Incineroar and Friggraph to knock out.
So now we're in that position yet again here with Fake Out off the board this time. So yes, does Ogerpon go on the defensive with the spiky shield, where then Incineroar can most likely, with that Assault Vest, shrug off a few hits and then kind of U-turn out. But as you're going to see the Thunderclap instantly into the Ogerpon, getting around any sort of damage. Followed by the Moonblast. Is that going to be enough? No! 7 HP! Ogerpon has survived it. Marco knows that's crucial. Ivy Cudgel, Terra boosted now into this Fluttermane. It's got very squishy defense, and there's another one-hit KO.
Oh my lord, that is the Fluttermane going down. I did not think the combination of those 2 attacks would be unable to knock out this Ogerpon. It's surviving. It's absolutely critical. Not only that, the big knockoff into that Raging Bolt. The battle is cancelled, and it is Marco Silva taking down Shohei Kimura in round 10 here at Birmingham.
Huge congratulations to Marco there. It looked so rough for him after that turn that Incineroar survived on a slither and was able to knock off the Friggraph and get on out of there yet again. But the turnaround there with the Ogerpon backed into the corner of its cornerstone, being able to come out and just bonk all of the hits that it needed to.
And let's be clear, right? So there's variance in Pokemon. There's moves that can miss, there's critical hits, there's all of these secondary effects that happen. And you might be thinking, as we were talking about, Icy Wind plus Draco Meteor would do more damage. It would probably be able to knock out that Ogerpon. But that's not the only factor at play here. Draco Meteor is not 100% accurate. And so where Shohei was playing was that consistent move, going for 2 attacks that never miss. It turns out that the Fluttermane was just not quite strong enough. The Raging Bolt was just not quite strong enough to convert onto that Ogerpon. But the strength of players like Shohei, players like Marco, players like Victor Medina is playing those consistent moves, finding those consistent turns and trying to maximize your chances.
Yeah, it really is, and he was able to do that so masterfully. And actually in that game 3, I don't think any Trick Room was set up at all in that matchup. It was just kind of going on the offense with the Frugrab and the Incineroar, and not even bringing the Ursaluna in those last 2 games. That was so good for him in that game 1 too. So, like, just really well played with the tools that he had, and playing in and out of what is, on paper, quite an obvious Trick Room mode as well. So that ability to play so flexibly in front of a world champion at that as well is super impressive. And so a very deserved win for Marco Silva.
I mean, this is like the testament to also how flexible Marco's team is overall, with that ability to go fast, ability to go slow. And I think also just a little shout out to the power of choice specs on the Fluttermane overall. Whether or not, like, most of the Fluttermanes in the room at the moment are booster speed with the support, with the Icy Wind, with Thunder Waves, with Taunts, with a couple of attacks, but usually dropping the Shadow Baller's offensive coverage in favor of having a little bit of support. But Choice Specs is still one of those Pokemon or items on the Fluttermane that you really do have to respect for the pure damage output that it provides.
Yeah, and that's where we've seen a lot of it. It's either kind of booster energy at the moment, or it's that choice specs. We don't see like a lot in the middle there. We don't see Life Orb a lot, for instance. We're not seeing Focus Sash anymore for some reason either. We did see one Fairy Feather actually yesterday. That was quite interesting. So you've got it's just a fairy bot, isn't it? It's just so good at using fairy moves. That's mainly what it's there for. So if you can get that consistently whether you switch out again or back in, that's really nice too.
Well, shall we hear from Marco Silva, our winner of Swiss Round 10? Yeah, let's kick it over to the couch.
Well, wakey, trainers. What a way to kick off Sunday morning. What an unbelievable match. Marco, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great to be able to lock top cut. But yeah, that was a really hard game.
Yeah, I mean, that game 3, you must have thought pretty early on, no, this is not going to go my way. What were you thinking in that moment?
So it was a really hard situation because I took a lot of damage in Fire Giraffe. I figured out that, so in that case, like when you're there behind, you have to make a lot of calls. I figured out that the optimal way to play it, because my opponent only saw that I had Fluttermane, Fire Giraffe, and Incineroar. He didn't know what was my last mon was going to be, so it could have easily been like Ursaluna. So I figured out that if I effect active, I can stop 1 or 2 mons with Fake Out and set up Trick Room with Fire Giraffe. So his optimal play was probably to double the Fire Giraffe, knowing that I had Ogerpon in the back. Maybe he could have like also attacked the Incineroar, but he didn't know that obviously, like because if he sees Incineroar, he could easily be like, well, he's trying to set up Trick Room obviously. So right there, I decided to go for Protect and reposition. If he would have went into Incineroar, I would have taken way too much damage. I would have definitely just lost. And yeah, like after that turn, I was still a little bit skeptical because he could have easily switched out the Landorus like Protected or try to buy a turn. But I saw that it was really bulky from the damage I did in like the other games. So I assumed that. So I figured out that so the psychology behind is that when you don't really know like if some attack is gonna KO, most likely you're not gonna protect because in your mind it's gonna be like, well, there's a chance that I live. I kind of knew like from the damage, like usually Landorus at that range cannot really live. So I was kind of confident it was gonna KO, but obviously Ogerpon is like Rockpon is not really a really common Pokemon. So there was a really high chance that my opponent did not know that. So I went for attack there, and then from there I just needed my Ogerpon to live either Icy Wind, the Draco Meteor, or Thunderclap and Moonblast.
Yeah, fascinating to get your insight there, Marco. Thank you so much. Just been told that the next round is up, so we're going to let you get ready for that, Marco. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's get into our next round right away. The action is really heating up here in Birmingham.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Black and White for the Nintendo DS. My favorite Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really been liking Serperior. Mimikyu has been my favorite Pokemon for a little bit because when I first started playing competitive in 2017, it was one of the strongest Pokemon and I was putting in all my teams, while Serperior was simply the starter evolved from my first Pokemon game. I think the farthest I ever traveled to get a Pokemon event was probably Australia for the Oceania International Championship in 2020, since from Italy it's I think around like 20 hours of flight. I feel like there's probably not anybody in particular that I look up to, but I really try to motivate myself by seeing also the results that my friends are getting. Like, for example, Luca Ciribelli, that was able to win the World Championship this year, and also Federico Camporesi. My most memorable match that I ever played on stream was probably the finals of OCC 2020, in which I was able to play Eduardo Cunha and defeat him, since it was one of my first international and I didn't really expect to win. I actually usually don't eat any type of food like during the event. I simply go like without eating anything, and then after I'm done, I go out with all my friends to eat dinner. My go-to snack is probably a bag of chips, simply because I feel like candy are probably not too healthy, while fruit I just don't really like it unless it's something really specific. My favorite city that ever hosted a Pokemon event was probably, I think, Melbourne of OCAC, but I also really like Toronto. The genre that I usually listen the most is probably hip-hop, but lately I've been also listening a lot to J-pop, so Japanese songs. My name is Marco, and I'm a VGC player from Italy. It feels great because I haven't been winning an event since LAC of last year.
That could be the difference here as Flare Blitz now. 5 HP on the Ursaluna. However,
and the burn!
And the burn! We are this time super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar, and all of a sudden, your little regional champion, Marco Silva!
I feel like one of the key decisions that I took was to play a really offensive team and play without having too many regrets. And if I wanted to make a call, I was just going for it. I feel like all the last 3 matches that I played were pretty difficult. In top 8, I got really lucky with the double protect, which without it, otherwise I would have just lost. In top 4, the matchup seems pretty bad, but after thinking about it a lot, I was able to figure out a decent plan. And then in finals also, I feel like the matchup wasn't great, but by figuring out which play to do and by making some great prediction, I was able to win. So I feel like in game 3, when I saw Incineroar going for the Terra, I figured out that I just needed to connect a couple of scale shots and I was able to win. Also, the turn after was pretty key because my Dragonite was in range of Blood Moon and my Incineroar was still very healthy. So I took some time to calculate and I figured out that even if it goes for Blood Moon, I'm still able to win because I'm able to get 2 Fairy Blitz off and 1 scale shot. And I felt like that was enough for me to win. So there was also a pretty good chance that if I protect my Dragonite, he would go after my Incineroar. So I also made the call right. I attacked with Dragonite. He ended up not going for the Dragonite, and I was able to win also because of that. So going to the tournament, I wasn't really satisfied with how the season was going. I did attend the first regional, but I wasn't doing that great in local tournaments either. And in the global challenge, I got a top 64 and a top 32 in Europe, which is not that great for the results that I usually get. It feels great because I'm able to get the invite straight away. I wasn't too worried about not getting it, but at the same time, it feels great, of course, to win a tournament and know that I already earned it at the start of the season. So I want to thank, obviously, all my friends because every time I come up with a team and I need to test the matchups, they always help me out. They give me ideas on how to fix particular matchups and how to play them. In this particular case, I want to shout out Deal because we worked on this team for the last 2 months. And if they would not suggested to play the core of Ribombi with Hyper Offense, I would have never picked it up myself because myself, I'm not really a great team builder when it comes to thinking stuff outside of the box. When it comes to strictly picking 6 months, if I see something that's like a little bit weird, I kind of tend to not really want to pursue it. So I really have to thank them for the idea.
David, did you hear about the Mole Pokemon's Beatles tribute act?
No, of course not.
Big let it be. Welcome back, trainers, to the Birmingham Regional Championships. We are shortly getting into Swiss round 12. Oh, you're gonna laugh, haven't you, David?
I suppose you do, because otherwise, what's the alternative?
Cry.
You know, cry. Yeah.
How terrible it was. But let me tell you, David, oh my goodness gracious me, if you're just tuning in now, the match we just had, you have to, okay, this is your homework, you have to go back and check it out. Marco Silva versus Shohei Kimura, and the margins were so fine all the way through, and it seemed like Marco was down. There was no way he was going to come back, and then somehow managed to pull it out of the bag. And I just interviewed him then, and he gave such a invaluable insight into what was going through his mind and all of the twists and turns of that game. And I mean, you were casting over it. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was so back and forward, and like on the edge of. If I was sitting down, I'd be on the edge of it.
Yes,
okay?
yeah.
I really would, because Shohei was in a position where consistently he was surviving just as soon as he needed to and pivoting out of that Incineroar, calling the terrors really nicely, had some really great Pokemon positioned really good, and Marco just seemed like he was kind of playing uphill so much.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, everything shifts with these really nice calls, and that cornerstone Ogerpon going for the terror as well, which we hardly ever see as well, was just a great shining end to that match.
Personally, that's my favourite of the Ogerpon masks, and we couldn't have kicked off the day in a better way, but now it's in your hands, trainers. That's right, time for our community choice. We're going to show you a menu of matches to sample, and you let us know in the Twitch chat which one you want to see. And of course, it's going to be an absolute treat, whatever you choose. Eric Rios versus Lewis Markle, Florian Hoffman versus Florian Temmer, who won the Dortmund Regional Championships, I believe, in the 2024 season. Jorge Tabuya versus Oliver Ackerman, and then we've got Liam Westland of the UK going up against Matty Morgan here as well. Let us know in the Twitch chat what you want to see, and we've got some interesting Pokemon here as well.
We do. There's loads of really interesting trainers and Pokemon there. Slightly less Raging Bolt than we often kind of see when we kind of show you some notable matches too. Oliver Ackerman, a really interesting trainer as well. Kind of the person who kind of started the Rain team that we've seen quite a lot of this weekend with the Archaladon and the Pelipper, which a few of the Italian trainers have sort of picked up as well. So apparently he's been terrorizing the Switzerland local meta game with that team.
Oh dear, and whichever one you choose, you will see a Porygon 2. Everybody, there's a Porygon 2 in every single one of these matches. Let us know. So it's going to be some Trick Room shenanigans. I myself am a big old fan of Porygon 2. Of course, Ursaluna Porygon 2, that was a composition that won the Europe International Championships in the 2024 season, piloted by Nils Dunlop. So let's have a little bit of a throwback Sunday here and queue up some Porygon 2 action. Of course, Lewis Markle, a trainer from the EU region who in the previous season had an absolutely phenomenal one, reaching at least the finals of it was regional championships, at least one of them over in the
it was the finals.
It was the finals.
He lost to Mikhail Kelch, I believe.
Of course it is. If you're gonna just guess someone who won a regional championship over in the EU, it's probably gonna be Michel Kelch. So Lewis Markle, fantastic trainer. Of course, Eric Rios, Europe International champion from a few years back now. Yeah, Matty Morgan, a regional champion from Malmö, David. In fact, it was you and I casting over that victory back Malmö in the 2023 season. That would have been, how far we've come, but also how little has changed. Well, let us know what you want to see, trainers. Get over in that Twitch chat and let us know.
Please do, yeah. I don't want to decide, honestly. I'm glad the community's deciding for us, because that is a lot of great matches that we could potentially be featuring. And like you shouted out Lewis Markle there as well, a really prominent German player who's, I think, in the top 16 in the CP leaderboard at the moment. Ooh. So always consistently getting a lot of championship points at all of the tournaments that we've been to throughout the season already, and so someone who could definitely at some point reach the upper echelons again, and I'm sure claim a regional at some point.
Yeah, but of course we are here in the UK, and Liam Westland is a trainer on home turf. We could showcase some more UK players. I wonder how many UK players, if any, will be in the top 8. I mean, it would be a fantastic home turf victory if that were to be the case, but it's all in your hands, chat. Let us know over in the Twitch chat. And David, I just professed there my preference of Ogerpon Mask is the Cornerstone. Which is your favourite?
I've got a love at Hearthflame Mask, honestly.
Then you'd be voting for Lewis Markle here.
I would be, honestly, yeah. That would be my favourite to see. Although we've seen a lot of it already yesterday and today as well. But just when it goes for that terror and the flame suddenly kind of roar out of it, it just looks very scary and quite intimidating. And putting that on my opponents, I quite enjoy.
I personally, my favorite thing about the Hearthflame mask is the blue lips, how the blue contrasts with the red so well. It just really stands out. Yeah, I like it.
Some blue lips, actually.
Do you think?
Oh, yeah, should get some the next time.
But yeah, I'm just picturing it now. Maybe. Yeah. Is that sort of like Ice Queen sort of vibes?
Yeah.
We got the results ready. Let's see what you've chosen, everybody. Oh, ho, ho. Here we go. What's going to be Swiss round 12? What are you going to be bringing to you? David, your effect did indeed rub off. It's Eric Rios versus Lewis here. Eric Rios, a trainer with so many incredible results to their name. And now Lewis, wanting, looking, searching, striving for that first big win.
And who doesn't love an Eric Rios match as well? We had him earlier on in our Phase 1 yesterday, who, like, on the back foot of an interesting matchup versus Hengwei Zhang, was able to kind of turn it around in Game 2 and 3 by kind of delaying the Trick Room strategy and sweeping a little bit later on in the game with that Ursa Luna. But now we're up against Lewis Markle instead, who's been practicing, of course, across multiple months, and of course, yesterday too. Don't discount the practice that you get throughout your games in the same tournament. Starting to kind of work out, like, who is going to be in Phase 2, for instance, and especially if they've been on stream, what teams they've been using, maybe prep a little bit of a team plan just in case you face that sort of composition. That's all possible.
Yeah, 100%. Lewis Markle absolutely rising through the ranks, and Eric Rios is someone who has already attained those higher ranks. So David versus Goliath, yet another one of those tales. There are so many of them, and you could be that David. I don't mean David Partington to my left. I mean the mythical David. Come along to your first tournament, give it a go. We'd love to see you here. And something tells me it will not be your last. And we have seen time and time again the underdog trainer beat the veteran. Just yesterday we had Marcus Coe surmounting the obstacle that is Nils Dunlop on stream and had, I think, an unbeaten record in Phase 1 indeed. So again, it could be you.
Nils Dunlop is surprisingly tall.
Oh, very tall.
Very tall, yeah. So he is an obstacle.
Yeah, I wonder how his brother is competing this weekend as well. I wonder how Daniel Dunlop did. What a great name. Lovely alliteration. Daniel Dunlop.
Daniel Dunlop, yeah. I might change my name for
David Dartington.
Yeah, David Dartington, yeah.
Charlie Cherryman is pretty good.
That is good, actually, yeah.
I do like the merry thing, obviously. But, yeah, Cherryman will go. What's your favourite fruit?
Oh, you got me on the spot there, actually, at the moment. Mango, actually.
Like a mango.
Like, to actually eat a mango is very cumbersome to, like, try and peel it properly and things. So I don't rarely have it because of that. I'm a very efficient eater. I like food that's easy to prepare.
Yeah, fair enough.
and eat. But if someone's there and can, like, cut the mango for me, that would be amazing.
Okay, so your favourite fruit is mango with a butler. Yeah. Perfect, right. Okay. So this man goes for mango. I think for me it's pear.
Okay. Love a pear.
Yeah. It's a pear. It's a fruit that you don't tend to have so often, I guess. And that makes it all the more special when you do. Yeah.
Why don't you have it often then?
Well, I just mean, you know, in your standard fruit bowl, picture your common garden fruit bowl. Apples, sure, but pears probably aren't.
Yeah, but you could choose your own fruit bowl, Charlie. You could choose the fruit you want.
You know what, David? You're so right. I need to just break free from the shackles of the common fruit that we see in those bowls. I love all kinds of fruit, but anyway, mango, pear. Now, let's take a look at our pair of trainers who will be featuring for you on stream. Hey, you're welcome. Eric Rios is first up. Let's take a look at what Eric's accomplished. Let's take a look at their team as well. Stuttgart regional finalists, of course, in 2026. Eric, it must have stung. Reaching the finals, but then not converting it all the way to a win. Of course, unfortunately, falling foul to Luca Ceribelli, our 2024 world champion, who went ahead and won that regional. So this weekend, Eric is saying, okay, enough messing around. It's time to go ahead and claim that victory.
Yeah, fair enough, Eric. Honestly, it's time for another one, I think. But it's time for another regional championship from a lot of people's perspective. But so who deserves it the most? You know, who's been putting in the practice? And Eric has certainly been putting in lots of practice here. One of the few actually running Ogerpon Wellspring and not an Urshifu Rapid Strike, for instance. And the Trick Room of choice Porygon 2, rather than something like the Farigiraf that we've just seen Marco Silva use as well. So, like, these choices have obviously been setting him in really good stead going throughout this tournament. But, of course, he still needs to keep winning out to be able to get to that illustrious top cut.
I feel like we'd be crediting Ben too much if we said that his choice of Porygon 2 pin this morning was because of the amount of Porygon 2 we just had on that community choice bracket. But maybe there was some element of it, and I do love Porygon 2, especially because being a native normal type Pokemon, going for Terra Blast is going to hurt whether it's gone for its terrestrialization or not, especially because it can hit on the special side if your special attack is higher, or the physical attack side if that is higher. So I really love how flexible Porygon 2 can be. So That's Eric Rios, but I tell you what, Dave, I don't know if you've been aware of this at this point, but in every match we have 2 players up there.
Oh, okay. I thought Eric was just going to sit in the chair and we'd just look at him for like 40 minutes.
Eric plays Eric. That would be fascinating to see, but no, it's Lewis Markle. That's going to be Eric's opponent. What is the team that Lewis is bringing, and what are their previous achievements? Yeah, so that was it. I thought it was Utrecht last season. The finalist in the 2025 season. What is that Pokemon?
It's a Dolive.
Wow, okay,
He's just so seriously holding it too.
He is.
Almost like it's growing out of its hand.
I really love that. I love that. Lewis, a player with a sense of humour. Something we just bumped into very briefly on Friday as well. Gdansk regional top 8 just a few months ago in this season. I mean, look at this. This is a trainer who's really stamping their mark in VGC and such recent results as well. Again, just wanting that first big win.
Yeah, definitely is. He's getting so close so consistently too. And with a consistent team like that, he's definitely one who can do it. Lewis Markle kind of a sort of play a little bit like Paul Chua in that he can pick up a team that's very much tried and tested and very good and just do very consistently well with it and like kind of skill diff other people who are using a similar team or other similar compositions. So that's what he's very good at doing. And kind of leaning into his strengths rather than trying to use something completely new and building it from there. And interestingly, it's looking like a very similar team, or perhaps the exact same as what Paul Chua used as well, which is quite interesting too.
Yeah, absolutely. That balance, it can go a very long way indeed. And that's the thing. There will have been so many trainers out there who have had to go up against mirror matches, balance versus balance. And that skill difference that you mentioned there, David, just trying to, I don't know, it almost just comes down to a case of thinking even more turns ahead than I mean, normally you're thinking, I don't know, if you're at the top level of play, then 3 turns ahead, but you're going to have to sort of think 6 turns ahead if this player does this, especially if you have a mirror lead as well. But anyway, it's not going to be a mirror match on the field right now. That certainly is a distinction of an incredible trainer. It's Eric Rios squaring off against Lewis Markle now. There's no plushie metagame, unfortunately, but the trainers are locked in and ready to go. And I'm sure, you know, they're looking pretty serious up there on the stage now. But these are also just lovely people outside of Pokemon. I'm sure they're best of friends outside of this scenario. They are just, you know, putting that to one side for one moment so that on the desk they can focus, play the game, and then as soon as it's done, we're all back to friendly cuddly again.
Exactly. Just thinking about, all the exciting and amazing times they've had in Birmingham this weekend and what they can get back to doing after this tournament as well, I'm sure. So we've got to really think about the matchup, haven't we? And of course, so do our players. Now, you can imagine that Eric is very much prepared for Lewis's composition, right? It's pretty much what Paul Chua used to get to the final of Toronto last weekend. With a couple of changes, though, along the way, but still, the core of the 6 Pokemon are very similar. Whereas Lewis might not have come across the Eric's composition of Pokemon there, with the Ogerpon. Yes, maybe Ursaluna plus Trick Room, but not necessarily with all the supporting cast that Eric has put up.
Well, we just saw those achievements, and now you can see them again and compare them against each other. And again, what's glaring out here is just how much Eric has won and the fact that Lewis is still looking for that win. Now, it's Swiss round 12. It's not quite a knockout yet. These trainers still, if they lose here, I mean, well, they're both 9 and 2, so if they lose here, the chances are they aren't making that top cut. But as these Swiss rounds wrap up, of course, the intensity is just ramping up and up as well.
100% it is, Charlie. You could not have said that better. Now, there's a lot on the line for these trainers. They've already earned a lot of championship points getting this far already, but just getting that extra little bit to help secure that Worlds invite is going to be really crucial. It means you can rest a little bit easier for future tournaments, potentially. But of course, if you get that win, you get that instant invite, Charlie.
Yeah, the direct invitation to the World Championships that all of our trainers in Birmingham crave. Erios will be running Incineroar, Porygon 2, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Amoonguss, and Ursaluna. So Porygon 2 and Ursaluna, they go together so well. Porygon 2 setting up the Trick Room so that Ursaluna can sweep. And of course, if Ursaluna is on the field, as Trick Room goes off, it gets its Flame Orb activated immediately, boosting up the power of its physical attacks thanks to its Guts ability. The burn is ignored in this particular situation. Then Facade is hitting all the harder as well, a normal type with a status condition, going for massive damage into the opponent. Porygon 2 with the Terra Flying and Terra Blast, so that it can deal with those fighting types that would threaten it so much otherwise. Looking at you, Urshifu.
Yeah, definitely looking at Urshifu. Everyone needs to. It's a very threatening Pokemon, and one that Eric has chosen actually not to use, which is definitely a decision that trainers need to make. Like, if you're not using one of the strongest Pokemon in the format, then you need to really justify it. And so using a water type instead that has Follow Me support is obviously really nice, right? But obviously not wanting to go with a through a half flame instead, but using maybe the special defense boost that the embody aspect of Pokemon Wellspring gives allows it to sponge up all his special hits so much better than, say, an Ogerpon Half Flame could be able to do instead. But let's have a look at Lewis's team.
Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Half Flame, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom. Yeah, these 6 Pokemon are going to be omnipresent out there in the field, but what will be interesting is how those minute differences compare with each other. So this is going to be a Life Orb Raging Bolt here. We've seen Assault Vest, we've seen Leftovers sometimes, and all sorts of other things. But Life Orb means that this Raging Bolt will be able to go for Protect. Also, it means that Lewis has been able to get a Thunderbolt into the moveset as well as the Thunderclap, so you're not reliant on that priority electric-type damage. This is an Ogerpon running Swords Dance instead of Follow Me, so it can sharply boost its attack stat, hit all the harder. It's also an Ogerpon that, like so many this weekend, is running Grassy Glide. Will benefit from the grassy terrain that Rillaboom will set up and have double priority in that way too.
So actually, even though it's the same 6 Pokemon as what Paul Chew used, this is the same team that Justin Karras actually used at Toronto Regionals, instead getting 13th place as well. So with those really interesting sets with the Pain Split on Fluttermane, able to heal itself up at the cost of lowering an opponent's HP as well, assuming that Fluttermane actually has lower HP at the start of that attack than the opponent's as well, which is really cool. And a much more offensive Raging Bolt with that Life Orb for instant damage, rather than something like the Calm Mind and the setup that it could do too. But the question is for Lewis, how is he going to deny the Trick Room sweep that Eric has probably been putting on his opponents throughout the entire weekend here? Incineroar, a really good piece for that. Ogerpon, a really good piece as well with that Swords Dance, being able to really punish things hard, especially when you go for a priority Grassy Glide into an Ursaluna as well. That's probably going to be part of what Lewis's plan will be.
As you said before though, David, Eric will have practiced this matchup time and time again, so we'll just have to see if Lewis compiled it better than the opponents he's faced so far. Let's get into our Swiss Round 12 trainers. We are getting ever closer to our top cut. Eric Rios versus Lewis Markle. Incineroar on Porygon 2 versus Incineroar and Ogerpon Half Flame on Lewis's side. And it seems like the Incineroar for Lewis might be the faster, as Porygon 2 gets a special attack boost with its download. That is the stat you want to boost.
It definitely is. Yeah, Porygon 2 suddenly looking really scary, actually. It's particularly as this Porygon 2 is the Terra Flying variant, and therefore is an actually super effective attack into Ogerpon Half Flame, which I imagine might even be close to a one-hit KO, actually, depending on the training that Lewis has on that Ogerpon. But at least Eric has Fake Out plus Trick Room as a strategy here right now. And so it's a fairly safe kind of Fake Out into the Ogerpon there to be able to deny that potential option of damage into the Porygon 2. But it is a Fake Out target itself because it is not Terra Ghost if Lewis chooses to do that.
Urshifu will be switching in now. Such a fantastic Pokemon in Trick Room because, of course, it can hit through Protect. The Fake Out denying Porygon 2 this turn around. Fake Out now connecting in turn into Lewis's Urshifu here. So, a moot turn it seems on the surface, but again, Eric, how is he going to be able to set up this Trick Room?
So yeah, that's a good question actually, and I think I really like what Lewis did here because you kind of want Urshifu on the field to deal with Porygon 2 with super effective fighting damage, but if you come on the field at the same time Incineroar does, you've got an Intimidate down. But now Lewis is positioned in a way that he's delayed that Trick Room option for Eric, but now has Urshifu on the field with the super effective fighting move, not intimidated, which is really key here. And so this is why Eric needs to potentially go on the defensive here and still go for that Terra Flying from a defensive standpoint if he does want that Trick Room up.
Very interesting. A Moongus joining the field. If Eric were going for a Trick Room, we'd probably expect the Ursaluna to come in there in order to get its Flame Orb activated, online, ready to go, heading into the next turn, but it will be a Moongus. Porygon 2 still going for its Terra Flying. This means that it's going to be soaking up the damage from Urshifu so much better, unless, of course, Lewis has switched it up, not gone for a fighting-type move at all, and that's exactly what we see. The Surging Strikes now into the Porygon 2, and it takes it so well. It is, after all, a little shiny rubber duck, and so it's no stranger to that damage. It's brought down to basically exactly half HP here. Now, parting shot coming out from Incineroar, meaning that in the Porygon 2 is back to neutral of its special attack, meaning that it won't be hitting quite as hard and potentially giving Lewis a little bit more wiggle room. And now Lewis can decide what to send in from the back.
Yeah, there's a lot of decisions you need to make here. Ogerpon is looking pretty safe, to be honest, at the moment, now that this Porygon 2 is not quite as threatening, now neutral special attack, particularly as this Amoonguss is threatening with spores and things. But actually, yeah, another grass type also will help here too, in that Rillaboom instead. And to boot, you've got more Fake Out as well to counter the Trick Room that has now just been set up for Eric here. Because you really want to get in that Ursaluna if you're Eric, but at the moment things are looking slightly passive. Like a Fake Out into the Amoonguss could deny a Spore. Porygon 2 can, yes, go on the offensive, but it's not going to get any KOs necessarily. And Eric definitely wants to keep it healthy too, so a Recover makes sense to go on the defensive as well. So overall, there's not going to be necessarily big KOs this turn, unless Urshifu is free to just go for that Surging Strikes, but it's most likely going to be either denied by a Spore or the Recover first kind of going out for Porygon 2 to deny the KO.
You certainly want to balance the balls before you go on the offensive, and these trainers will be choosing their moments wisely. It looks like Lewis has gone slightly on the defensive here, going for Terra Steel, meaning that Urshifu is no longer going to be taking super effective damage from the Flying Terra Blast. But either way, the Rillaboom is faking out the Porygon 2, so no damage there. Amoonguss will now be putting the Urshifu to sleep, and it seems like Lewis heading into this game has decided, okay, Trick Room is probably going to go up at some point, and how do I respond to that?
Yeah, 100% there. So now we've got 3 more turns of Trick Room left, and Lewis, is, even though he's got a sleeping Urshifu, is not really being threatened by much at all. The only moves that Eric has for damage now are all not very effective on Urshifu, so Lewis can quite simply just keep his Urshifu there and just wait for it to wake up again, whilst Trick Room turns slowly expire. And now Lewis looks like he's kind of switching out Rillaboom, preserving the Fake Out for later, and starting to bring the damage a little bit higher up here with Incineroar.
A little bit higher up, but of course Incineroar, yeah, known more for its supportive capabilities. The Intimidate not mattering, but the Fake Out very much online. Sludge Bomb would have been super effective into the Rillaboom, and we have seen Rillabooms take a huge amount of damage from Sludge Bomb from Amoonguss. Recover, though, so nice on Porygon 2, really undoing all of that damage that Lewis has been able to lay down as Urshifu takes its mandatory turn of sleep.
So there is the 1 turn of sleep that it needs, and we've got 2 more turns of Trick Room now, thank you, Eric. And Porygon 2 is still looking okay here at the moment, because that's another thing that Lewis needs to think about is, obviously, you don't want Ursaluna to start sweeping in Trick Room, but also, you need to actually break Porygon 2 at some point, right? Otherwise, it can just sit there and keep recovering. And so from Eric's point of view, Urshifu is definitely the main threat. But how do you position in Ursaluna safely when water and fighting moves hit it so hard? At the moment, it looks really strong. And other than putting it to sleep, like, Amoonguss can't really do much else after that.
Yeah, Lewis is piloting these Trick Room turns so well. Switching in Rillaboom and Incineroar, the Fake Out brothers, just when they need to in order to get the active Fake Out, drop the Intimidates, waste the turns. Now the Terra Blast coming out from Porygon 2. The damage somewhat mitigated, of course, and the Assault Vest Rillaboom, meaning it's taking that so much better. On the other hand, Eric seems kind of pinned here. Lewis is saying, I know you want to get your Ursaluna in, mate, but I'm going to do everything I can to try and deny that. And so, Eric, these turns of Trick Room, as they dwindle away, kind of caught on the back foot.
Yeah, and Lewis has a really safe Fake Out into the Porygon 2 and try and wake up again with Urshifu at this point as well. So not a whole lot that's going on here. And so Lewis actually, again, doubling out again, maybe predicting Eric to go on the defensive here. But has Eric maybe predicted this?
Well, the Intimidate is dropping into the Amoonguss and into the Porygon 2. What lines is Eric thinking along as Amoonguss is going to go for the Rage Powder, soaking up any incoming damage and leaving Porygon 2 free? The Flying Terra Blast is going to be directed into the Incineroar that was once the Rillaboom, would have been super effective. Eric, even though not in the position he would like to be in, is still chipping away all that damage and crucially has now made the Incineroar burn its Citrus Berry. It's got the recovery and it's no longer going to have any HP recovery. Another Surging Strikes now as the Urshifu does indeed wake up, but Amoonguss is just going to sponge it up.
Yep, quite nicely. So really safe play from Eric there to kind of cover if the Urshifu does wake up there. And so Porygon 2 can now, instead of taking Surging Strikes damage and needing to kind of recover next turn, it can actually safely kind of go on the offensive and start dealing some more damage here instead, as the Twisted Dimensions do actually expire. So maybe you are wanting to maybe get up Trick Room instead in this turn. Either way. But yeah, Lewis, again, has a fairly safe play to kind of Fake Out Porygon 2 and then go on the offensive with Urshifu. If you can then either hit Porygon 2 and then run the sacrifice of kind of going to sleep for the Amoonguss, or Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder, but then it's not going to sleep either. And then we're stuck in the same position again of like Porygon 2 being in Trick Room but not offering much defense.
What's really nice here is because Urshifu has gone for its Terra Steel, Eric knows that this will now take super effective damage from Ursaluna, so it could be an even cleaner sweep than it had been before. Another Surging Strikes attempted here into the Porygon 2. and it's brought down low, but again, it can just go for another recover on a late turn. It's just going to be the attack to try and remove the Porygon 2, but it's not going to be enough. Porygon 2 on 30 HP. This means that Trick Room is going to be going up here, and this time, Eric is saying, okay, it's time for my big bear to come out of hibernation, and it's time to try and sweep through Lewis's team.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now, an amazing play from Lewis there to kind of target into the Porygon 2 around the Protect. But again, a safe play from Eric, though, either way. Because now when you're in Trick Room, you can start threatening with Spores, and you can just recover off the damage. Big question, though, is the Mystic Water boosted Aqua Jet from the Urshifu enough to actually pick up the KO on this Porygon 2? The thing is, though, there's a few things that Eric can do to kind of mitigate that. Well, one is switch Porygon 2. You could have Rage Powdered, could have switched Incineroar to lower the attack. There's a few ways to get around it here.
Incineroar is indeed being switched in, and Shiny Incineroar to boot. All of the shiny Pokemon over on Eric's side of the field. The Intimidate, this is going to be great into these two physical attackers, even though Urshifu ignores it with his critical hit boost. But actually, Urshifu was not going for its Aqua Jet. So, yeah, could have been an opportunity to switch in the Ursaluna. But the parting shot into Incineroar now for Eric, meaning that it's not going to be hitting quite as hard. Now Lewis can pivot, I would guess, Rillaboom for another fake out heading into the next turn.
Yep, that's a really good guess, I'd say, Charlie.
I could be wrong.
You could be wrong, that's true. It's a 50-50 on the raw base of it.
Rillaboom.
There we go. Yeah.
I've seen the name Gortrum enough by now to know that that's Rillaboom.
And in it comes again to help try and stall out the turns of this second load of Trick Room here, as Urshifu takes its mandatory turn of sleep. So now, Eric's in a position where Amoonguss is healing up nicely still, and has an overall very healthy team. Crucially, though, we've got to remember that Porygon 2 is in the back at very low health. And so does want to probably come in for free at some points to recover off the damage while still in Trick Room to be able to get it off. But at least now Eric has Incineroar in versus the Terra Steel Urshifu, which is now very much threatened by the Flare Blitz, whereas before it wasn't being threatened by anything. So now Lewis does have to consider maybe switching in that Incineroar yet again, land the Intimidate on the Incineroar so that it can lower the attack damage.
See, look at that damage from the Amoonguss into the room, and it gets the poison here. And in a stally game like this, that damage chipping away could really count, especially once the grassy terrain expires. There's some big damage as the Flare Blitz, now super effective into the Urshifu, is brought down to about a third. The Wood Hammer, though, okay, both trainers saying, okay, I've had enough of this messing around, it's time to deal some damage. Incineroar at 50%. And in fact, with grassy terrain, and the poison, it'll be interesting to see how that Rillaboom responds now the Surging Strike's easy enough to take care of the Incineroar, but I'm not sure you mind it too much if you're Eric. You can get your Ursaluna in now and try and benefit from these turns of Trick Room. I really want to shout out how well Lewis has decided when to have Incineroar on the board and when to have Rillaboom on the board. Because, of course, it would be so much safer to just switch in Ursaluna if there was no Rillaboom just waiting to threaten you with a Grassy Glide on the next turn. Lewis is giving us a masterclass as to how to get your pieces in the right position.
Yeah, you're well said, Charlie, honestly. Like, he's positioned this really nicely. But Eric is in a little bit of a tight spot here, because you want to really put Terra, this Ursaluna, out of the weaknesses to Grassy Glide and to the Aqua Jet and to the Grass Moves that the Ogerpon has in the back as well, but you can't. Luckily, though, the Gortrum is poisoned, so I think after even Grassy Terrain recovery, it should still go down to another poison tick. And so that is one threat that could have been a real thorn in Eric's side that could get out of the way if you stall one turn through Protect. Because obviously Rage Powder, you can't redirect away the attacks from a Grass type because it will ignore those Powder moves. So Protect is pretty, like, safe-ish there, plus maybe a Rage Powder to redirect Surging Strikes from Urshifu.
Ursaluna is indeed protecting. It means that its Flame Orb can be activated at the end of this turn. Urshifu is also going to be protecting here. Lewis stalling out Eric's own Trick Room. The attempted Grassy Glide, of course, into the Ursaluna, that again, it cannot terrestrialize away from that weakness because Porygon 2 has spent that Terra option. You can only Terra one Pokemon per match. As the Amoonguss attempts now to put the Urshifu to sleep, but Lewis, again, just trying to weather these turns of Trick Room.
So there's the Grassy Terrain recovery. Yeah, I think Poison should be enough to get this. Let's see. Gortrum is... it's
like
not.
1 HP. 1 HP. That Rillaboom. I love how you've just fully switched into calling it Gortrum now. But the Ear Defenders are still well and truly on because the drum solo is still ringing around the arena.
I love that. There we go. So Gortrum is around to do another Grassy Glide into the Ursaluna now, which is a really key amount of damage that Eric is probably not prepared for. Now, you could switch in Porygon 2, but that will just drop as well because it's on such low health because he wasn't able to get the recover off early enough earlier in the game. yes, Amoonguss is in a nice position, sure, but it could put Urshifu to sleep, but it's not offering a lot of damage other than into this Rillaboom, which is going to go down to one more turn anyway. So Eric's in the position now where you need to get off as much damage as possible to make the most of your Ursaluna whilst it takes the damage earlier on in the game, and somehow feel like get it into a position where Porygon 2 can get another Trick Room, because otherwise Lewis has all the tools he needs to take this.
Incineroar will be coming back in. It's still game 1 between these trainers. I'm really fascinated to see, heading into game 2, how they're going to adapt their game plans, what can be done, as the Amoonguss does attempt a Rage Powder now, redirecting all of those moves. The Grassy Glide was targeted into the Amoonguss anyway, of course, being a Grass-type Rillaboom immune to the effects of Rage Powder. Just going for the Earthquake, really fascinating, because with the Grassy terrain on the field, it is mitigating the damage of that, and of course you're also hitting your own Amoonguss. Super effective on the Incineroar, but again, taking it so much better because of the grassy terrain, mitigating the power of spread ground-type moves.
Yeah, really interesting targeting of the Grassy Glide into the Amoonguss there, rather than the Ursaluna, which just protected, actually. Perhaps wanting to try to lower the damage a little bit to kind of get it in range, but I'd really like to see if that damage into the Ursaluna instead, I think, there. Perhaps predicting a switch to the Porygon 2, perhaps, from that Amoonguss slot, and kind of nailing it before it can get off another Trick Room, perhaps, and knowing that you've maybe got enough damage in the tank for Ursaluna later on in the game. But now, Incineroar is in next to Urshifu. That is a powerful combination, right? Where you can go Fake Out plus Surging Strikes. Because normally in front of Fake Out, you want to double protect your Pokemon to kind of burn that turn. But Surging Strikes going through, well, Urshifu going through Protect is very dangerous. So you can't really afford to do that. And so Ursaluna is very much on the back foot here because it could get faked out, do nothing, and then take a lot of damage as well. Obviously trading for a little bit of sleep turns on Eric's end, so it looks like Eric's banking on Lewis not targeting too much damage into that slot.
Porygon 2, the Sociable, wants to join the party again. It's got another boost to its special attack. Fake Out, though, into the Amoonguss. Porygon 2 just trying to be able to set up another Trick Room, but of course just the one Surging Strike, and Porygon 2, you're out. The balloons have popped, coming crashing back down to Earth, all the way back to Eric's Pokeball. Now we're going to have Amoonguss next to this Ursaluna.
Yeah, we definitely are. And that's the Amoonguss going for that flinch, of course. Not able to go for the Spore into either of these targets, which have been really nice in front of this Ursaluna, which is slowly running out of options to be able to support itself in doing the damage it needs to. So, we've got Incineroar, we've got Urshifu. Urshifu can protect, Incineroar cannot. And so Incineroar is definitely the safer target for any of the attacks Ursaluna wants to go for. The question is, do you want to commit the Earthquake, which can most likely get a double KO here, but at the cost of hitting your own Amoonguss, which really does want to just stick around and support your Ursaluna. And so then do you commit the single target move at risk of Lewis actually being able to unleash an attack from either of the targets because they weren't targeted here? That's the key thing Eric needs to make here, who's definitely got his back against the wall with a very fresh Ogerpon, which taken no damage so far that's in the back.
Exactly that. We've got to remember we haven't seen it for multiple turns now, but it is the Ogerpon Half Flame lurking in the back, which is still threatening the Ursaluna with super effective damage. Eric looking like he's just gone for the double protect, and indeed the Urshifu going for the protect here as well. Really interesting because, of course, the more you protect your Ursaluna, the more burn chip you receive from your Flame Orb, and that means that you're all the more softened up in order to potentially be KO'd by an incoming super effective move that you might just have been able to hang on through otherwise. Of course, you now can't Rage Powder the Ogerpon either, being a grass type. It's not going to affect it, so it can still get off a big grass type attack into the Ursaluna. So Lewis, navigating through 2 rounds of Trick Room, seems like he might just be steering this ship to safety.
Potentially, yes. The Rage Powder's looking strong here, redirecting anything that Lewis has, and it's only Grassy Glide that there is to hit this Ursaluna instead. But Ivy Cudgel, though...
Super effective, yeah, that's going to be Amoonguss down and out. It's now just the Ursaluna, and it does not have the support alongside it that it would like.
No, it definitely doesn't. So Surging Strikes is now able to follow up immediately into this Ursaluna, and that's definitely going to be enough. Even 2 hits is going to be very close already, and that is Lewis Markle, 3 Pokemon up, taking game 1.
Wow, really fascinating that in a game that lasted so long, Lewis was still able to preserve 3 Pokemon there. Heading into game 2, I would not be surprised if Lewis would like a swifter victory than that previous one. Of course, you've just got to eke out so much more mental energy as the game goes on, and the further you progress in the tournament, the more and more difficult the battles get. So, trying to conserve their resources as much as they can, but Lewis giving us a masterclass. And David, what do you think went wrong for Eric?
I think it was kind of in that mid-game there where Porygon 2 was switched out at very low health, which kind of was a a bit of a sentence for it, honestly, because you made it so much harder to switch back in to get into a recoverable position. Whereas I think before there was that opportunity to start getting that up. I think Eric was prioritizing getting Incineroar in to threaten the Urshifu to start getting rid of it. But actually he had a strong duo there that he was consistently not getting damaged, really. Porygon 2 was recovering nicely, and Mungus was sitting there nicely too, which could have switched out later to regenerate that health. And Lewis was the one actually who was losing the health a bit more over time. And so I think if Eric had like stayed the course a little bit longer, he might have actually been able to maybe get a third Trick Room at some point in a better position, with Lewis's Pokemon a little bit lower on health, and actually close out the game a little bit more efficiently there.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there's any way in which Eric doesn't have to rely on this Trick Room strategy quite so much, because Lewis has shown us that he's got the tools to handle it. It might not be the most efficient strategy, but it's one that certainly works. But, I mean, you have this booster energy Flutter Mane, for example, but the Flutter Mane for Eric is running the Moonblast, Shadow Ball, and the substitute with the booster energy. So it might not... It probably has a decent amount of special attack investment here, but would it have enough to be able to stay the course through Lewis's team? Because besides the Raging Bolt, you're not threatening too much over on Lewis's side, other than the Flutter Mane itself, but will that make an appearance given that the 4 that Lewis brought in the previous game worked so well?
They did work well, you're right, but like I could see Lewis still switching things up, you know? Like when you're on the front foot being one game up, sometimes you want to keep your opponent guessing and start changing your Pokemon up as well, so that you're kind of keeping your opponent guessing as to what your game plans might be, especially if you have a second plan versus this sort of composition.
Well, second plan, second game. Urshifu and Incineroar hitting the field for Lewis, and it's Porygon 2 and Incineroar, this classic lead once again for Eric.
So again, Lewis's Intimidate going out first for Incineroar, so most likely the faster of the two. And Porygon 2 being led here as well, most likely get the special attack boost here, yet given the naturally higher defense that Urshifu Rapid Strike has on Lewis's end. Now, Eric going with the tried and tested lead with the same 4 Pokemon that it looks like in the back. Now, Lewis obviously now has an Urshifu that is intimidated with that close combat on option here. So most likely wanted to go for that Surging Strikes.
It's really interesting and crucial the fact that Lewis's Intimidate goes off first and has the faster Incineroar, because it means that Eric can't so safely fake out the Incineroar and get up the Trick Room to prevent the fake out, because Lewis is being faster means that that fake out will go out first into the Incineroar as Amoonguss now joins the field. Fake out into the Porygon 2. Porygon 2 just going to take the flinch and staying firm in the face of what could have been a super effective fighting type hit. The Surging Strikes just directed into what was the Incineroar here, and Lewis did remove that earlier on in game 1 as well, just really not wanting that firepower to be mitigated over on his team.
So I like this play here from Eric, getting in the Amoonguss pretty safely here, not wanting to play the guessing game as to whether his own Incineroar gets faked out and then gets Surging Strikes, as you were kind of mentioning as a possibility, Charlie. But the tricky thing is now, the Fuegro on Lewis's side does have Flare Blitz, and so a double up into the Amoonguss might just be enough for a KO, honestly. And there's no Citrus Berry either to mitigate that damage, and so a Terra might be responding instead on Amoonguss' side to go for the Terra Fire to take on that Flare Blitz. But again, Surging Strikes covers that too. So Eric might be sacrificing Amoonguss here to be able to get up the Trick Room with P2.
It's Terra, Steel, Urshifu. Another Surging Strikes now into that Porygon 2, just in case the Porygon 2 did indeed go for its Terra Flying. Porygon 2 is taking that really pretty nicely. Of course, it could easily go for a recover just to get rid of all that damage anyway. The parting shot, though, meaning that Porygon 2 isn't hitting it as hard. Lewis has got to think carefully before Terra stealing that Urshifu, because, of course, now you're so much weaker to the Ursaluna, which is surely lurking in the back for Eric here. Of course, it's still threatening super effective damage onto that Ursaluna, should it come to it. Here comes Galtrum again. Rillaboom, the Gourmet, wanting to feast on Eric's team just like it did in that previous match. And now, the Spore, Urshifu going to sleep. Really nice position now for Eric, were it not for that Rillaboom on the field, threatening those priority grassy glides into an Ursaluna. And here it is, Porygon 2 twisting those dimensions, taking that virtual reality and knows so well, making the slower Pokemon act faster for a few turns.
Okay, so now we're in that same position we were in game 1, where you've got a sleeping Urshifu, but it's Terra Steel, so you can't really touch it very well. And so Eric definitely wants to try and get in the Incineroar and the Ursaluna at some point to start dealing damage to it. But at the same time, he still has the options to kind of slow play this too a little bit, start recovering things up. But it looks like Eric is gambling here a little bit and getting in that Ursaluna in front of a Rillaboom.
And interestingly, Lewis is shaking his head there, thinking, oh, that could have been an opportunity, but I think I squandered it. But we'll have to see how the turn plays out. As Porygon 2 is going to withdraw now for Incineroar coming in. At least you're mitigating the attack stat of the Urshifu and the Rillaboom. Of course, the Urshifu asleep, even though Surging Strikes will get critical hits through the Intimidate drop. means that it won't be acting as the Wood Hammer. Not very effective into the Incineroar. It's a little bit of chip, but of course that was once the Porygon 2. That's Urshifu staying asleep now, and Ursaluna is in, meaning that Eric can flinch the Rillaboom heading into this next turn and get some massive damage out into the Urshifu.
Yeah, like, Eric was playing risky there. He doesn't often do that, but it really paid off right now. That, like, would have been a very risky Wood Hammer into what was the Amoonguss slot for Lewis. So you can see how the power of that switch, and also when the Urshifu was most likely to still stay asleep as well, meant that this was the opportunity he needed to get in that Ursaluna. And now with Rillaboom on the back foot, being able to be faked out, Eric is in the driver's seat.
Another crucial piece in this game, a difference from game 1, is that the Terra is still available for Eric this time. It was burnt on the Porygon 2 last game, but Ursaluna, of course, can still go for its Terra Ghost, meaning that it's taking at least neutral damage rather than super effective from the grassy glides. Here comes Ogerpon once more. Of course, you've got that boosted crit chance with the Ivy Cudgel, but can it hang on through a Headlong Rush? Yes, it can. It means that the Ursaluna is going to be softened up that little bit. You could switch out the Ursaluna, switch it back in just to reset that as the U-turn now, meaning that Eric's Incineroar can pivot out, and this is a nicer position here for Eric.
Yeah, Eric maintaining the momentum of that U-turn. As you can see, actually completely ignoring the Rillaboom relatively there. And that if Lewis had just stayed in and Wood Hammered, that would have been quite disastrous for Eric. But in the face of what could have been Fake Out and Facade, Lewis was not wanting to risk that. So Eric, knowing that position, is able to kind of gets this adaptive switch in here now, knowing what Lewis has already done throughout the turn. Porygon 2 coming in, knowing we'll get the special attack boost here, because we know from that from game 1, that's what it gets, and can get that extra healing. And obviously now so much more healthy, so it can start helping this Ursaluna now with the rest of the damage it needs to, considering the fact that it's been intimidated. But what does Lewis have? Fake Out. Very key into this turn at the moment. Means you can fake out either of these targets and slow play this a little bit more in these final 2 turns of Trick Room. Ogerpon is probably going to want to go on the defensive though, because if you fake out either, Ogerpon will still likely go down. So getting in Rillaboom here, for instance, as one maybe fakes up Porygon 2, for instance, could be a little bit safer. You know you're going to survive for Facade, and because the Ursaluna is at -1, and again, this Incineroar on the other end, as you've pointed out, Charlie, could potentially kind of survive the attack again as well. Because it's an Incineroar, really. It's just really good Pokemon.
Very bulky indeed. And if you're unaware of how download works, trainers, the Porygon 2 will get a boost to whichever stat is going to be hitting harder the Pokemon directly opposite it on the field, as Incineroar will be crawling back to its trainer now. Coming in its stead, there's Rillaboom once more, an active Fake Out, ready to go on the next turn. And now it's time for Eric to get sparkly. Responding to the Terra Steel Urshifu is going to be now Ursaluna, the other bear, going for its Terra Ghost. It's looking even scarier than an Ursaluna normally does, with that spooky crown atop its head. Okay then, so no more terrestrialization for the rest of the game. Where did Eric target? Because the Ogerpon Hearthflame isn't going to be taking any damage now. Terra Blast, just a raw, normal type. Being a normal type Pokemon, still does significant damage and easily enough to secure the KO onto that spot. Directed into the Spiky Shield as the Headlong Rush. You know, it's a little bit of chip damage, but crucially, the Ursaluna is now at -2 in its defensive stats.
Yeah, that's a good point, and actually quite a crucial one too, because you definitely want to start dealing damage to this Ursaluna, and in front of 2 grassy gliders, that's a definite possibility. But we are now on the final turn of Trick Room here, which is definitely where Lewis wants to be, and you've got Fake Out active as well. But obviously you can't fake out the Ursaluna at the moment too. But given the amount of drops that it's got, and the fact that Lewis can switch in Incineroar again, you can likely stall things out a little bit more. Now the question is, can you get Porygon 2 to a point where you can deny Trick Room from going up again? You don't want to go through all of this once again, right? So if you can get Incineroar safely next turn for a fresh Fake Out, then you're most likely to be going to be able to do that. Eric knows that too, and wants to also probably get in something next to Porygon 2 to support it to get that second Trick Room, hence why we're probably seeing Incineroar come in.
Incineroar joining the fray once more. All of the mind games going on in this matchup. I'm so thrilled that we're able to show you all just this caliber of play when it comes to so different play styles as well. Eric needing that Trick Room up, and Lewis just doing everything they can to deny it, whilst also trying to get the damage down onto Eric's Pokemon that's needed. As Incineroar is going to join the fray for Lewis here again, dropping the Intimidate onto, crucially, the Incineroar over on Eric's side, and an active Fake Out heading into the next turn. Porygon 2 not going for the Trick Room yet, going for the Recover. It's already pretty healthy, but you just need every little hit point you can get. But the Wood Hammer is going to undo quite a bit of that, basically all of that, in fact, in the grassy terrain. A little bit of chip damage from the recall as well, but the grassy terrain, the Rillaboom that Lewis has brought is actually benefiting the Porygon 2, especially here, enabling it to get that passive recovery without necessarily needing to click the recover button. Now the Trick Room has expired. Now the grass has expired as well, which is really good time for Eric, as long as the Ursaluna had been on the field. But unfortunately, it's now in the back. It's, of course, the Terra Ghost, but of course, being able to be sniped off all those priority moves, especially if one of them gets a critical hit, that is what Eric really needs to avoid.
Yeah, 100%. Fake out coming over into the Porygon 2 is definitely going to deny any sort of attempt at recover. And no fake out from Eric's end either means that both of those attacks are going to go through. But first, it's that U-turn from Incineroar.
Aha, the U-turn, meaning that Eric can now pivot something else in, potentially the Ursaluna, and so that the Porygon 2 can get the Trick Room set up on the next turn, because now both fake outs have been burned. Lewis can't do that heading into the next turn, so it would be all the safer. And crucially, Ursaluna has reset the defensive drops because it switched out and could now come back in.
Yeah, and it's not weak to grass anymore, thanks to Ursaluna being that Terra Ghost as well. But Amoonguss is going to be coming in first, at least. Now, you probably, if you're Eric, actually want to be getting Incineroar back in immediately here to drop the physical attack of both of these physical attackers, allowing your Porygon 2 to potentially survive yet another double up. And so you can actually recover or get up that Trick Room yet again. Because Lewis is going to be quite incentivized now to actually switch out Rillaboom at some point to, again, reset more drops and get grassy terrain back online. So actually Rillaboom's doing the damage it should be doing and supporting that Ogerpon to be able to go for priority grassy glides that can be useful in or out of Trick Room. So Eric, even though he's got that Amoonguss and it can try to safely spore into that Incineroar slot, is still facing down Flare Blitz at the end of the day. So that is an option that he wants to go for if he feels like he can delay Trick Room slightly more.
So the Rillaboom switching now and coming in will be the Ogerpon in its stead. It's on such low HP, and Eric really needs to find a hole in Lewis's armor here. There have been no KOs claimed throughout the entirety of this second game in Swiss Round 12 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships in the United Kingdom. The Urshifu switching in, it's Terra Steel, meaning it's taking 0 damage from the Sludge Bomb that Amoonguss might be going for into that slot. The Incineroar now comes in and, yes, crucially drops the attack stat. But again, the Ogerpon boosted crit chance with the Ivy Cudgel move, and crits will negate the attack drop. Yes, that was the Sludge Bomb targeted into the Urshifu. It's a risky play because exactly that can happen, and it would have been so nice if Eric had just been able to target that into one of the grass types to be able to either deal significant damage or just totally remove it from play.
Yeah, so Eric maybe predicting the Ogerpon Half Flame to actually come in from that slot instead of the Urshifu. So unfortunately, a wasted opportunity not to just Sludge Bomb the Rillaboom slot, which is super effective either way when the Ogerpon came in. So a really nice read there from Lewis to get in Ogerpon very safely. And with no Trick Room set up either. Another missed opportunity for Eric, but is it really a missed opportunity when you've switched in Incineroar safely? Maybe not.
Ogerpon, though, is going to be scuttling back to Kitakami and joining in its stead. Oh, going to be the Incineroar there, coming in for Lewis, dropping another Intimidate. And, of course, another Fake Out heading into the next turn. Yeah, Eric, as Urshifu burns its turn to sleep as well, really caught out of position here. Eric would have loved to have been able to try and set up that Trick Room and get Ursaluna sweeping while the Urshifu is asleep. However, it's not on the field. Lewis has been such a master at manipulating this board state, but it looks like Ursaluna is at least coming in now. Bear versus Bear.
And there's the Spore that goes into what was the Urshifu. And still, Lewis is getting away with whatever Amoonguss is trying to go for here. So, like, again, making really critical calls where it could have gone so wrong throughout those last two turns. Amoonguss being one of those Pokemon that is just so good at shutting down your options if you just let it do what it is doing. And it's still at full health. And Ursaluna now coming in, though, means that it can be supported with Rage Powder from Amoonguss. But not before the Fragro can actually go for a Flare Blitz into the Amoonguss instead. But if it's doing that, then it's getting hit by Ursaluna most crucially. And without a parting shot that can come out as well, again, if Amoonguss Rage Powders. So that's a fairly safe play here, actually, for Eric, is facading or high horsepowering into the Incineroar, getting a KO either way, and going for that Rage Powder if you want to take on that Flare Blitz. or you can take a KO into the Ursaluna, or the Urshifu rather.
As the time ticks down on the trainers choosing their moves, they're going to have to just bear in mind that this game could come down to timer, and then all sorts of calculations will come into play that we'll get into if that becomes relevant. But Amoonguss is going to have its offensive stats mitigated, which actually in this game is kind of key, because of course you've got 2 Pokemon in the back that would take super effective damage from that Sludge Bomb, and every little inch of HP is going to matter here. Lewis is taking the time now to decide what to switch in.
Yeah, he's got to think about it, because he probably knows that whatever he's switching in is getting KO'd here by whatever the Ursaluna locks into. If it's an Earthquake, this could be pretty big, given that the Urshifu has actually not woken up or been able to go for a Protect. And so, like, this could be a big swing if it is that Earthquake.
All right, it all comes down to this, trainers. It's really heating up now as the Headlong Rush is able to go off into the Urshifu and just claim that one-hit KO. The first KO in this game. Urshifu from snoozing now to just going all the way back to its Pokeball. This is the crucial KO that Eric needs to now try and press the advantage and take us into a Game 3.
Okay, there it is. So, yes, exactly. Eric is a little bit up on the options now, but still being able to kind of pivot around all 4 of his Pokemon, whereas Lewis only has the 3. So, Rillaboom does need to come back in here at the moment and start offering Fake Out into into the Amoonguss, and of course being able to redirect away from the Rage Powder and actually just hit the Ursaluna for really good grass damage could be a really key piece here too. Lewis, with the back against the wall, needs to think about how to utilize this Oakapon. Swords Dance could actually be an option here to mitigate the Incineroar's Intimidate that Eric has on the back as well, and might be something he needs to leverage if he's going to try and swing things into his favor here. So, but being able to do that means denying either the Amoonguss Sludge Bombing or the Ursaluna attacking, which is easier said than done.
Rillaboom doesn't like the look of that Sludge Bomb at one little bit. Incineroar is going to be joining the fray instead, and of course dropping that crucial Intimidate here. So can Eric indeed press this advantage, having KO'd the Urshifu on the previous turn? A switch now for the Amoonguss as well. Of course, the Regenerator ability will be recovering the HP while it's resting in its Pokeball before it comes back in. Another Incineroar now coming out for Eric. It's 2 physical attackers for Lewis. In fact, it's only physical attackers that Lewis has brought to both of these games, so a lovely move, and that's exactly it, David. The Swords Dance. So now the Oakmon at +1, having just received the Intimidate drop, but the Facade, of course, going to be enough to secure the KO there. Lewis, again, as you said, back against the wall, but you've got to go for a big play like that just in case the Oakmon can then get off a priority Grassy Glide.
Yeah, you got to respect Lewis's kind of boldness to try and go for that, knowing that that's probably the difference maker. If he was able to get that off, that would help him win this. But yeah, Eric recognizing that, making sure that the Pokemon that can't be faked out can at least target that slot to deny that option completely. And so yeah, Eric is looking in a very strong position to take this game too.
Yeah, all 4 Pokemon remaining, down to Lewis's 2. And let's not forget that in Game 1, Lewis had 3 Pokemon when he was eventually able to KO all of Eric's own. So the table's kind of turning here. Can Eric keep all 4 Pokemon remaining? You get no bonus points for that, but it certainly would be some style points. And also, both of these trainers have just been harvesting so much information about each other's teams over the course of this game. And heading into Game 3, all of that information they've gleaned, what survived what went down to what, is going to be crucial.
Yeah, it's going to be very big actually at the moment, and it looks like Lewis is really thinking about that Game 3 as the forfeit is locked in, knowing that Incin and Rillaboom, as good as they are not quite enough to 2v4 Eric Rios.
Fake Out brothers in arms, and now this is exactly it. It all comes down to this. Best of 3 is how it works around these past trainers. Eric Rios and Lewis Markle. If you're just tuning in, we have our 2022 EUIC champion in Eric Rios, and winner of so many more events besides, going up against Lewis Markle, who had a fantastic breakout season in 2025, has had great results already in 2026, and is looking for that first big win. And I could do it here this weekend in Birmingham, United Kingdom. We're getting ever closer to our top cut, but which one of these trainers will be appearing in that? Will it be Eric Rios or will it be Lewis Markle?
I'm really trying to look at the 2 teams here at the moment and see what Lewis can do to kind of break the defensive core that Eric has, and just the ability to heal everything up so nicely, and the ability that Amoonguss has to protect the team. Because normally you look at the Flutter main that Lewis has with its supportive moves like Taunt and Pain Split, and also the Terra Grass to ignore Amoonguss. But the Amoonguss on Eric's end has Mental Herb very uniquely, and so you have to taunt it twice before it can actually be shut down for the moves that it wants to use. So where Lewis might normally be bring it, he maybe doesn't want to generally in this matchup, which makes things really tricky. So you could look to this Ogerpon instead, right? And see, it wasn't actually doing a whole lot the last 2 games. But maybe that's because Lewis needs to be a little bit more bold in this next game to actually start setting up those sword dances. Because it is a Pokemon that can indeed ignore Amoonguss to some extent from the Spore potential. And if you catch a turn where you can go for a Sludge, it goes for Sludge Ball and you Terra, then you get out of the way of it.
I love that you call out bold there, David, because that's exactly how Eric played in that last game. Switching in the Ursaluna just when it could have taken a super effective Grassy Glide. This is it, traders. Game 3 in this absolutely fascinating matchup that we could be dissecting for days with all of the calculations going on and considerations. Incineroar and Urshifu for Lewis. Incineroar and Porygon 2 once more for Eric.
Okay, so same leads as Game 2, but Urshifu and Incineroar switched places on Lewis's end, which doesn't make any difference at all. Now, going into this turn, we've got a fake-out potential from Lewis's end, of course. Now, we saw Eric actually switch the Incineroar directly out into Amoonguss last time here to kind of mitigate any sort of shenanigans of fake-out of what target's going to go to on Lewis's end, knowing that Incineroar might actually go down to a double up of Fake Out and Surging Strikes. So Porygon 2 also is just very safe to click Trick Room whenever it wants to, really, because it knows that a -1 close combat and a double up from the Incineroar's attack is just not going to be enough to KO Porygon 2. So it doesn't need to worry about being supported by the or the Fake Out on the Incineroar's end, and so Eric could just do something else instead.
Amoonguss is going to be joining the fray here. As the Porygon 2 is going to be switched out this time, so no attempted Trick Room here, just the Fake Out now and the responding Fake Out. So the Urshifu is going to be flinching. Of course, the Amoonguss just switched in, wasn't going to be going for a move anyway.
Okay, so I really like this actually, because you want Incineroar still on the field so that if a Terra Seal does end up coming out from the Urshifu at some point, you can really punish it with Flare Blitz, right? And so without Trick Room on the board, obviously it's something Eric wants to get up later, but you're now in a position where the Urshifu and the Incineroar are quite strong into the Amoonguss on Eric's end, in or out of Terra. But because you've got so much damage mitigation on Incineroar, you've got all that natural bulk that you know you'll probably be able to survive either way, and then get off a Spore into either of the slots as well. So Lewis might be pressured here to start switching in his grass types, which could be punished by Eric's own Incineroar going for a Flare Blitz.
Fantastic point, David. Yeah, even going to be neutral damage against the Ogerpon Half Flame that Lewis might have brought. Porygon 2 now is going to be rejoining the field and getting another special attack boost in front of the Urshifu. Surging Strikes, switching it into that, but again, we know that the Porygon 2 will take this with about 50% of its HP remaining. Has this Amoonguss now clicked Spore? Is one of Lewis's Pokemon going to be going to sleep? We'll find out after this parting shot coming out from the Incineroar, meaning that Porygon 2 will not be hitting half as hard now. Incineroar scuttling it to the back. Now Lewis can decide what to switch in.
Most likely the Rillaboom wanted to switch in here, so you can take a Spore and offer Fake Out into the following turns to deny Trick Room on the Porygon 2? Or does Lewis feel like this is the opportunity to get an Ogerpon Half Flame and start setting up those sword dances that he probably needs to break through the defensive core that Eric has built his team around? There's a lot of potential lines that can happen depending on either of these targets. And yeah, he does go on the more offensive option in that Ogerpon, which can also offer Ivy Cudgels into that Amoonguss.
So Urshifu is now going to be taking a little snooze here. This is a lovely position for Eric. It's far better than it had been in that first game. Now Porygon 2 might have the wiggle room to be able to set up that Trick Room.
Yes, it definitely does here, especially when Urshifu is guaranteed to sleep. Now, Incineroar definitely wants to come in, as you could see Eric kind of clicking in here. It's not going to be at risk of being taken down by Urshifu, given the natural turn of Steep it has, and it resists Ogerpon's moves very nicely. And that would then put Porygon 2 most likely out of range of being KO'd. Unless Lewis does want to go on the offensive here and actually go for the Terra Fire on the Ogerpon, counteracting the Intimidate drop that could come out, and still get the KO on the Porygon 2, which could be a very big game changer. But it looks like Lewis has other plans in mind.
Yeah, the Ogerpon is going to be switching out instead, and Incineroar will be rejoining the fray, providing a fake out heading into the next turn. Yes, how is Eric going to be navigating this? Are they going to be able to get their Ursaluna in the position it would like to be in, as Amoonguss will be switching to the back as well. Incineroar coming in again, so that the attack stat is dropped over on the other side of the field. The Urshifu, the attack drop, the Incineroar, the attack drop. Of course, the Urshifu asleep in this scenario, meaning that Porygon 2 has so much more space to be able to do exactly what it wants, and what it wants to do is that Trick Room. Interesting not to see the Ursaluna come in here, because of course getting that Flame Orb activated, ready to go in the first turn of Trick Room would have been such a nice position for Eric, but as it is, we'll just have to pivot around a little bit more to try and get it in.
So now we're in the Trick Room, and both Incineroars are on the field at the same time, but now Eric has the advantage of the Fake Out, because now his Incineroar is the faster of the two within the Twisted Dimensions, giving him a little bit momentum to do what he wants, basically, to Fake Out either target. Fake Out could be a little bit of a waste opportunity into the Urshifu, especially if it stays asleep, but it is definitely the most threatening into both of what Eric has. So you could say a Fake Out into that slot, and a Recover could be very safe here, just because reset your board position and get everything nice and healthy going into the future turns. But it looks like Eric wants to maybe turn up the offense here in this Ursaluna.
Ursaluna has now switched in. At the end of this turn, it will be burned by its Flame Orb, and Guts will be hitting it all the harder. Fake Out into the Ursaluna, that's absolutely fine, and the Urshifu is going to stay asleep. A Wake Up here, of course, it would have flinched anyway, heading into the next turn. Could have been really, really nice. So, the Ursaluna is now safely in, and now Eric can play with this.
Certainly can. So 3 turns of Trick Room left now. But crucially, Lewis is in a position where he's not actually terrored the Urshifu, whereas both times he has. And so it means that Eric most likely needs to focus down with a Facade or a very powerful move into that slot if he does want to KO it. And that means not KOing the Incineroar here either. And crucially, Incineroar is actually on the board for Lewis, which is not what you want. You want Incineroar to be coming in on that Ursaluna to lower its damage output. So Eric has positioned himself really nicely here, and not being threatened by any Fake Out. It's exactly what you want. So most likely an attack from Ursaluna, and then pivoting out with that Incineroar of his to start supporting it in other ways so he can also bring in Incineroar later on.
Right, so that's going to be the sleeping Urshifu retreated into its Pokeball. Of course, when it comes out and hits the field again, it will still be sleeping. Rillaboom now is out, and it's ready to provide an active Fake Out as the Terastallization is revealed over on one of these trainers' sides, the Incineroar going for its Terra Ghost now. So immune to Fake Out, of course, and meaning that its type chart is totally swapped around. The Incineroar that is over on Lewis's side of the field. Headlong Rush, it's not very effective, but it's still massive damage into the Rillaboom there. One wonders how much damage a Facade would have been into that slot, as a U-turn now means that Eric's Incineroar can pivot out and something else can come in.
Lewis has called this turn really nicely here. Yeah, a Facade, I think, would have just been a KO, honestly, onto that target, given its higher base power than the Headlong Rush, thanks to that Guts ability. Now, the Porygon 2 has come in here with that special attack boost, but what's Incineroar gone for?
Incineroar, the parting shot, so it's just going to be bringing it right back down to neutral. Porygon 2 hitting just as hard as it would have done before, but it's so nice to have the Porygon 2 now next to this Ursaluna, so that once the Trick Room expires, it can just click that move again and be all the healthier to do so if it weaves in a Recover.
So, Wu Lao Su has now come in, the Urshifu Rapid Strike, still asleep, of course, and could still be asleep for another turn coming into the next turn. But now, unfortunately, Ursaluna has lost its opportunity where it had a potential to do so much damage, because now it's obviously, like, even though it's still at neutral, Incineroar can come in and lower its attack stat, and then that can make sure this Urshifu can actually survive an attack, and you have to commit a Facade into the Rillaboom if you want to target that too. But you've got Porygon 2 that can help mitigate the lack of damage that Ursaluna could provide here. And Incineroar switching in is still risky when Ursaluna can still fairly simply cook a ground move into that Urshifu and then mitigate the grass weakness it has with that Terra Ghost.
Porygon 2 not going to be moving this turn. It is, of course, going to be flinched by that Fake Out. The Facade, here it is. Massive damage now into Lewis's Rillaboom. That is a KO claim much sooner, believe it or not, than it was in the previous 2 games. That's Rillaboom down, and that is such a crucial piece removed because, of course, that's also the grassy terrain that will expire at some point, meaning that Earthquake's damage won't be as mitigated. Now the Surging Strikes into Porygon 2. This is going to be close as to whether it claims the KO. Is it going to be hanging on? No, that's Porygon 2 down as well. So Eric's saying, okay, I'm going to have to sacrifice my from Oregon too if I want to get rid of this Rillaboom. So this means that there's no more Trick Room potential for Eric's team, and of course that's exactly what Ursaluna wants to work with.
Yeah, it really does. And there's only one more turn of Trick Room, I believe, now. And you've got a turn where now Lewis can switch in Incineroar, which is always a good thing. But it does mean that Eric also has Incineroar in the back. And so we still got one more chance to have the advantage from the dual fake-out perspective that is most likely the case when Lewis brings in this Pokemon. Unless he kind of wants to bring in the Ogerpon Half-Flame here and kind of Spiky Shield on the last turn and then bring it in later. But no, it is that Incineroar that's coming in instead. And luckily, because it is that Terra Ghost, it can actually avoid the fake-out Incineroar's end instead. But crucially, still can't deny Eric going for his own fake-out here. And so can deny the Urshifu from going for those attacks, and Ursaluna is still free to kind of do its own move, and also has Terra Ghost of its own to avoid Fake Out on the Incineroar's end too. So Lewis needs to really think hard about how much damage he wants to take here, because and how much capability he has to reverse sweep Eric with Ogerpon in the back. Good thing is though, it's very healthy. So at least there's that going for him, if he can get it into a position where he can do the damage it wants to.
Ursaluna is going to go back into hibernation now. So many considerations for these trainers to have running through their minds, as Amoonguss is now going to join Incineroar on the field. The U-turn, meaning that Eric can pivot out and switch something else in from the back. In fact, it looks like it's going to be the Ursaluna just joining immediately as soon as the turn it was switched out, ready to try and press the advantage here for Eric and get some damage down on the field. Parting shot, though, meaning that Ursaluna not hitting quite as hard. It's burned, so it's still hitting with its guts boosted attack stat, but it's just going to be mitigated somewhat. And now Lewis has to switch in that Ogerpon Half-Flame. The revolving door is well and truly in motion, trainers.
It is, and it's spinning and spinning. Ogerpon Half-Flame is the switch in now here. A good turn overall there for Lewis to kind of get Incineroar out, but Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss, unfortunately, there is a sigh of relief for Eric, most likely.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be exactly the opening that Eric needs now to try and clean up. Now, after these 3 hits of Surging Strikes, a little bit of recovery all around on the field, which the Ursaluna is really going to appreciate with the burn racking up from its held item at the Flame Orb. Again, the margins are so fine here. Even if it hangs on 1 HP and is able to get off another big attack, that could be the difference between winning and losing. And Trick Room is gone, and it's gone for good.
It definitely is, and that definitely puts Lewis in a remarkably good position going forward into the next turns. But you've still got a very healthy Urshifu that ignores the Intimidate drops, so you can still Surging Strikes, combined with this Ogerpon Half-Flame now, that most likely wants to try and start setting up if possible. But you're still facing down an Ursaluna, but it is at -1 already, as the parting shot was kind of caught in as it kind of came out, and Incineroar could be then coming in again to drop it to -2. So yeah, Eric recognizing that smartly, getting Incineroar back in here, most likely keeping Amoonguss alive as well if an Ivy Cudgel went into that slot.
Oh yes, Ivy Cudgel, that is, Amoonguss is definitely not sitting pretty, and of course, if the Ivy Cudgel were to gain a critical hit, which it has a boosted chance of doing, and here it comes, then the Amoonguss could still be down. It's brought down so low, but it's not enough for the KO. No critical hit as the Surging Strikes, that's guaranteed 3 critical hits now. That is going to be enough to remove the Incineroar here. It's not holding a berry, just the Assault Vest. So now it's going to be the Amoonguss and the Ursaluna locked on the field. This epic trilogy of games, trainers, is slowly but surely reaching its conclusion.
It definitely is. Lewis has masterfully wormed his way through all that Trick Room. But like, Urshifu does take a nap at this point, though. But it still means that Ogerpon Half-Flame is looking so healthy on the floor at the moment. Ursaluna has to come in. Eric, though, has some opportunity, though, with Protect on both of his Pokemon. That means you can punish the single target attacks that Ogerpon has, if he can call it correctly, though. Yeah. Terra is another thing that kind of acts as a pseudo-protect to kind of get around the damage that could otherwise come out too. And Amoonguss having that Terra Fire could actually be very big here as well, if that means it could survive an extra attack from an Ivy Cudgel, for instance. But Ogerpon's pretty strong though. But crucially, it cannot yet Terra as well. So Eric needs to decide, where is he going to spend his damage? I think if you're Eric, you need to bank on more sleep turns on Urshifu than it otherwise could do. And maybe start targeting the Ogerpon as well instead. Go for that Facade, and then just go on the offense with that Amoonguss as well to try and get the KO as quick as you can.
Trainers have been thinking at the top of their game throughout this 3-game thriller, but they just have to eke it out for a few turns longer. This is where it all matters. Whoever wins at this game is progressing through to our top cut here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. The championship title is slowly but surely becoming to be the thing that's on the line as Amoongus is going to go for its Terrifier now. This means it's going to be soaking up the damage from Ogerpon so much better. Less so the Urshifu, but that is still staying asleep. It's still having its nap on the field. And of course, Amoongus is able to go for something like the Rage Powder to be able to remove any incoming damage. And Amoongus now is able to get the Incineroar to sleep here. Absolutely massive. This means that Eric has all the wiggle room you need. Sure, you might not have Trick Room, but if your opponent's Pokemon aren't doing anything, then that is surely the next best thing.
Wow, okay, yeah, that was quite the call from Eric there. So knowing, or just predicting, obviously, that the Ogerpon wants to switch out there so that the Incineroar can at least come in and start intimidating things, allow the Urshifu to survive. An amazing play. Now, Urshifu, though, could wake up this turn. That would be, obviously, a pretty big moment right there, because especially the Amoongus is that Terrifier now. It's definitely going to go down to a Surging Strikes. But it will always free up this Ursaluna, though, to go for an attack. Or whatever it chooses to. And if that's an Earthquake, that's going to get a KO on this Ursaluna.
Oh, dear, oh dear. I think that is possibly curtains for Lewis here. The Urshifu is going to be staying asleep. Eric had to make a big call here as the Incineroar, of course, takes its mandatory turn of sleep because the Amoongus is going for Protect and therefore not Rage Powder, meaning that the Ursaluna would have been so vulnerable to a Surging Strikes. It's not going to take any damage from Earthquake behind that Protect, but you can see how well the Terra Ghost Incineroar takes it instead, even though that has worked out so well for Eric that the Urshifu happened not to wake up that turn. It's not over until it's over.
Oh, yeah, well said, honestly. Yeah, it definitely isn't. It's so coming down to the wire now. Ogerpon is still looking healthy, though, but is crucially Grass type, so it can still ignore the Amoongus Rage Powders and Spores that it can offer, and therefore, you can still target the damage into that Ursaluna that you need to. But what's interesting, though, is that this Ursaluna may not be able to get the one-hit KOs it needs to.
The Ogerpon does not have Wood Hammer, it's only Grassy Glide, and that, of course, is a move that does not hit half as hard into this Ursaluna. This means that the Ursaluna has all the more wiggle room to be able to weave in the damage that Eric needs here. This is a nail-biter, trainers. Get your attention on this scream. Lewis has gone for the Overcudgel. It's got the critical hit, but it's not enough to secure the KO. The Incineroar wakes up now. It's gone for the knockoff onto the Amoongus. That's also a critical hit. Eric is looking like that is the worst thing that could have happened in that situation. Looks like the Amoongus would have been able to survive that without the knockoff critical hit there. Mental Herb is gone, but soon this Ursaluna might be gone as well. The Headlong Rush, and even then the Incineroar is hanging on. That is just a rock at a hard place here for Eric Rios. It looks like he's already getting his things packed up and ready to go. Wow! Just when the pendulum was swinging in Eric's favor, it looks like it swung right back into Lewis's.
Yeah, it definitely did. That was a massive swing there. The critical hit and Ursaluna kind of securing that you can get 2 knockouts into there, and it could have been that the Amoongus might have survived that knockoff as well. So crucial damage that was needed there. And yeah, Eric with back against the wall. It's solo. He can't do it. Lewis Markle takes Swiss round 12.
Wow, David. Just wow. Now, there is the argument that a game like that, yes, it's stalling and slow and maybe it's not the most entertaining to watch. But if you just focus on what these trainers must be thinking about turn after turn in this game and just trying to stretch out the mental fortitude needed to see out such a long stint like that, absolutely incredible. I said earlier, we could be dissecting that battle for days, just that match between these trainers, 3 games that it went to, and yet it was Lewis in the end, just when things seemed to be going so right for Eric. The Urshifu was staying asleep, meaning that it could be removed from contention, but then things started to go right for Lewis. The Incineroar waking up, the critical hit with the Overcudgel, and the critical hit with the knockoff into the Amoongus. And that's just the final couple of turns of what felt like about 107, but they were all thrilling.
They really were. It was actually like so incredible towards the end. It was just the building up of it all and the difference of the switching, all the Incineroars coming in, and crucially, the windows of opportunity opening. Yeah. Ursula getting into that crucial position. Lewis denying that, getting in really when he needed to. And then suddenly, the pieces start to fall and the whole tower crumbles down. But which way does that tower crumble? And unfortunately, it crumbled on Eric.
That's so well expressed, David. I think removing those crucial pieces and removing the foundations, and you just goes to show, as slow as those games might have seemed, as soon as one KO was claimed, it was often the exponential curve that meant that we were heading very quickly at that point towards the end game. Wow, we're going all the way back to game 1 here, trainers, approximately 15 hours ago. As the Incineroar was taken out by the Urshifu, and the Ursaluna was still trying to dish out this mitigated earthquake damage with the grassy terrain springing up around the field. Yeah. It's kind of ironic that we're showing just the KOs in this replay, because that is not really the story of this game. The story of this game was trying to get the pieces that you have, your chess pieces almost, into the right position to be able to then set up for the KOs. It's like in football, you set up your fellow player for the goals, but where should the responsibility lie? Where should the praise be sent? Possibly it's actually on the supportive pieces. And I mean, you can't get a more supportive piece than Amoonguss.
You can't really. It's incredible. And given the support it was providing, the sludge bomb pressure on the Oakabon Half-Flame was so real a lot of the time there. It meant that Lewis just wasn't really safe to set up that Swords Dance at all. But in the end, he didn't really need it. It was that just crucial fire damage that it needed to, that really dealt the damage it needed to onto that Ursaluna at the very end.
Wow. Oh. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating game, yeah. And Eric Rio's masterclass as well. I mean, it all fell apart for Eric at the end there, didn't it? His reaction camera of just, oh God, I've worked so hard, I've persevered so diligently through all 3 of these games, then it all just crumbles at the final moment with a bit of bad luck with the not only the Incineroar waking up, but the critical hit knockoff into the Amoonguss. And Eric's reaction suggested that he knew that the Amoonguss would have been able to survive that without the critical hit. So, commiserations to you, Eric, and you got so very close. Our Stuttgart regional finalist, of course, and wanting to go all the way this time in Birmingham. But you just learn with every game of Pokemon that you play, and will take that loss into his next tournament, I have no doubt. But Lewis Marco, very excitingly, David has, in this scenario, beaten Goliath and could just be on their way to their first major win.
Yeah, he's getting ever so closer now. Yeah, unfortunately, Eric now 9-3 in record. Does not have the contention of getting to top cut anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, I wonder how much practice Lewis has generally been getting across the few weeks of the regulation set F that we've had here. I mean, do you know any good locations that you could try that out, Charlie?
Locations, I think they might be spread up and down the country, David. I feel like there will be one just around the corner for Lewis and just around the corner for you. And here is what's in store.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I love a little local Pokemon League, to be honest. It's like, it's where all the dreams are made, right?
Yeah.
And like well, they're made at home first, because then you need to bring the team to the tournament itself. But then, like, you get to test it out, and it gets in more of a casual environment where you've still got championship points on the line, don't you mind? Like, there's still plenty of prizes that you can also earn. But the crucial thing is you can really try out those tournaments in that slightly more Swiss round structure, but it's not quite a regional level event either. Getting that nice mid-ground play is a perfect place to practice for these bigger tournaments, where then you can really feel the like the structure of a Swiss tournament and like how to play it through, getting to that top cut, getting to those finals if you're able to, but at the end of the day, coming away with friends.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a more relaxed setting, and that's exactly what's in store for you if you scan that QR code. Get your phone out now, scan the QR code, and you can find your nearest local to get competing. And what a lovely way it would be to spend a weekend. Before you make the financial and time commitment of coming to one of these regionals, why not just pop down to your local and try out your skills there instead. And also try out what you think could be a good take on this metagame. If you're looking at the Birmingham Regional Championship saying, I'm seeing a lot of the same kind of Pokemon, the same kind of compositions, and that means when we've got some more stable teams like that, we know how we can counter it all the more effectively. Well, get yourself down there and you show them what you're made of.
I will, Charlie. Thank you very much. Felt like you were talking to my soul there.
I was.
Thank you.
You're specific.
Wow, that is talented. Well, if you want to attend some of our bigger events, though, you need to head over to RK9 Labs. rk9.gg/event/Pokemon to register and compete or spectate today in one of our beautiful venues like this.
Exactly this. I mean, we say this, it looks exactly the same to you wherever we are in the world, of course. But out there in Birmingham, there's a whole city to explore. And you've seen some of the stops that we have along our road to the World Championships in San Francisco. Join us in Utrecht, in the Czech Republic, in Turin. There's a world out there, traders. Come and explore. Come and meet us there. It'd be a pleasure to see you. Who knows, you might just go all the way. But maybe, you know, at this stage, if it's early days, maybe you don't want to go all the way and win. Just get a couple of wins under your belt. Fundamentally, just get that experience under your belt. That's what it's all about.
Definitely is. There's plenty of opportunity throughout the season and future seasons to come as well. So whether you're watching at home or just kind of spectating in physical form here at a venue, there's plenty of opportunity to get your teeth sunk into the Pokemon action as well.
Yep. Follow us on our socials for those updates and everything you need to know to be following along at Play Pokemon, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And David, we're going to harmonize that hashtag we know so well, and it's going to sound beautiful on 1, 2, 3, hashtag Play Pokemon. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. It's easier when it's two of us. When I do this with 4 of us on the couch, it's always a disaster. But it's Play Pokemon on YouTube and on Twitch as well. Make sure you're following along, getting involved in the conversation. Tell us your thoughts. Post your thoughts on the action this weekend here in Birmingham as well. Use the hashtag Play Pokemon, and you might just see some of your posts featured on stream. Of course, we can make no guarantees on that front. But what a wonderful community it is out there. If you're watching in the UK and you're thinking, I wish I'd come to Birmingham this weekend, don't worry. We've got some locals there. You could go just slightly further afield in Europe. And of course, I'm sure there's a whole new season with potentially a UK event just for you waiting.
100% there, Charlie. Well said. And plenty of side events, good fun action that's here too. We have like metronome battles, for instance, around here too. So if you don't want to think too hard about team building, then just you can sit in front of our screens here and play someone else with a Clefairy using metronome.
Only metronome. That's all that's allowed. The best is when the Clefairy uses metronome and then pulls up in prison.
Yes.
And then all the other Clefairy are locked down. You can't go for the metronome if it's been imprisoned. And then, well, I guess that's just an auto win. But seeing Clefairy using, like, Roar of Time is going to be amazing. It's not going to do much into opposing Clefairy.
Yeah.
Of course, they will be immune to those Dragon-type moves. But, you know, a Sacred Fire, pulling out those legendary moves. And just a little Clefairy. So there's that, but there's all sorts. There's Pokemon Yoga going on out there today. We've got colouring competitions, drawing competitions, the board games, and also just hang out with friends. We've got vendors too who want to partake of any products. But yeah, it's a wonderful time that's awaiting for you wherever in the world you decide to attend. Do you remember your first ever Pokemon event, David?
I do, yes. It was a local in Manchester in 2016. Wow. When I first competed. There was maybe kind of 8 to 10 of us kind of there or so. Had a really good time. It was the 2016 format was really cool. It was the year that Wolf-Glick won Worlds. So it was 2 main restricted Pokemon that you were allowed. And I managed to get a really good Xerneas and Rayquaza in my game. So because they were quite good compared to the other legendaries I was to get, I was always using those, and I loved it.
Very nice, David. Well, from the past now to the present, thank you for that insight. But it's time to talk to our winner of that previous round, Lewis Markle, and into his thoughts is where we want to delve. Let's talk to our winner of Swiss Round 12.
Thank you very much, Charlie. I am here with Lewis Markle, the winner of our Swiss Round 12 and the player who will be advancing to the top cut of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Lewis, how are you feeling after the absolute marathon 3 games?
Yeah, I'm feeling very well. It was a very stressful and intense best of 3. And before I played Eric, I also had to play 2 more very long best of 3s that both went into game 3. So, yeah, but I'm happy that I was able to win in the end.
Wow, that's amazing. Your mental focus must be absolutely on point. So I want to talk a little bit more about the matchup. You both have fairly defensive teams. What was your approach during team preview to the matchup?
So during Team Shibiryu, I noticed that his Amoonguss cannot touch my Urshifu if I Terra Steel, and his Porygon can't really do much damage as well, especially if I click Parting Shot onto it. So my game plan was basically, even if the Amoonguss gets some spores off, I can Terra Steel my Urshifu, and I still have Fake Out Pressure, and once it wakes up, so I still get my damage off.
Yeah, that's really amazing. And you didn't actually terrestrialize your Urshifu into the Steel in that 3rd game. Why is that?
So in the 3rd game, I didn't want to terrestrialize because Headlong Rush from Eric was very free in that slot because it would have KO'd Urshifu even without the terrestrialization. And I wanted to, well, not be weak to ground moves basically and save my Terra maybe for the late game if I'm up versus Porygon and Amoonguss.
I think we really saw that come out in play with that Incineroar Terra Ghost. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit more also about that Game 3. There was the moment where your Porygon 2 got knocked out by that Surging Strikes. In fact, I think we may be able to get a bit of a replay onto the screen here and kind of maybe go back into what were your thoughts when that happened?
So I was sleeping for 2 turns, and I had 2 options: either KO the Ursaluna or try to KO the Porygon. And I wanted to remove the Porygon, so he can't set up Trick Room anymore. If I KO the Ursaluna, his damage is gone, but then he can set up a Trick Room, and he can bring in Amoonguss again. And I just wanted to sort of get a board state where I have the speed control and I can fake out Cycle.
Yeah, did you feel at that point that you had control of the game? Or, because there was a point later on where your Incineroar switched in and caught a Spore.
Yeah.
How did that make you feel?
That was very well played by Eric. I did not expect the Spore on the full health Ogerpon, especially one that cannot terrestrialize. I think after that moment, I was not feeling like very, very confident anymore. But I'm glad that in the end everything worked out, even though he got the read right.
Yeah, it was amazing watching your Incineroar wake up and then you just clutched out the game in the end. That was honestly one of my favorite games today. So, did you want to have any shout-outs you wanted to give to the viewers watching at home?
Yeah, sure. I want to thank my girlfriend for motivating me and supporting me. And then also all of my friends for practicing with me, especially Marcus Hamann, who has given this team to me and who practiced with me a lot. And yeah.
Oh, that's so amazing. And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch you on stream. So, I know you said that you had some very long games earlier, so we're going to let you get a bit of rest as we prepare for the top cut of the Birmingham Regional Championships. So viewers at home, don't go anywhere as we'll be back very shortly with all of the action.
Also mein Name ist Florian Temme, In-Game Tag ist Turbos.
Earth Power into that Gouty Vibe. That's going to be enough for the KO. Florian Temme wins the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Meine Rolle in der Community ist eher so Practice-Partner, Teambuilding-Partner und generell auch ein Turnierspieler. Auch generell auch für da, die gerade Hilfe brauchen. Insgesamt lief das Event besser, als ich es vorher dachte. Ich bin reingegangen und habe mir erstmal gedacht, okay, erstmal ein bisschen Practice holen, ein paar Sets spielen und soweit es geht, entweder als Top Card, Day 2, soweit es geht, reinzukommen. Dann Day 2 mit 8-1 geendet und danach Day 2 mit Cut in 11-3 bekommen, bis halt jetzt endlich auch zum G-Regional-Sieg. Ich war recht entspannt, weil ich sehe das so, als wäre es so meine Abschlussprüfung zum Beispiel bei der Informatik gewesen und dadurch habe ich meine Ruhe bekommen und dadurch konntest du auch dich konzentrieren und auch besser performen. Was mich da besser gemacht habe, ist meine Erfahrung overall im Game, da ich jetzt schon VGC schon seit um die 10 Jahre schon spiele und dass ich unter anderem gerade für meine Matchups bestimmte Moves habe und auch EVs, um diese auch dann auch zu fixen. Plus natürlich auch die Erfahrung gerade mit dem Team. Am Anfang der Season war erstmal ein Ziel, in irgendeinem Region, egal welches, Day 2 zu erreichen. Wenn man Day 2 hat, dann natürlich weiter hochkämpfen zu Top 8 und dann Semifinals und letztendlich eins zu gewinnen. Weiteres Ziel ist jetzt natürlich zum Beispiel in den Worlds Day 2 zu kommen oder positiv bei den Worlds rauszugehen.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもう想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は、想定していた対戦内容だったので想定していた通りにことが進んで勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なことだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Well, look who I found here!
Hello, Charlie.
Lou, what are you doing this weekend?
I'm casting Pokemon Go this weekend.
Ooh, we'll bring you back. We'll bring you back because I've got a little VGC quiz for you, Lou.
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, yes. You know this is the second time we've had Regulation Set F. So what about the first time around? How's your knowledge of that one?
Well, at the moment, I'm all about Pokemon Go, but I think I could dust off some of my memories about Regulation F.
We'll give it a go. When I was looking at these questions, I realized, okay, wow, there's a lot going on that we need to remind ourselves about. So let's refresh your memories as well, Jonah. So question 1.
Okay, here we go.
Who won the first ever Regulation Set F event? So this was Portland in January 2024.
Am I allowed multiple choice?
No, because I haven't prepared them.
Oh, okay. Portland 2024.
Okay, you know what?
Was it Alex?
I can come up with, yes.
Alex,
it was.
surname has
Alex
escaped
surname.
me, but it's Alex.
Alex is good.
And it was his,
I don't know how to give you a clue on which
no,
Alex it was.
But it's Alex. It's
His
Alex.
surname begins with a U.
Alex U.
Alex U, yeah.
Oh,
Alex Underhill.
That's it. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I got there.
Yeah, no, really good, really
I got
good.
there.
I'll give you 3/4 of a point there.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Point. Okay, fantastic. Now, question 2. How many Regulation Set F events did we have in the EU region in 2024?
Ooh. Just in the EU region?
Just in the EU, yeah.
Was it 4 events?
It was 3.
3.
It was 3. It was
Ooh.
Liverpool, Utrecht, and Dortmund.
I was close, though.
24, yeah.
I was
4
close.
was very close indeed. All right. So, next question for you.
Okay.
Which totally unexpected legendary Pokemon won Utrecht in 2024?
Was it a chilly one?
It was a chilly one.
Was it an Articuno?
It was an Articuno.
I remember that one.
Congratulations,
That was
Lee.
an amazing
Fantastic.
event.
Oh my goodness me, it was so hype. Yes, I didn't mention Utrecht before, but yes, Utrecht was one of those 3 Regulations F events we had back then. Okay, question 4 for you. There's going to be 5 total. Of course, Nils Dunlop won the Europe International Championships in 2024. You and I were both there, but who did he face in the finals?
He faced Tim Edwards.
He did face Tim Edwards. Congratulations. Very good, Lou. You've got a good record so far. How are you doing at home? But now I've got the final question for you.
Okay, this will be the toughest one, right?
It is.
Okay,
It
here
is.
we go. Fingers crossed.
How many of the Pokemon can you name on Nils Dunlop's EUIC winning team?
There was a Porygon 2,
Mm-hmm.
an Ursaluna.
Yeah?
Was there an Incineroar?
Of course there was.
I was about to say that was a lucky guess. Does that mean there was a Rillaboom too? Or is that,
No,
am I
there
pushing
wasn't
my
a
luck there?
Rillaboom. There wasn't a Rillaboom.
Okay. That's all I've got, I think. No, wait. Urshifu? No, Urshifu.
There was an Urshifu.
There
yeah.
was an
Yeah,
Urshifu.
there was an Urshifu. And there was another one that's very common in Regulations F as well. In fact, its name begins with F. You love it. It's a floaty ghost queen. I know it's on the tip of your tongue.
It is on the tip of my tongue.
It's a past Paradox Pokemon.
Fluttermane.
Fluttermane. Of course it was Fluttermane. Congratulations,
That was
Lee.
it.
Good
Okay.
job. You feel refreshed on Reg F now?
I do, and I appreciate the hints, but I definitely feel like I'm ready for Regulation F when it comes back.
Perfect. Well, it's back now, so trainers, how did you do? Let us know with #play Pokemon. We'll get back to more Reg F action very soon.
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I hope you enjoyed that Regulation F trivia quiz that Charlie just gave us. I was really struggling with some of the questions there, but we are about to get started with the top cut of the Birmingham Regional Championships. My name is Oilu. I'm joined by Ben Kiriaku. Are you excited for the matches that we've got coming up next?
Yep.
Just yep.
Yeah, we're ready to go. I mean, this is the top cut we're talking about. Our trainers have battled through phase 1 and phase 2 of our Swiss tournament. Any trainer with the same record as position number 8, which is usually at least 10 wins and 2 losses overall, will be in our asymmetrical top cut, where we'll be able to crown through the knockout rounds our champion here in Birmingham.
At This stage, as you mentioned, it is the knockout stages, so there is no more room for error. It is single elimination. If you lose any of your matches from here on out, you will be eliminated from the tournament. So the stakes are so high at this stage. So why don't we take a look now at all the players that have qualified for the top cut and will be advancing to this single elimination stage?
Okay, so some trainers have done well enough overall to have a bye into the top 8. That's Marcus, Marco, and Stefano. But all of the other trainers will have to play in their top 16 round. That's what the asymmetrical part of our top cut means. And looking down the list, this is... Oh my lord, there's some absolutely fantastic matchups. Not only have we got Eduardo versus Aurelian, so a former world champion versus one of our trainers that we know hasn't yet won their first event, but got so close so many times before. We've got previous regional champion Simone Sanvito versus Florian Tem, who won their first ever regional competition that they attended. Matti versus Shohei. I mean, that's a match that we could go on with all day. Oliver versus Hengwei. I'm really excited maybe to see how that match goes, because we've seen Hengwei on stream, but Oliver hasn't had that opportunity as many times before. And then the German showdown at the bottom of the top 16 bracket between Marcus and Lewis.
Yes, at the interview that I just had with Lewis, and he mentioned how Marcus is one of his very close friends and they team build together. So it's always so interesting to see when two players who have team built together, they obviously know each other's playstyles very well. And when you're going up against a friend in a single elimination style tournament, there is an element of bittersweetness because you know you will be eliminating your friend from the game.
But I think that's what makes it so fun. So without further ado, let's have a look at our notable matches. We've already had a little bit of a preview, but we'll give you a little bit more information about what some of these trainers are running. So Eduardo versus Aurelian, we'll get to that just a little bit later when the match starts. But
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie, yeah, there you go. Simone versus Florian, Matti versus Shohei, Marcus versus Lewis.
Yeah, such amazing matches. I do want to call out Matty Morgan, a previous regional champion. We haven't gotten to feature him on stream yet this weekend, but I still remember his legendary run. I believe it was Gdansk in 2024, where he didn't start the phase 2 with... Well, he was on the X2 bubble, essentially, so...
Oh, you're Malmo.
Malmo, yes, yeah. Of course.
Yeah, where he won with his Palafin Rain team in, I think it was regulation set C, and he just went undefeated in day 2.
The second day, it was amazing. And I remember, I think when he was streamed a bit early in the day, he said, oh, I'm not feeling very confident because I cannot lose at all, but he just went on undefeated.
Well, he's going to be having to take down Shohei Kimura, which is no mean feat. And of course, we talked before about Lewis versus Marcus, trainers that know each other well. So the mind games in that match, I'm sure will be absolutely crazy. Like if we were watching that game, I wouldn't be surprised to see things like that. That doesn't always make sense, but actually, because they know how each other thinks and how each other process, you find those little practice things that come up that's like, well, we'll do something a bit different this time round.
Yeah, this is such a great match. I love watching friends play against each other, but at the same time, I always think to myself, oh, wouldn't it be nice to see two friends facing each other in the finals? Sometimes that has happened in previous regionals. So I would like to say, I think all 4 of those notable matches are notable. In fact, every match we have in that top 16 bracket is notable.
We're well down to crunch time now, and our players on stage are down to crunch time because they will be battling it out on stream here. Eduardo Cunha on the left, Aurelian Sula on the right. And this match could easily be the finals, just like any of the other matches that we've got here sitting in top 16. They're both used to being on the stage. They're used to having the lights shine down upon them, and they've got very different team compositions. Both of them are such great trainers in their own right. They've both been to the top level of competition. And at this level, it really comes down to those micro optimizations. Like, has all of the things that you can't necessarily see. Who has built the better overall team? Who has been able to pilot it just that little bit better? Who is able to make the call in the moment to win the match. And yeah, it's just no easy feat whatsoever, but what a treat for us to be able to watch.
Yeah, this is going to be such an amazing game. Eduardo, a former world champion, an incredible player, and also Aurelian Sula, who has, I believe, his breakout year when he aged up into Masters, and he just absolutely swept the field. And Aurelian's running, that okie dokie that we saw earlier, which kind of got coined as the UK Dogi, but here we are as a French player also running Okie Dokie, obviously deciding that this is a very nice, very bulky Pokemon that can take on the meta game. And Eduardo running a bit more of a standard team, a very balanced team. And let's take a look at our players' accomplishments, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. But for those of you tuning in for the first time, maybe you're not too familiar with these players, here is Eduardo Cunha, a former world champion 2022 OCIC champion. I believe he's one of those few players who has won a title at every level of major events.
Yeah, international. I'm sure, although it's not on the graphics, I'm pretty sure Eduardo's won a few locals in his time as well. Aurelian, on the other hand, we see 3 finalist positions there, as well as a top 8. Getting so close, and I feel like Utrecht was one of those moments where it really could have been. We'll get back to that later, because let's take a deeper dive into Eduardo's team. The Incineroar, Golden Go, Urshifu, Fluttermane, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom. Look, Zoe, there's not much that's unexpected there, but is there anything that's standing out to you overall?
Not particularly. Everything is fairly standard, except maybe the Shuka Berry Incineroar. That is quite an interesting tech against, say, a lot of the Landresses that are in the format. We haven't seen quite as many on stream today, but Landorus is a top-tier threat, and that Shuka Berry means you're not forced to terrestrialize out of that ground-type weakness. And outside of that, I don't really see anything that's too spicy, I would say.
I'd say maybe the Metal Coat over Life Orb, but you kind of see Metal Coat quite often on Golden Go sets. So I think the ability to play Shuka Berry rather than a Assault Vest to be able to live those attacks from the from Landorus really gives a little bit more flexibility, allows you to play Parting Shot, which is such a strong move on Incineroar. But we don't need to tell you that at home. If you've been watching the Video Game Championships for a while, you'll know all about it. Now, Aurelian using a similar composition, if not the same composition, to Jack Clark, who managed to get top 4 in Toronto last weekend. Entei, Golden Go, Okidogi, Okabon Wellspring, Grimmsnarl, and Roaring Moon.
Yeah, so the idea behind this kind of team is that you use the Grimmsnarl to set up screens, and then you've got these really hard hitters like the Golden Go, the Ogerpon, the Roaring Moon, which typically on this kind of team, the booster energy will be boosting its attack because it's got knockoff and acrobatics, as opposed to those speed booster energy Roaring Moons that use Breaking Swipe. And then you've got a choice band Entei that hits so hard. With the inner focus, it's going to ignore Intimidate and will not be flinched. And that signature move, Sacred Fire, has a 50% chance of landing a burn on an opponent if it manages to connect.
Yeah, if it manages to hit.
It's mostly accurate, 95% accurate. I would say it's pretty good. And against a lot of the physical attackers like the Urshifu and the Rillaboom on Eduardo's side, that might come in quite handy.
Now let's get this top cut match started. Top 16 at the Birmingham Regional Championships, and we're starting off with one of my favorites, Okidogi, paired with that Grimmsnarl, Urshifu and Raging Bolt leading for Eduardo.
Wow, this is such a fun lead. The Okidogi, with that Assault Vest, is going to tank those special hits from the Raging Bolt incredibly well. Paired up with that Grimmsnarl, those screens are going to be really helpful. Of course, Urshifu with Surging Strikes is going to be ignoring any sort of reflect, so there is that element to consider.
And even if the Okidogi goes for a Terra Water to take those Surging Strikes, you can't necessarily do that safely, especially with an Assault Vest in front of a Thunderclap Raging Bolt. Aurelian deciding to just keep that Ogerpon a little bit safer. Can't get hit by an electric attack if you switch
Very
out.
nice.
Thunderclap can't get hit by a water type move if you switch into that Ogerpon Wellspring. So it eats up the Surging Strike, but still takes a good chunk of damage from the Dragon Pulse. Spirit Break, a real double benefit for Aurelian here, doing a lot of damage to the Raging Bolt, but also dropping that special attack.
Yeah, that special attack drop is going to be key, and it's also I find it very cool that Boomsnarl, in addition to just being a Pokemon that sets up screens, it's actually got really good attack, and it hits pretty darn hard, especially when it can land those super effective moves. And we can see now, Ogerpon, having swapped in to take that Surging Strikes and the Dragon Pulse, is actually going to swap out immediately again for the Okie Dokie, but the Urshifu no longer wants to have anything to do with that Ogerpon, is also going to be scared out, and in its place, it's going to be that Golden Coat. In fact, we're going to see a double swap on Eduardo's side of the Raging Bolt going into the Incineroar, so that's going to get caught by the Guard Dog. Let's see this mechanic now. Guard Dog, Okie Dokie gets a +1 to its attack, and another Spirit Break onto Incineroar, of course, is not going to do too much.
Now that makes it, that play gets even better when you realize that switching is also in the speed order of the Pokemon on the field. So Aurelian, having the faster Ogerpon there, decided, okay, my Pokemon switches out first. I can get this Okie Dokie in if Eduardo wants to switch out to Incineroar to neuter down the damage of the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and maybe even just the Grimmsnarl as well. That Spirit Break still did a lot of damage. Then I can get a boost on my Okie Dokie.
Oh, but the Okie Dokie did not use upper hand, so the Incineroar is able to flinch it, and oh my goodness, that Mega Ray is a one-hit knockout on the Grimmsnarl, which did not set up any screens. It's going to be knocked out from the field, and Okie Dokie, even with the Assault Vest, takes a significant amount of damage. And now we're going to see what did Okie Dokie go for. First, the Roaring Moon is going to get sent out, so that is going to get a booster attack.
This booster attack was on Jack's team, so let's have a look.
Yes.
Yeah, booster attack. So it's a similar composition in that respect. Now Okie Dokie, though, does have the opportunity to use Drain Punch to recover those hit points on Incineroar, so Eduardo needs to be really careful of that. But if it goes for a Terra Grass, then Acrobatics on this Roaring Moon could be able to pick up the knockout as well. And that's not to mention the knockoff damage that can be done into this Golden Goat on Eduardo's side of the field. So although Aurelian has had their Grimmsnarl knocked out, actually the positive momentum of bringing in the Roaring Moon while the Incineroar is on the field so it can't intimidate it is really, really strong.
You can see how threatened that Incineroar was. It does not want to take a single Drain Punch. It's going to be replaced by that Raging Bolt, and we are going to get our first Terrestrialization of this game, which is going to be the Golden Goat into the Terra Dragon. So that is going to resist a potential super effective high horsepower or a knockoff from that Raging Bolt, Roaring Moon. But the Roaring Moon goes for the knockoff and does so much damage to Golden Goat, knocks off the metal coat. And now Golden Goat is not really going to be dealing as much with that -2 special attack, which is now -4. But that Drain Punch at +1, you see now exactly why there's Assault Vest. Okay, so good.
And Drain Punch into a Raging Bolt that's got a lot of HP naturally really does recover a lot of HP onto the Okie Dokie. Seeing Aurelian pilot this team is so interesting compared to a player like Jack that really does like to set up those screens in the early game and maybe set up with the Ogerpon with the Swords Dance that it's got. Instead, Aurelian's been comfortable to just go on the offensive and put the pressure down onto Eduardo's team, maybe trying to cover a little bit of playstyle where Eduardo likes to often switch out Pokemon, get themselves into a good board state, and then strike from a position of strength.
Now it looks like the Raging Bolt does not want to take any damage this turn with a Protect to keep itself safe from this knockoff that the Roaring Moon is going to use. And the Golden Goat now fires off a -4. Make it rain. That is a critical hit on the Roaring Moon. So a very unfortunate critical hit for Aurelian there. But does mean that the Golden Goat is going to be knocked out by this Okie Dokie, and it's going to heal back so much health. It's still in the green. And with a +1 attack, and well, if Eduardo switches in that Incineroar, that's going to be a +2 attack Okie Dokie.
Well, and the thing about Okie Dokie having upper hand is that it's not always for the fake out pressure. A lot of the time it can pin those damaging priority moves. After that critical hit on the Roaring Moon, it's going to be so susceptible to getting knocked out by an Aqua Jet, a Thunderclap from the Urshifu or the Raging Bolt. Okie Dokie can block one of those at a time. Actually might get the KO on the Raging Bolt if the Raging Bolt goes for the Thunderclap. But these are the sort of reads, because if only Urshifu went for the Aqua Jet, if it got blocked by the upper hand and Urshifu flinched, and the Raging Bolt didn't also go for the Thunderclap, the priority move, then the Roaring Moon would be able to knock out the Raging Bolt. And so there's a lot going on in this turn. And both of these trainers could go, actually, no, I'm not playing any of that priority game, and just like protect, or Okidogi could be comfortable to just go for a drain punch, try to keep that recovery HP at a high level.
Looks like there is no upper hand this turn, and the Roaring Moon is going to get picked off by this Aqua Jet that is resisted, but at that range of health, it is going to be easily enough to knock it out. And the Thunderclap as well onto the Okidogi. But that Assault Vest coming in very, very clutch, and Okidogi is going to be able to finish off this Raging Ball with another Drain Punch and restore back not quite as much health. But now we know Aurelian's got that Wellspring Ogerpon in the back that does not care about Surging Strikes.
Not at all, but it also doesn't have Follow Me, and so this is quite a difficult turn for Aurelian to be able to pilot around, because the upper hand is in play. Okidogi's got two stages of increased attack, and so into Incineroar, if it goes for a fake out, then the upper hand will be able to knock it out on this turn. But equally, Incineroar doesn't need to go for that. And if Okidogi goes for a Drain Punch to cover the Incineroar not going for a fake out, and the Urshifu just Surging Strikes the Okidogi, then actually we could be, you can cycle this round in so many different ways.
Yeah, you can see why Eduardo switched in his Incineroar. He's feeling quite confident that it doesn't matter for him whether or not that Okidogi gets the +2 to its attack. But both of our players are taking quite a bit of time to think. It looks like Aurelian now is going to be feeling very threatened by what's on the screen. And the Okidogi does go for the Terra Water to better take those Surging Strikes. So now the question is, did this Okidogi go for the upper hand? It does go for the upper hand and catches the Incineroar! And Incineroar gets knocked out and leaves this Urshifu alone to deal with both the Wellspring Ogerpon and this Terra Water Okidogi.
And the Horn Leech goes out from this Ogerpon before the Urshifu is able to even attack, so it gets to HP recover, but a critical hit does allow it to get through that. Now Urshifu will be able to close combat this Okidogi that hasn't recovered any more of its HP. Okidogi's a really bulky Pokemon, but I don't think it's bulky enough to be able to take a close combat from this Urshifu. Here it goes, down into the Okidogi. Okidogi goes down.
Oh, it's not enough for the Okidogi to survive, and Eduardo Cunha takes game 1. What a close match. It could have swung either way. I wonder if the Raging Bolt did not get hit by the critical hit, what would have happened? Because it would not have been in Aqua Jet range.
Oh, the Roaring Moon, yeah. So,
did I say Raging Bolt?
You did. Look, there's a lot of Pokemon starting with R, so yeah, well, but the Roaring Moon, yeah, getting that critical hit really wouldn't have done it anywhere close to the amount of damage, and yeah, you're absolutely right, would have been in a much more prime position. I also want to know, I think it felt borderline actually whether the Ogerpon was going to go down after all that HP recovery to the Urshifu close combat in the end game. That's something that I think both of these trainers will know a little bit better than us with the way that they've trained both of these Pokemon. So I think let's look ahead. Let's think about game 2, because both of these trainers played really, really well. But Aurelian didn't decide to go for that screen strategy in front of Eduardo's team that was able to nasty plot and able to go for Surging Strikes to get through those reflects. You got the Calm Mind on the Raging Bolt, but actually, like those close combats in the end game, they would have really appreciated Reflect being in play.
Yeah, that is something that's, I'm sure both players will be keeping in mind, that Grimmsnarl was used to actually deal damage, but here we are, game 2, it's going to be a bit of a switch up with the Roaring Moon and Grimmsnarl on Aurelian's side against a Golden Goat and Urshifu, so also a bit of a switch up on Eduardo's side.
Yeah, no fake out coming out here from Eduardo, just 2 damage dealing Pokemon, and the ability for Eduardo to go for a little bit of a setup. I think this is where an attack boosting Roaring Moon, we haven't seen it in so long, really. I mean, it used to be a much more common choice on Pokemon like Roaring Moon, because you could run a Dragon Dance, you could do other strategies with it. But because Speed Booster is so useful to get your Tailwind up, it's fallen so far out of favor. But on this team, and I remember Jack talking about this, because the Grimmsnarl sets up the screens, you can actually afford to go attack boosting, and just seeing the amount of damage that it's able to dish out is something very, very nice to remember.
That Roaring Moon is absolutely ready to dish out damage. I wonder if that terrestrialization is an indication that it will be going for the acrobatics. But Eduardo is also going to be responding with a terrestrialization of his own onto the Urshifu, so not wanting to risk having to take a super effective flying type move from this Roaring Moon. Urshifu is going to become a fire type, and Golden Go just keeping itself nice and safe this turn to try and scout out what Aurelion is planning. And looks like the acrobatics is going to hit this Urshifu and is not enough to get the knockout. Fantastic terrestrialization from Aurelion and the call out into the Roaring Moon, going for the Terra flying. What a fantastic call, and the Roaring Moon is brought so low. But does mean that Grimstar hasn't set up screens. Is it going to be attacking? It is into the Golden Go. So a really nice turn for Eduardo.
Maybe thinking that the Golden Go was going to be the one that was going to go for the Terra Dragon, because now the Golden Go is locked to being a ghost type. It's going to be weak to a knockoff, but you can't knock off if Urshifu's sitting there with Aqua Jet when you're just at low HP. So a sensible switch into the Ogerpon here to catch the Aqua Jet there. I haven't seen this many times that an Ogerpon has switched in and activated Water Absorb in quite a while. It doesn't happen that often.
No, it does not. And now Golden Go, sensing an opportunity, is going to start plotting away there to get that special attack boost. And a +2 Golden Go, even if there's screens being set up, that's going to be hitting incredibly hard. Now, there is that Wellspring Ogerpon, water type. It will be resisting those steel type moves.
Yeah, this is the opportunity for Grimstar to just get some extra screens up, to get some extra value for a little bit later in the game. We did see the interaction. Ogerpon was faster than Urshifu, but no protects. Eduardo absolutely holding their ground. Knowing that they're a game up, this is a time where Eduardo can take a little bit more of a risk, go on the offensive, go for these attacks, and try to carve a path to victory here in this knockout round. Make it rain coming out, but Ogerpon hanging on just a sliver. No priority this time to take advantage of.
No, there isn't. And if the Urshifu tries, it will actually be helping the Ogerpon instead. And I would say, actually, judging by the damage of that close combat, on an Ogerpon behind Reflect, I don't think that critical hit mattered in the game one.
Yeah, maybe. Here's the Roaring Moon, though, coming in, offering itself up as a little bit of a target here. Maybe a bait and switch play for Aurelion here.
Oh, there we go.
Roaring Moon going straight back out. It's like, hey, can you Aqua Jet me? No, I'm actually leaving the field for Okie Dokie.
Yeah, Okie Dokie now fresh and healthy on the field is going to absorb that Aqua Jet so nicely. It leaves the Ogerpon, Golden Go over to get knocked out in one hit by this +2 ID Cudgel from this Ogerpon. So quite a nice turn and a little bit of a swing in the tide for Aurelion there.
Yeah, this was a great turn here for Aurelion, being able to just get the Okie Dokie back, get the Okie Dokie in to prepare to be able to fund the upper hand, the priority thunderclap from the Raging Bolt, but also give the Ogerpon a little bit of an opportunity to maybe get some HP recovery as well, taking advantage of the fact that Eduardo had terrored the Urshifu at the expense of being able to terror the Golden Go to be able to take that big water type attack.
Yeah, and now this Ogerpon is really not looking very healthy at all. But Urshifu first does not want to risk taking an IV Cudgel to the face and is going to detect. And that is a fantastic detect because the Ogerpon did go for a Horn Leech onto that Urshifu. And now the Dragon Pulse is going to come out and pick off this Ogerpon. And Aurelion is left with this Okie Dokie and a very low health Roaring Moon against 3 Pokemon on Eduardo's side.
That high horsepower did so much damage to the Raging Bolt. Even with a leftovers tick of recovery, it looks like it's in high horsepower range. But that Roaring Moon is still in the back. It's coming back in, and Aurelion is not going to be able to switch it out this time round. So Urshifu, see the value of that call on turn 1, just going for the surging strikes into the Roaring Moon that was terrestrializing. If it didn't, that Roaring Moon would be sitting pretty high HP overall. Would have been a completely different matchup.
Yeah, this is so well played on Eduardo's side, and now the Roaring Moon is just in danger of the Aqua Jet. It can't even protect thanks to Urshifu's Unseen Fist. And Aurelion is really in a sticky spot there. There's the Aqua Jet to pick off the Roaring Moon, and we are left with the Okie Dokie all on its own. How much damage is this Roaring Moon going to be doing to the Okie Dokie?
Well, it's going to be doing a good chunk of damage. There's no Thunderclap coming out, just a Dragon Pulse into that slot. But of course, with screens up, it's not going to do too much work. Drain Punch, getting the KO on the Urshifu. That's pretty nice for this endgame situation. We're seeing how well actually screens are supporting this Okie Dokie in the endgame because of how powerful high horsepower is overall. And if that's Incineroar in the back, this Okie Dokie is going to be getting an attack boost from its Guard Dog ability, which is going to mean that the Raging Bolt is definitely going to get KO'd by another high horsepower.
It is the Incineroar, then that Intimidate is going to be raising the attack of Okie Dokie. So, is Okie Dokie going to be able to clutch out this win for Aurelion?
This is so close. Now, Upper Hand is a little bit weaker than Drain Punch. It doesn't always pick up the KO on Incineroar. So even if the Upper Hand goes into that slot, it may not be able to work. Of course, it can go before the Upper Hand as well onto the Raging Bolt if Raging Bolt was going to lock into a priority move. But Eduardo sticking to their instincts, holding their ground and actually just going for the fake out, even though there's the risk of that upper hand going into play.
Yeah, this time the Okie Dokie is only at +1, so maybe Eduardo calculating, I'm happy to take the upper hand on my Incineroar. It's at full health. It's not going to be knocked out by this upper hand, so even though it'll just get flinched, and then that always leaves my Raging Bolt open to go for that Calm Mind.
But now the risk for Eduardo is Aurelion can just Drain Punch into the Incineroar, and if it's able to pick up the knockout, it's going to get all the health back that it needs in this turn. Here it is. One hit knockout. Incineroar goes down. Okie Dokie goes back up to full HP. And this Raging Bolt is going to need a few Calm Minds before it can even think about knocking out this Okie Dokie. Not least because Light Screen and Reflect get more potent when there's only one Pokemon on the field.
Precisely. And the Okie Dokie holds an Assault Vest. Now, it is possible that Okie Dokie does miss that high horsepower.
It's gonna be Drain Punch all the way to the finish line. I think
that is also true. You don't want to take that risk. And Okie Dokie, so healthy. We see Raging Bolt maybe trying to stall out some time for Eduardo here, just to see which move Aurelion is going to go for. It is the high horsepower, so a little bit risky. Maybe Aurelion wanting to finish up the game and also not wanting to take a critical hit, because
that's true. That's true. That would go through the light screen there, yeah, especially with the Calm Mind boost, but no screens to worry about this time.
Worn off.
The Leftovers doing a lot of work in this matchup as well. Here's the Dragon Pulse. Wow! Look at that high horsepower going into Raging Bolt, living on 7 hit points.
What a well-trained Raging Bolt, hanging on with just an absolute sliver of health, and now both the Reflect and Light Screens has been used up, and Raging Bolt we saw is faster than the Okie Dokie, so it doesn't even need to go for the Thunderclap. But it's just going to protect this turn to try and buy some more time for Eduardo.
And I think this is looking like it's going to be wrapping itself up, but that last move is what it all comes down to. The Raging Bolt getting the extra Calm Mind and the Light Screen going down at the same time. Those two things in combination have
Oh my goodness! It was
Aurelion takes it!
Punch knocks out the Raging Bolt, and the Okie Dokie is able to win this game for Aurelion. What an amazing end game there! I could have sworn the Raging Bolt moved before Okie Dokie, and then it was a speed tie all along. Wow! Did both of our trainers know this?
Oh, well, they know it now. They absolutely know it now. Wow, that game coming down to the absolute wire there. Aurelion just managing to catch it. That is some unbelievable endgaming. And hey, look, both of these trainers are at the high level. They know what speed stats they need to hit in order to be effective as Pokemon. Clearly, Raging Bolt and the Okie Dokie, they decided on the same number here. And so now this really muddies the water going into Game 3, right? It's like, I thought I knew how this matchup was going to go.
Oh, it's easy, Raging Bolt, just Dragon Pulse.
Just go for the Dragon Pulse. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Now, both of these trainers are going to have to second guess. That brings a whole nother level of complexity into these end games.
Yeah, that end game, had both trainers known it was a speed tie, could have made the mind games so much more complex and so much more interesting. But we are now going to get into Game 3, the deciding game between Aurelion Sula and Eduardo Eduardo Cunha, Aurelian will be leading with that Grimsnarl and Okie Dokie. And Eduardo leading with the Golden Go and Urshifu once again.
So Aurelian not wanting to take lots of damage on the Roaring Moon in the early stages of this game. Instead, this time round, just going straight for the Terra Water onto the Okie Dokie, trying to get some damage dealt down onto Eduardo's side of the field.
Yeah, I really like this play of going for that Terra Water, resisting both the Urshifu and the Golden Go. And now this the Grimsnarl sets up light screen, and the very fantastic Terra Water from this Okie Dokie is going to absorb these surging strikes so well, and leaves, well, the three critical hits first are going to happen, and now we're going to see what the Golden Go goes for, which is the nasty plot. A +2 special attack we saw in game.
Oh, but high horsepower.
No, that does not KO.
But it's getting it close. It's getting it close, and I think this is a much better early board state for Aurelian here, because with the Terra Water on the Urshifu, it means that the Golden Go has to choose whether or not it goes for Make It Rain or Shadow Ball. Now, you could say Urshifu goes for a close combat plus a 2+ Make It Rain. Probably would be enough to pick up the KO onto the Okie Dokie, but with Light Screen and Reflect, I mean, probably, but maybe not. And you've got to hedge those bets, because you don't really want that Okie Dokie to get too many opportunities here.
No, you do not. And the goal.
Oh,
Grimsnarl going for the Thunderwave. Fantastic detect on this Urshifu, keeping itself safe from these status moves. And Golden Go does go for the +2 make rain, easily enough to get the one-hit knockout onto this Grimsnarl. Okie Dokie takes it like a champ behind the light screen, behind the assault vest, and now this Golden Go is only at +1 special attack.
Drain Punch into the Protect as well. So that's an attack for free on Eduardo's side. Because the Thunder Wave was pinging off the Protect Shield from the Urshifu, there's no speed control, no paralysis to speak of in this turn. But if the Roaring Moon is still in the back, Roaring Moon potentially could set up Tailwind a little bit later on. Now Ogerpon comes in, and again, it's that same decision that Eduardo's going to have to think about. It's like, do I or don't I terrestrialize the Urshifu, or do I just get it out of the way of this Ogerpon?
Yeah, I really like the fact that we saw that Incineroar in the back on Eduardo's side. He took it to all 3 games despite knowing there's an Okie Dokie, just proving how confident he is in the way he can play this game, that he doesn't really care about this Okie Dokie getting that attack boost. He knows ways around it. Looks like the Golden Go is going to forego that +1 special attack in place of the Incineroar. So that's going to drop a very important Intimidate on the Ogerpon, but also gives the Okie Dokie a +1 to its attack. And now Ogerpon actually reading the Incineroar switch in is going to boost up its attack with a Swords Dance, but the close combat now comes up into the Okie Dokie and knocks it out of the field.
That Swords Dance is going to be big, though. Aurelian has taken some early concessions, some early Pokemon deficit, but actually an attack-boosting Roaring Moon that comes in after the Incineroar lands on the field, plus a Swords Dance Ogerpon, is definitely not something that you want to be staring down. And especially since that Golden Go has been put down to pretty low HP, there's no worries about terrestrialization or worrying about whether or not that you can knock it out. So even though Aurelian's 2 Pokemon down, it's not over by any stretch of the imagination.
It is definitely not over, and now we are going to get our terrestrialization from this Urshifu, going to be the Terra Fire. So making itself very vulnerable to this Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, but also will be taking neutral damage from the Roaring Moon. Looks like Incineroar is going to be faking out the Ogerpon, not wanting to take that risk, and the Acrobatics deals so much to the Urshifu, but is not enough to knock it out, and now the responding close combat is a one-hit knockout on this Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon is down with that critical hit. I do not think that matters. And Aurelian is left with his Ogerpon at +1 attack against all 4 Pokemon on Eduardo's side.
Yeah, Aurelian needed to protect there for the reflect there for the Roaring Moon to be able to take that attack, but yeah, I didn't.
There was a reflect, so that would have mattered.
Because of the fake out, because of the Unseen Fist, Eduardo put themselves into a really good position to have 4 Pokemon left remaining against this lone Ogerpon. Now, it does have the ability to heal itself up with a Horn Leech. Ooh. Those Ivy Cudgels be doing lots of damage here. Critical hit down onto the Raging Bolt, but close combat and any other attacks are going to make them up. But critical hit. Eduardo is progressing to top 8 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships.
What an absolutely exciting set of 3 games we just had on screen here. Eduardo proving exactly why he is a world champion, playing so well with this very defensive balanced team that's, you know, sweeping through the field and proving to us why it's one of the top tier threats in this metagame.
It's so strong, and especially under a player like Eduardo, who has been known so well in the past for using those balance-based compositions, something that maybe looks a little bit more slow and steady, maybe doesn't have that immediate damage potential, but is built in a way that Eduardo can really take advantage of any holes that his opponent may have. You know, when you're building these maybe slightly more aggressive teams or teams with a different strategy, maybe like Iron Crown and DD, for example, that requires a certain combination of things to be on the field to be really strong. Players like Eduardo really excel in formats where they can just pick out those little pieces and break down those compositions, and to be able to win with just the best Pokemon in the room.
I really like how, you know, Eduardo spent several turns not seemingly doing nothing, but then all of a sudden he was getting himself into position to then start taking those knockouts, and we see how he was gradually able to whittle away at Aurelian's options until Aurelian was not able to switch anymore. And both the Golden Go just did so much work. Being able to nasty plot in front of light screen means that it doesn't quite care as much about all of these defensive options that Aurelian has used, and the Okie Dokie put in a lot of work. I was really impressed by how it performed. Unfortunately, that wasn't quite enough for Aurelian, and gives Eduardo the win into top 8.
And you can see that reaction to what we know to be a speed tie between the Okie Dokie and the Raging Bolt in game number 2, taking us into this game number 3, where Eduardo was just able to pick apart all of the pieces quickly enough to secure a really nice victory here. And just what a way to do it against a player that's so well regarded in Aurelian Sula. Such a great player that broke out a couple of years ago into the scene when they aged up into the Masters division, and have been able to just keep that consistency all the way through.
I'm really happy that we got to see Okie Dokie on screen again. It's such a fun little Pokemon. It doesn't look very serious, you know, just hanging there like with this little tongue coming out.
Is it?
I think so, yeah.
Kind of. It's kind of, yeah, I like that.
I love it. And it's just so cool to see it get used in this format. I believe the last time we had Regulation F, we didn't see much of Okie Dokie. Nobody really thought it was that good of a Pokemon. But since the breakout in Toronto, a lot of people have picked up on it. And the fact that it's so good against Incineroar.
Yeah, let's go back to one of those moments in game 1 where we had that kind of end game situation here with the Okie Dokie, the Ogerpon on Aurelian's side. This is close to the end of the game, and you had this situation where the upper hand was a real big threat onto this Okie Dokie, but it was able to just go for its terrestrialization there and be able to resist those surging strikes. If it wasn't able to get to have the Terra Water available, if Aurelian hadn't quite managed to preserve that through the rest of the game, I'm just skipping through for the moment that we can go and see it.
Bom dia, chat. Como é que vocês estão? Hoje é um ótimo domingo para todos. E meu sujo. Mano, essa travinha insuportável aqui não fica. Agora ficou.
Exactly, and you can see it's like, well, the Urshifu can either target here or here, but we know that this Ogerpon will be going first compared to the Urshifu going second and the Okie Dokie going third in this turn. So with the upper hand pressuring down into the Incineroar, you get into a situation where the Ogerpon is actually really quite free to actually damage. Well, that's a number 4. Damage back down into the Urshifu and knock it out while the Okie Dokie is suppressing that Incineroar. And you can see that coming through here with that Horn Leech just doing so much damage.
Na live ainda, Suró. O Okidoki finalmente apareceu. Deixa eu ver como é que tá aqui. Como é que tá aqui o jogo? Tá no Top Cut, né? Top Cut foi o Marcos Co, o Stefano, o Marcos Silva, tá, vamos lá. Marcos Co, Stelano Grep, o Marcos Silva, Shoei Kimura, o Simon Sanvito, em Kue Zhang, o Marcos Han e o Aurelian Sola. Esse foi o top 8, né? Aí tem o Eduardo Cunha, que acabou de perder, eu acho. Tem o Louis Dark, Oliver Hartmann, o Florian Temi, o Matt Morgan, Eric Rios. Caraca, o Eric tava 0, cara. Caraca, o Eric tava em primeiro 9-0, ele tá 9-3. Jonathan Mustow e Femi Jordonic. Como é que vocês falaram aqui? Ganhou? Quem ganhou? Não entendi, ô Marlon. Ô Marlon não, Dragapult, desculpa. Aliás, salve Dragapult, como é que você tá? Bom dia. Eu tava meio sumido porque eu tô passando mal aqui. Não tô muito legal do estômago, eu tô passando mal, por isso que eu não apareci. Tava até agora passando mal, pô. Saco, sabia? Que saco. Ó, aqui tem chatote. O Eduardo ganhou, boa. Desde já um ótimo domingo pra você, ô Dragapult. Estamos aqui na jornada do busca de conseguir outro Destiny Mod, que aparentemente é um saco isso aqui, porque eu vou tentar bridar com 2 Destiny Mod e é isso. Vai ter que vir perfeito, porque essa porcaria desses bichos não vem perfeito. Se eu não me engano, passou 2 jogos aí, né? Por enquanto, né? Passou 2 jogos desde que eu abri a live, se eu não me engano. Por que? Eu não tô muito legal não, tá, gente? Então desculpa se eu ficar muito quieto aqui, ficar mais concentrado no jogo aqui embaixo. É porque eu não tô muito legal não, tô passando mal. Agora eu vou o resto dos campeões mundiais passados. por que não tá deixando sair das batalhas? Esse que tá falando, no caso, é o Eduardo Cunha, né, Dragapult? Ô, Dragapult, tu tem... Pera, tu já me adicionou no Switch? Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. Já. Tá aqui já, beleza. Tá, adicionei você. Adicionei você, o Dragas e o Zurlin. Falta o Marlon. O Marlon não manda. Espera, eu adicionei o Marlon também? Deixa eu ver aqui. Não adicionei o Marlon não. Ai, tá, peraí. Uma notícia boa e uma notícia ruim? Começa pela ruim, eu já tô mal mesmo. Eu tô mal do estômago aqui, então... Não, começa pela ruim, porque pelo menos aí a gente tem a boa. A ruim é que meu Switch queimou. Caraca! E a boa? Não fazia parte do plano capturar. E a boa, Marlon? Tu vai conseguir comprar outra. A boa que iria comprar um boneco de fundo. Ah, legal. Achei que tu fosse comprar outro Switch, pô. Ia ser legal se tu comprasse outro Switch. Deixa eu ver uma coisa. Cara, veio um Gastrodon do nada. Era o que eu precisava pra completar a Dex aqui. Com 2 pontos. Ele veio com Stick Holder. Held itens desse Pokémon. Ué, pera aí, deixa eu ver se eu entendi. Essa habilidade Stick Hold aqui do Gastrodon, ele troca o Held item com o inimigo, é isso? Caraca, se for isso é quebrado. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Olha, caraca, olha quanta coisa. Isso é o que? A quantidade de pontos que você ganha? É isso? Pô, se for, vai ser... Se for, é legal. É massa isso. Cara, eu acho que o negócio não é aqui, não. Acho que nesse matinho de cima. Voltou? Bem-vindo de volta. Ué, eu não tinha te enfrentado não, mulher. Eu descobrindo que eu zerei o jogo e não enfrentei um monte de treinadores aqui. Eu tô atrás de uma... Nossa! Eu tô atrás de um... Como é que fala? Eu tô atrás... Olha esse... Nossa, olha esse... Olha esse negócio de mesa do Zygarde, caraca. Como é que fala? Nossa, quanto... Cara, ainda foi crítico. Practice Sport, ok. Eu coloquei pra dormir. Olha a pelúcia do Gleison, eu quero. Drelon aprendeu Seed Bomb. Eu não sei se compensa. Deixa eu ver. Laser Flare. Eu não sei se compensa colocar o Seed Bomb. O que o Seed Bomb faz? Bomba meio mesmo, mas tá bom. Não, é porque eu tô com o Brelon, o Dragapult. Esse Brelon eu tô usando pra capturar os Pokémons. Aí se meu Brelon tá com Giga Drain, Toxic, Poison Powder e Spore, entendeu? Tá com esses 4 ataques. Aí eu tô pensando em tirar acho que eu vou tirar o Poison Powder, porque eu já tenho o Toxic, entendeu? Só que aí eu não sei o que eu coloco aqui. Alguma coisa. Ele aprende algum golpe pra paralisar? Ele aprende o Stun Spore, né? Se eu não me engano. Que é o que paralisa, né? Acho que eu vou ficar assim. Vou ficar com 3 golpes de condição e 1 pra bater. Eu só vou usar ele mesmo pra... Eu vou usar ele só pra capturar Pokémon mesmo. Não, eu quero o ataque que paralisa o Dragapult. Eu não vou colocar não. Esse aqui não. Eu quero um que paralise. Meu Deus do céu. O que foi isso, cara? Então, ilusão de ódio. Se eu não me engano é aqui que pega, né? Mas pera aí, o macaco tá caído. Ué, maçãzinha não tem? Eu achei que eu tivesse mais leftover. Ó, tem... Ó, é a escolha da comunidade agora. Não ser uma montanha-russa, é considerado ruim, ele vira campeão do mundial. Quando ele é considerado ruim, ele vira campeão mundial. Então, né? Chatote, eu não quero. Qual será a batalha que a comunidade vai escolher? Caraca! É verdade, tem a do Marco Silva. Não, mas sinceramente, eu queria ver. É porque todas as batalhas estão padrão, né? Mas essa do Marcos Cor eu queria ver. Porque o cara tá com o Easy de Galar, pô. Eu queria ver se o Easy de Galar trabalhando aí, ó. E o cara... Se bem que o cara não vai trazer, né? O cara tem um baita de um Dom 12 e um Tatsugiri no time. Eu não sei por que ele colocou esse Weezing aí. Ah, pra se livrar de terreno, né? Ô, Dragapult, se eu não me engano, isso daí dá pra você voltar lá na Twitch do Pokémon. Tem 3 Marcos. Ah, tem 3 Manel. Tem o Martin Morgan, tem o Marco Silva e tem o Marcos Rama. Real, tem 3. Lindras, falei pra minha amiga que eu gosto dela. Esqueci de falar que é zoeira. Ué, ela falou que gosta de você? Ó. Arrumou um contatinho sem querer. Ela não falou nada? Ela ainda não respondeu desde ontem? Caraca. Nossa, já sei o que foi. Na verdade, eu fui jogar com ela agora há pouco. Foi no Natal. Falou assim, eu gosto de você. Aí, motor. Desligou a cal, né? Eita, empatou. Aí, ó. Não, eu falei isso e continuei no Natal.
Very exciting, good choice, trainers. Fantastic to see Reagindo match as well. We saw a bit of it yesterday, but really will step on the gas heading into our top 8. We're able to feature our fellow caster as well, Marcus Harmon on stream, and this is their best result for time. So Marcus, could they do it? Could they go all the way?
Ah, eu não tinha enfrentado. Ai, o Dragapult empatou aí, ó. 2 batalhas. Tive que falar 2 vezes porque ela não entendeu. Eu falei na segunda, ela entendeu. Ah, tá. É muito sorte e azar. Se eu não me engano, eles vão colocar essas 2 batalhas para disputar. Aí qual que vencer que eles vão transmitir, eu acho. Ó, o Marcos Cal passou direto, o Marco Silva também. E o Stefano Grip também. Kimura perdeu? Aparentemente sim, né? Que nem no top 16 ele perdeu os 2-0. 7 mil ainda. 2-0. Não tem, a gente não tem como saber, né? Tem como supor, mas não tem como saber. Vai que ele foi um 2-0 disputado, ainda assim ele deu trabalho pro cara, né? Sei lá. É porque, infelizmente, não dá pra ditar um resultado só pelos números na tela. Muitas vezes o resultado foi muito mais do que aquilo. Então, não dá pra julgar de certa forma. Ô, Dragapult, me responde uma coisa. Se eu passar um Pokémon em nenhuma partida foi transmitida do Pokémon. Aí eu não lembro. Ô, Dragapult, me responde uma coisa. Se eu passar um Machoke pro Pokémon Home e do Pokémon Home eu passar de volta pra cá pro Brilliant Damage ou passar pro Shiny Pro, ele vira uma Machamp? Não, né? Sim, ele vira? Opa, então beleza. Então GG. Então eu preciso de uma Choque e um Gastly. Pera, então o Home funciona como troca? Que doido! Caraca, que massa, vamos saber disso então. Nossa, então tem como eu completar a Dex, se eu quiser. Tá, eu tenho... Deixa eu só dar uma olhada aqui. Quais os pokés que eu preciso aqui de troca da Dex. Pula. Cara, eu não sabia que dava pra fazer isso. Tá, eu preciso então levar o meu eu preciso de uma choque. Qual mais evolui por troca aqui? Uma choque, o Ginga. Cadê o habitat? Nossa, e é só nas árvores, né? Quer ver? Óbvio será. Saber que será que teremos o diverso marco de novo? Vamos ver. É um Gasly. Tá uma choque Hunter.
Exactly that. Sometimes you just have to know the calculations on your Pokemon inside and out, and also just keep that mental fortitude, keep just solid and thinking, okay, yes, that didn't go my way, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the game doesn't have to go my way. Just have to, keep detached. But that's Marco Silva. What about Henway?
It's the story of the day, but this is going on. Now, Henway is a very accomplished trainer. He's got very consistent results, just not quite as many accomplishments as his opponent Marco, but we can see also a very similar run, only one loss based on numbers to Eric Rivas, and phenomenal trainer. And look at that.
Só uma choque o Hunter, né? Praticamente vou precisar passar. Então Então deixa eu ver onde eu tenho uma choque e um Hunter aqui. Temos que ter... É só ver o cruzamento. O Dragapult volta a live. Volta a live que você vai ver. Ô, Dragapult, o Gliscor eu preciso trocar ou eu só preciso equipar o item com ele à noite? O item à noite, tá? Então é só o... Pera, é só o Duskull. É o Duskull, o Gasly e o Machoke só que eu preciso aqui, então. Não. Eu tenho que aumentar a felicidade dessa desgramento aqui. Deixa eu até equipar o Hell de item que preciso. Vou colocar ela pra ficar andando comigo. Depois eu faço isso. Vamos ver. Deixa eu voltar. Pra ficar mais fácil, eu vou colocar o Gasly no... O Gasly e o Machop na mesma party, na mesma box. E aí, GG pra mim. Pronto, aí é só colocar os dois aqui na mesma party. Aqui. O Gasly ainda vou evoluir, então deixa eu só pegar o Duskull aqui. Foi a do Linda, sabe por que eu não disse que era zoeira? Porque você gosta mesmo dela. Equipa o item à noite, tá? Isso aí eu vi. Porque no final das contas você também gosta dela. Vou colocar ela pra... Agora foi a que o Marco ganhou. Ok. Tá, chat, eu já volto, tá? Rapidinho já volto.
Not quite as well known, but both of these players are so strong and running both incredibly hyper offensive teams. So this is going to be such an explosive matchup. And now let's take a look. Marco Silva, 3-time international champion. He's won so much we can't even fit all of his accomplishments on the screen. Henway about to add top 8 at the very minimum to his very recent, very consistent and recent list of accomplishments.
The conspicuous absence there, of course, though, over on Hengwei's achievements is the lack of any kind of winner, any kind of champion title there. And that is what Hengwei is so hungry for here in Birmingham at this weekend. Marco also twice in the top 16 of the World Championships. That is definitely the one title that's eluded Marco so far. Ever hungrier for that world's title. Now, he's already qualified, having won the Lille Regional Championships a few months ago. But here he is, just playing the game he loves. And maybe the fact that he's taken that pressure off himself will stand him in good stead. But either way, here's his team.
Marco is going to be running that Incineroar, Fluttermane, Cornerstone, Ogerpon, Torkoal, Ursaluna, and Farigiraf. We've seen this team put in so much work on the stream this weekend. We haven't quite seen the Torkoal, but that Fluttermane with the choice specs hits so hard, and paired up with a lot of these also equally hyper-offensive Pokemon like the Ogerpon, like the Ursaluna. Nobody wants to face a guts-boosted Ursaluna under Trick Room. And that Farigiraf also, with that Citrus Berry, means that it's got a lot of longevity on the field, boosted by that Assault Vest Incineroar.
Trick Room could go a long way in this matchup against Hengwei, because Hengwei's is a team that likes to hit fast and hard. If the Trick Room can go up, then Marco could well just sweep through. I love the Torkoal on there as well, with Helping Hand able to boost up the power of its allies' move. Will that come into contention? Depends on what Marco decides to bring in terms of his Pokemon. And now let's take a look at Hengwei's team, which is another team that is not so common at all in Regulation ZF.
This Psy-Spam team of Urshifu, Indeedee, Tornadus, Iron Crown, Ogerpon, and Regidrago, the idea behind this kind of team is that you just set up with a Tailwind and start immediately going for those powerful spread moves like the Expanding Force, like the Dragon Energy. Now, Marco doesn't have a Rillaboom, so he has no way of overriding the terrain that Indeedee sets. At the same time, this Indeedee doesn't carry Trick Room. The Tornadus does not carry Taunt. There are no Taunt users on Henwei's side, and the Indeedee also cannot reverse the Trick Room. So there's actually not much stopping that Farigiraf from being able to set up a Trick Room outside of, say, barring getting knocked out from a double up. So I think it's going to be in this matchup a little bit of a kind of vying for positioning and getting that Trick Room in at the right time, and Henwei is probably just going to want to focus on getting the damage out immediately.
Well, will they be able to, especially because the Ursaluna for Marco is carrying that Terra Fairy, and of course you also have the Fluttermane, so that would be a massive stopper in the tracks of Regidrago wanting to get off those big Dragon Energies. The players are set, the teams are ready, and we are diving into our first Masters Top 8 game here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. It will be Regidrago and Incineroar, or Ogerpon Hearthlane, going up against the Incineroar and Farigiraf on Marco's side.
Yeah, this is immediately a lot of offensive pressure coming from Henwei's side. That Regidrago Dragon Energy is probably the fastest Pokemon on the field outside of the Ogerpon, which does have Follow Me, so it can protect its own Regidrago from getting hit. Of course, Incineroar can fake out, but there is the potential of an Indeedee that's lurking in the back. And if Henwei reads the fake out, switches in Indeedee can just immediately get that Dragon Energy off.
Spiker Shield coming out from the Ogerpon Halflame here. It won't be taking any damage, it won't be flinched. And indeed, the Regidrago also going for a Protect, so this gives Hengwei the opportunity to see what Marco had locked into, and of course, any parting shots would not work. Farigiraf also going for a Protect here. We know the Incineroar can't, it's carrying the Assault Vest. Just attempting the U-turn into the Regidrago here.
I really like this play. So Marco attempting to maybe try and get that Ursaluna in and switch in for free, because of course, had the Incineroar swapped out that turn, the Ursaluna would have been able to come in with that Guts or Booster. Although we don't know quite yet whether or not, he did bring the Ursaluna that's hanging in the back. But now, Henwei's in quite a nice position where that Regidrago can go for the Dragon Energy. Now, we don't know whether or not Marco has that Fluttermane in the back, which could be immune. And yes, we see the confirmation that there is the Fluttermane, but one of Marco's Pokemon is going to be forced to take a full-powered Dragon Energy.
Is that something that Hengwei wants to lock into, given that the Fluttermane he knows is could well be lurking in the back? It's something you really have to play around. Hengwei really needs to remove the Fluttermane protection before getting off that Dragon Energy. Exactly, Zoe. We'll have to see if the Protect is going to work out as the Ogerpon Halflame goes for its Terastallization here. It's going big. Let's hope it's not going home. It's going to be getting an attack boost thanks to that Embody Aspect ability now. Hengwei really wanting to dial up the offense, dial up the momentum, but Frigoraph attempts the double protect. Unfortunately, it's not going to work this time around. Now here comes a big Terra boosted Ivy Cudgel connecting into the Frigoraph. That long neck has been knocked right down to the ground. It's only got about a third of its HP, but thankfully this is where the berry comes in. Lovely recovery now, but now all eyes turn onto this Regidrago. It's just going to be the big Dragon Energy. It's enough for the KO onto the Frigoraph. The Incineroar brought down to about half its HP. The Assault Vest coming in clutch.
Yeah, look how well that Incineroar was able to take this incredibly powerful Dragon Energy. Now Incineroar is going to U-turn out of there. That is going to be resistant on this Terra of Fire type Ogerpon that's got, shining brilliantly with that Hearthflame mask. And in the back, we see Marco with the Ursaluna. Unfortunately, without Trick Room set up, it's a very slow Pokemon. It also doesn't have Guts boosted. But that Fluttermane with the Choice Specs is quite I wouldn't say it's the nice switch because it's facing against an Ogerpon, and with Choice Specs, you really have to be very careful exactly what you lock into. This Fluttermane also doesn't have Power Gem, so it can't really hit the Ogerpon for any meaningful damage. It does have Shadow Ball, and it does actually carry Trick Room. So Marco can potentially set up Trick Room with his Fluttermane, but it's Choice Specs. So if you set it up, you're also going to have to swap it out and hope that whatever switch is in, which is going to be that Ursaluna, is not going to be taking significant damage on that swap in.
I do like having the Trick Room option on the Fluttermane, just so that when your back's against the wall, sometimes you just have to get it up in order for Ursaluna to sweep. And Marco is taking a long time to decide whether it's going to be the Incineroar or the Fluttermane joining it. Does Fluttermane come in and attempt to set up this Trick Room? I mean, relatively safe in the face of this Regidrago. It's not like Regidrago is locked into going for Dragon Energy, but the only other move it could damage it with is the Earth Power. Would the combination of the Ivy Cudgel and the Earth Power be enough from Hengwei's end to remove the Fluttermane from contention?
Yeah, and now Hengwei, because he knows there's a Choice Specs Fluttermane on the field, he can go for a double protect or spiky shield and a protect on the Regidrago. But if he does that, it does give an opening for this Ursaluna to essentially activate that Guts boost for free. So this is quite a tricky situation here. Fluttermane, of course, is in a very nice position against the Regidrago, not so nice against the Ogerpon. But of course, Marco does have Incineroar in the back that can swap in and drop the Ogerpon that's now at neutral down to -1 attack and potentially allow the Fluttermane to survive an Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, the Ursaluna already burnt here. It's already going to be hitting quite as hard as it would like to. Regidrago is going to be switching out. That's unsurprising in the face of big Fairy-type damage that the Regidrago can now no longer Terastallize away from. Indeedee instead going to be joining the field here. Switching things up, making the battlefield weird, and also providing some much-needed support for the Ogerpon. Yes, the attempted Moonblast, massive damage into the Indeedee. Those choice bets paying dividends. Now the Ivy Cudgel, the hero from Kitakami, hits into the Fluttermane. It's just going to be enough for the one-hit KO. Even with that Terastallization, and it looked like there was no critical hit to speak of there either. Really good calculations for Hengwei to be aware of, but now the responding facade, and that's going to be Ogerpon down as well, but crucially, that is going to be the Fluttermane down, and Regidrago's path is slightly more secure, but of course, again, this Ursaluna has Terra Fairy.
It does. Regidrago, it can't just easily spam those Dragon Energy, but we have to remember that Hengwei still has one unrevealed Pokemon in the back. Is that going to be an Iron Crown? Because the Regidrago does come back. Maybe Hengwei wants to use this opportunity to force that Ursaluna to Terra into the Fairy type. The Incineroar with the Assault Vest. At this range, I'm not sure it's going to be able to take that fully powered Dragon Energy, that's what else. But the Indeedee, an interesting play Hengwei could do is just follow me on the Indeedee, absorb the damage, and then the Regidrago can get an attack off, and then the final Pokemon in the back, potentially an Iron Crown, can clean up.
Hengwei is clearly priming Marco into expecting it as an Iron Crown, having switched in the Ndidi and set up the train. It would be so easy just to plonk the Iron Crown next to it, get those expanding forces off. But this is information that if Hengwei can avoid revealing, they certainly will. Ursaluna now going for its Terra Fairy. It's so hard not to in the face of a Regidrago that can just sweep through your team. And of course, Ursaluna has far less special defense than it does physical defense. Ursaluna with its Roar of Victory, and now Ndidi going for this big helping hand. Has Hengwei gone for a dragon move? Is it going to be a ground type move? Yes, it is going to be the big dragon energy. This should easily be enough now with the helping hand to remove the Incineroar from contention. It's just the Ursaluna by its lonesome, but Ursaluna is well known for sweeping through teams, especially with that Guts boost, and all the more so with Terra Fairy here. The Earthquake, Ndidi goes down. Critical hit as well on that Ndidi. That one didn't matter so much. It was already so low, but now the Regidrago is going to be joined by whatever this partner is. Hengwei is going to be forced to reveal the fourth Pokemon.
Well, if the final Pokemon on Hengwei's side is an Iron Crown, he's going to be in a very comfortable position. And it is the Iron Crown, so there's absolutely nothing stopping Hengwei from going for a Tachyon Cutter and Earth Power onto this Ursaluna. Ursaluna, being the slowest Pokemon on the field, is not going to be able to take the onslaught of attacks. It looks like actually Regidrago just wants to keep himself safe for this turn.
Keep himself safe and also, of course, let that burn damage whittle away on Marco's Ursaluna. Every little bit will count. It's not holding leftovers, of course. There's no grassy terrain.
It's a really interesting thing I just noticed. The Regidrago is faster than the Iron Crown.
Okay.
Its Protect went off first.
This could well come into play in future games here, knowing that the Regidrago is faster than the Iron Crown. But Ursaluna now, that damage is just chipping away, but can now Hengwei just seal the deal? Stamp their ticket into Game 2 with one victory under their belt.
Voltei.
Secure the KO on Ursaluna. So really well played by Hengwei here, being able to put a stopper in the tracks. Not a player as decorated as Marco Silva, but we saw time and time again that the little regional champion.
Olha, Iron Crown e Regidrago. Aparentemente essa dupla é boa.
So Hengwei now more than ever needs to lock in.
Hengwei looking very happy about that game one. It was a very dominant game.
Incrível, né? O Marco sempre começa perdendo. Parece que ele faz isso de propósito. Ah, tinha leftovers aqui, caramba. Parece que ele faz isso de propósito, cara. Um underground rapidinho. Deixa eu fazer o seguinte, gente. Vou tomar um negócio aqui. Eu vou deixar mutado aqui. Não sei se eu vou sair ou não, porque eu tô passando mal aqui. Vou tomar um remédio aqui, vou ver o que dá. Daqui a pouco eu volto. Mas fiquem aí com a partida do Marco e do Reagindo, sei lá como é que é o nome do cara.
There is that Fluttermane in the back waiting to absorb an incredibly powerful dragon energy. But will Hengwei read this and maybe read that fake out, switching his Ndidi, knowing that there's nothing to override the Psychic Train? So he can just get that set up quite easily early on, and then later on allow that Ndidi or Regidrago going down to bring in that Iron Crown.
Yeah, it could be an even swifter game, and that's exactly the way that Hengwei likes to play with this hyper-offensive team that has really swept him through all the way to top 8 here. Hengwei has taken 2 losses along the way to Marco's just 1, but all bets are off now, trainers. If you lose this match, then you're out of the tournament. Here comes the Ndidi, exactly that, Zoe. So setting up the Psychic Terrain, knowing that Marco cannot overwrite it, and it means that Fake Out will not be able to act. And so Marco just going to manually switch that Incineroar and now decide what to switch in from the back. It will be this Fluttermane, of course, able to take no damage from the Dragon Energy, and in fact, no damage at all, given that the Farigiraf will be protecting here as well. The attempted Draco Meteor, in fact, into the Farigiraf. Hengwei knows that removing the option for Marco to go for Trick Room is key.
A fantastic turn from Marco there, getting that Fluttermane in without taking a single bit of damage. Now, we saw in that previous game just how much damage the Moonblast from this Choice Specs Fluttermane was able to do to this Ndidi. And if Ndidi wants to keep its partner safe, it's going to be forced to go into the Follow Me. But Regidrago, I couldn't even see it switching out so, because it's not really doing that much. But of course, if it switches out, that gives the Farigiraf an opportunity to set up Trick Room later on. Now, Marco might not want to set up Trick Room just yet, because there's that Fluttermane in the field. If you set it up, you might just be helping Hengwei with his Pokemon later on, because they are going to be slower than the Fluttermane. So, ooh, looks like Ndidi is actually switching out here.
Ndidi's getting in on out of there, and Hengwei now in its place is going to be switching in the Iron Crown. So making an earlier appearance than in that previous game is Booster Energy as well. We often see the special attack Booster Energy, and that's exactly what Hengwei will be running here thanks to the Quark Drive ability. Farigiraf this time is going to be switching out. Marco knows it's got a target on its back. Incineroar going to be joining the fray here instead. Is not providing an active Fake Out heading into the next turn thanks to the Psychic Terrain that is still on field, blocking the priority moves. And time to Terrastallize.
Yeah, Terrastallize time to get all sparkly with this Regidrago going into the Terra Fairy. So it's staring at the Fluttermane and says, you know what, I also want to be a fairy. And now that means the Regidrago will no longer be taking super effective fairy moves. So Fluttermane locks into Dazzling. Oh, look how much damage.
Taking only 50% here. Crucially still around, but the Dragon Meteor is going to be targeted into the Fluttermane. So predicting a switch here from Marco's Fluttermane, or indeed a, it's the Terra Fairy, so wouldn't be able to Terrastallize out of that Dragon Invulnerability.
Yeah, I think that play may have looked a bit odd, but what Hengwei was reading Marco going for was a Trick Room from the Fluttermane, from the Farigiraf, and the Fluttermane are switching out into the Ursaluna. And so he wanted to get that really big Draco Meteor onto the Fluttermane, but unfortunately Marco got the better read of Hengwei, and we see now why exactly Marco is such a top player.
Regidrago going to retreat to the Split Decision Ruins, as in its place it will be Oakabon Hearthland once more joining the fray. You got to get rid of this Fluttermane if you're Hengwei in this situation, as Iron Crown now protects itself. No damage targeted into the slot. Dazzling Gleam, of course, we'll be chipping away at the Oakabon, and it might well be more than chip damage, carrying the Choice Specs, of course, boosting up its special attack hugely at the expense of only being able to use that move for as long as the Fluttermane is on the field. Flare Blitz attempted into the Iron Crown here over on Hengwei's side, of course, would have been super effective. The Iron Crown does have Terra Water to be able to counteract that, but of course, Regidrago has already Terrastallize into the Fairy type.
Yeah, I think this is the time where Iron Crown would have very dearly wished it had Terra Water, because it'll be able to hit the Incineroar super effectively with a Terra Blast, and with a boosted special attack, you could potentially take it out. And the Fluttermane having locked into Dazzling Gleam means that it wouldn't have been able to deal really big damage. It looks like Oakabon wants to keep its partner safe with that Follow Me.
Follow Me, so no single target moves will be going into the Iron Crown, but Dazzling Gleam, of course, is a spread move, and Iron Crown is losing a lot of HP here, but crucially the Tachyon Cutter now. Hengwei realizing that the Iron Crown is really vulnerable in the face of this Flare Blitzing Incineroar, but now that Fluttermane's removed, it paves the way more for the Regidrago, even though the Ursaluna, of course, is still lurking with that Terra Fairy in the back, if, of course, it's come to this game. But in fact, Flare Blitz into the Oakabon, and that's going to be removed here. So Hengwei's Iron Crown is going to stick around for at least another turn.
Yeah, I really like this play from Hengwei there. Of course, the Oakabon did go down, but in exchange, he got rid of that Fluttermane, which was dealing so much spread move damage all throughout Hengwei's team. He knew that because the Fluttermane it has the Choice Specs, it cannot protect out of that steel type weakness. And if Marco swaps out the Fluttermane, then that's a slot that's not doing any damage. And now Farigiraf comes in. It is very healthy, and it is going to be able to set up a Trick Room if it chooses to. And we know that Ursaluna is in the back. Hengwei doesn't know this yet, but I would say a player of Henway's caliber probably is expecting that Ursaluna, and now he's going to have to find ways to stop that Farigiraf from setting up Trick Room.
It's all the better now for Marco because, of course, Regidrago is at half HP, and Dragon Energy does damage based on the amount of HP you have remaining. Ursaluna, it might be lurking in the back, but you can't switch it in and Terastallize at the same time. So Dragon moves would still be doing a lot of damage to anything on Marco's team. As it stands, a big Draco Meteor, and you still have the luxury, if you're Hengway, of being able to switch out the Regidrago to reset the special attack drop, should you do that. But just going on the offensive with the Dragon Energy, not hitting as hard as it would have done before, and now the Terra Blast just roar from the Iron Crown into Incineroar. Just a little bit of chip damage. That is not the momentum that Hengway needs this turn. Flare Blitz, Regidrago, that's going to be going down, and now Hengway down to the final two Pokemon.
Yeah, Henway's in a little bit of a sticky situation, I would say here. The expanding force from this Iron Crown is going to be, well, dealing 0 damage to this Dark-type Incineroar, and also dealing resistant damage to the Farigiraf, and Farigiraf is actually able to go through that turn and safely set up Trick Room. The Indeedee Psychic Terrain does expire this turn, and if it switches back in, that does reactivate the Psychic Terrain. But it's a little too late at this stage. I'm really struggling to see how this Iron Crown, which is really the main source of damage on Henway's side, going to be able to kind of clutch out the win, because there's still that healthy Ursaluna waiting in the back. But if there's a player that can do it, Henway, he's shown to be quite consistent at the game.
Yeah, it's really difficult. You want to remove the Incineroar as quickly as you can, because of course that could just snipe off your own crown, but at the same time, if the Trick Room goes off, as you say, Zoe, that means that Ursaluna can come in and sweep through, and protecting in the face of it is a really bold call, because it might just give the Farigiraf total leeway to be able to set it up. The knockoff is nearly enough just for the one-hit KO. In fact, that might be trained specifically to take that. Now, the Rocky Helmet recoil damage, thanks to Indeedee's held item there, means that the Incineroar is going to knock itself out in the process. The follow-up Hyper Voice is going to be easily enough now to secure the KO onto the Indeedee. This is really interesting because the Psychic Train's been set up, Trick Room has now not been instated, and this means that Marco doesn't have the speed advantage.
I believe Farigiraf did manage to set up Trick Room that turn, which
went for the Hyper Voice just then.
But the turn earlier, it went for the Trick Room when the Regidrago went for the Dragon Energy.
Eu tô aqui, aquele mangá misterioso foi sinistro. Que mangá, o Dragapult? Vixe, o cara deu Terra Blast sem dar o Terra, mas não dá tanto dano, né? GG pro Marco, nossa senhora, o Marco perdeu a primeira pra destruir na segunda, sinistro. Mas ele sempre faz isso. Ele sempre perde, parece que ele perde a primeira de propósito pra fazer a estratégia pra segunda. É o Marco, não tem como? O cara não tem como virar isso aqui não, né? Oxe, o boneco do Marco. Foi de novo pra branco. Não, só lança aqui não. É, GG. No, Bonita tem FTQ. Lendário restrito aí. Lendário restrito aonde? Essa luna é conhecida como o terceiro lendário restrito com PGC em meta de lendário. Ah, tá. É, mas a Saluna não é lendário, né? Até onde eu sei, ela não é lendária. Ô, Dragapult, me explica uma coisa. Eu tenho que passar os pokés de troca pro home e deixar eles lá, abrir o jogo, aí depois fechar o jogo do home e passar de volta? É isso? Ou só de passar pro home uma vez e depois voltar no mesmo instante, eles já consideram uma troca? Mas ela é tão forte quanto um lendário restrito. É, tão forte quanto, mas não é, né? Ela pode, se pá, o Dragapult, se pá, ela entra na categoria dos semi-lendários, então, né? Aquele grupinho de... Abre um jogo e volta só pra garantir, tá? Então eu vou mandar pro home, fechar o home, abrir o jogo, fecha o jogo, abre o home e passo de volta, tá? Passei os 3, beleza. Aí já tá save e sai. Beleza, salvei. Tá, fechamos o home. Vamos entrar no Platinum de novo. Ô Dragapult, tu sabe... Oxi. Tu sabe por que o símbolo do Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl é um triângulo com 3 bolinhas? É por causa do trio mesmo? Do Dialga, Falca e Giratina? Teralizou o Gepon dessa vez, não foi o... É o trio mesmo. Então o símbolo vai ser baseado sempre nos lendários, é isso? É, nem sempre, né, na verdade, porque se eu não me engano, Heart Gold e Soul Silver, eles têm o símbolo do Game Boy, né? Do Game Boy... Não, do 2DS, né, se eu não me engano. Game Boy é só o Fire Red, né? Fire Red, Leaf Green e o... que Ruby, Sapphire e Emerald, né, se eu não me engano. Tá, deixa eu salvar aqui de novo. Aí tá, ô Dragapult, aí eu passo, no caso eu peguei da box, e passei pra box do home. Pra eles evoluírem, eu tenho que passar, eu posso deixar na box mesmo ou eu tenho que colocar na minha party? Eu acho que não dá pra colocar na party, né? Acho que não dá pra colocar na minha party. Não sei. Acho que na box? Okay. Tá, então vou fazer o seguinte. Colocar de volta lá na box. Você. Colocar os 3 aqui. Por que tem um símbolozinho de disco embaixo? O que que significa, sabe, Dragapult? Aí a gente vai salvar. Não sei. Beleza. Aí a gente volta e abre aqui o Diamond. Brilhante Diamond no caso.
In the previous game. This time enough just to complete the knockout the Indeedee, and the Incineroar hurt once more by the Rocky Helmet, but crucially this time it has not been knocked out.
No, it has not. Incineroar knocks off the Rocky Helmet, and Barcelona follows up with the facade that's going to do 0 damage to this protecting Rich Drago. Now, the turns
Ué, mas não contou. Tá aqui eles ainda com o Machoke, Hunter e Desclops. Eu tenho que passar pra... Eu não posso passar pro mesmo jogo? Eu tenho que passar pra outro, é isso? Mineral com ataque firme. Tenta pro outro jogo? Tá. Lá vou eu colocar de novo os bichos aqui. Beleza, coloquei na box. Vamos salvar o jogo. Fechar. Abrir o home. E vou abrir agora o home aqui no Brilhante Diamond. Aí nós vai fazer o seguinte. Vamos passar esses 3 pra cá. Shiny? Aparentemente é Shiny. Deixa eu pegar um Galar. Eu pego um Galar também. Ele tá buildado level 10. É Shiny, ele tem um símbolozinho ali de Shiny, é Shiny mesmo. Esse aqui eu ganhei do home. Esse aqui veio do Galar, aparentemente. Galar, vou no home, mas é de Galar também. Galar. Galar. Também ensinou. Oxi! Ô Marlon perdeu? Ixi! Ô Marlon, olha só que louco. Eu passei o meu Hunter. Eu passei o meu Hunter pro o Marlon, desculpa, o Dragapult. O Dragapult, eu passei o meu Hunter do Brilliant Diamond pro Home. Ele tá dizendo que o Hunter foi capturado em Risui. Sendo que eu joguei o Brilliant Diamond, não joguei o Legends Arceus. Ele tá com um símbolozinho de Legends Arceus, ele tá com uma Pokébola estranha e tá como Risui. E o meu Dusclops, ele tá como região de Sinnoh. Vai entender. É um jogo doido. O Shine dos grupos é bonitaço, tá? Tá, deixa eu fechar aqui agora o Home, vão abrir de novo e vão passar. Agora eu torci pelo Eduardo Cunha. É, o Marco Silva foi eliminado, né? F no chat. Tchau. Ô Dragapult, tu sabe como é que eu troco a conta do Home aqui no Switch? Porque no meu telefone eu tenho outra conta totalmente diferente. E eu queria passar os pokés que eu tenho nessa conta do meu telefone pra cá pro Switch, pros jogos aqui no Switch. Abri o Shiny Pearl. Eu só tenho 10 horas e 20. Vou pegar então o ZS. Pronto. Aí nós salva. Pior que eu não sei, eu nunca troquei de conta. Agora vamos abrir o Shiny Pearl pra ver se eu consigo. Pra ver se eles trocaram.
He's already got his total relationship in World Championship, but for Marco, another top 8 to their name just to add to their long list of goals.
Yeah, at this point, I think we'll just be writing accomplishments top 8 of, 10 times multiple regionals. Anyway, it's incredible to see how far he has come as a player. The masterful way he played those 3 sets. Game 2, maybe
Pera, deixa eu... Mano, como é que eu tô aqui? Nossa, no Shiny Pearl eu derrotei a Gardenia, só derrotei a Gardenia aqui praticamente. Eu tô indo pra ela? Deixa eu ver qual é o meu time aqui atualmente. Olha, é o Luda. Eu tenho uma... Eu tenho um Duskull chamado Luda. Eu tenho o Drifloon, que é o roxinho. Eu tenho um Tari. Eu tenho um Staravia, que é o Topetudo. Eu tenho a Dimaria, que é um Magby. E o Tortuguita, que é o Grotto. Caraca, eu tenho um Magby no time, ô louco. O jogo tá pedindo pra eu ir pra Heart Home. Beleza, o Vinicius 13 tem que ser estudado pela NASA. Ele fez uma tela animada com LED no Minecraft. Mas é possível, pô! Ô Dragapult, como é que fala? Esqueci o nome. Caraca! Cara, se tu manja de Redstone, nossa, é tranquilaço de saber jogar. Teve um cara que, o Dragapult, teve um cara que fez uma tela, aquelas telas verde antiga, onde você mexia no computador, aquela tela verde com preto. O cara fez ele jogando Minecraft dentro do Minecraft com essa tela. Ele fez essa tela verde e preta e ele fez ele jogando Minecraft dentro do Minecraft. Tá tendo noção? O cara criou um computador dentro do Minecraft praticamente. Não trocou. Não trocou. Aparentemente consumiu o item, mas não trocou do Dusk. Consumiu o item do Dusk, mas não trocou.
The best, but now we're going to be getting things set up for our next top 8 match here at the Birmingham Regional Championships.
James is just completely ecstatic on the stage right now, finally doing what he has been so close to accomplishing for so long. He has worked so hard every event.
Lançar os blocos de volta aqui.
My name is James Evans. I'm from Denver, New Jersey. I would definitely be an electric type. I'm super energetic, but I also feel like I'm very tactical about it. I always feel like electric types sort of have that vibe to a switch or something like that. A lot of precision is a good way to phrase it.
Pegar os blocos de volta.
Originally found the 2014 World Championships as an advertisement, then he was like really close watching DC 2.0 and being the one suspect I was like, yes, let's go. And seeing Sage Park win really cemented in my mind, like anyone can win in this game, anyone can be that person out there. So I was just like, that could be me. And from there, the rest is kind of history. I just started playing after that. One of my favorite moments ever is probably winning the EYC in the seniors division. It was the first like super big win I had. It kind of felt very similar to this one where I had no expectations going in. I kind of felt not too very high about my prep, but I had a ton of friends there. I had a ton of fun, and being able to win with so many people you love watching, it's just incredible. And I couldn't be any more grateful for the friends I made with like playing this game. I have to give a complete shout out to Cooler Webb, who was my opponent in Knoxville. He won there, but he's always been a player that I very much looked up to. He was also a prior senior division world champion, and every time we talk, it's always super fun. But every time we battle, it's also super fun. He's always someone who's very calm and collected, and it's definitely just one of my favorite players to ever play the game, and someone I'm always going to be grateful I can talk to.
Cara, ele consumiu o item, mas não trocou.
One thing I've especially learned is that in Pokemon, it's not so much about the player as it is the person behind the switch. And I think a lot of the trappings that a lot of people get into with their mentals or not believing they're good enough is because they're not performing up to the standards that they believe as a player they should be achieving instead of a person. So one thing
Marlon somos os cavaleiros. Eles os royais. Oxi. Por quê? Vocês estão causando um caos aí? Meu Deus, mano. O nosso combo. Ah, tá. Aqui eu vou mutar.
I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou.
Aí voltei. Gigante na frente, golem atrás, um mega cavaleiro, um spark, um mineiro bombado, uma rainha arqueira, ainda tem mais. Uma peca, um lenhador, uma bruxa sombria, uma bruxa e um relâmpago, caso algo de errado aconteça. Nossa! É o deck do terror.
Facing off against each other in that sort of difficult set of mind games.
Of course, you and I, Ben, we're pretty close to Marcus Harmon being one of our fellow casters here in the EU scene. We know how much this means to Marcus. He's looking relatively relaxed on the stage, though, which is wonderful to see. You just want to get your head in the game, you want to be present and raring to go. Stefano Grimby, a trainer, of course, we're less familiar with, but we just saw that
Luca é ele. É o Luca? Tem certeza? Tá, né?
Right now it's going to be Marcus Harmon and Stefano Grimby, and I think that for any trainers who are newer to the Pokemon scene, perhaps Marcus is
Se não for um clone dele, eu acho que não é, mas
his legacy and his incredible achievements extend. Well, back in
você tá falando de longe igualzinho.
started in the game 2011, 2012 kind of era, maybe played the 2010. Can't remember if he played 2010, but I've definitely watched him play some 2010 back in the day. But did really rise to supremacy as far as his capabilities when he won German nationals in 2014 with a 14-0 game record. Like completely undefeated all day. A very, very fantastic player, and he's managed to keep that consistency all the way throughout
É, então. Bem que eu imaginei. E de longe é ele, pô. O cara é um clone do Luca mesmo. Eu sabia que não era, pô. Eu vi que ele não tinha se classificado, o Dragapult. Mas que do nada o cara apareceu assim, nem classificado ele tava. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Pô, mas apareceu os confrontos na tela, como é que tu não viu, pô? Eu só vi quantas horas estamos de live, estamos a 6 horas e 4 de live. Time do Marcos Raman. O Chifo de Água de Mistwater e Incineral de Citrus Berry, Fluttermane de Pulse Energy, Orcpon Máscara de Fogo, Rillaboom de Assault Vest e Raging Bolt de Life Orb. O time do Mano Stefano, Grep, Incineral de Safety Goggles, Chimpaul de Fox Sash, o Chifo de Água de Mistwater, Raging Bolt de Pulse Energy, Landros de Life Orb e Rillaboom de Assault Vest. Eu termino de novo sendo prioridade, né? O Landorus é Shiny ali? Eu acho que é, né? Eu não cheguei a ver se é o Shiny dele. Parece ser o Shiny dele. É o Shiny? Ah.
So if this is Incineroar, then the fake out pressure
Dragapult, eu vou ficar mutado aqui, mas eu vou deixar lá e passando aí, tá? Descansar pouquinho ali, já vai.
Incineroar with fake out, making sure that the Landorus can maybe get something going this turn. But Stefano's kind of struggling, seems to be having an uphill battle here. And Marcus is just carrying on, making sure that that pressure is on in his favor rather than on Stefano's. And I think this is a real testament to how this balanced composition really likes to play. Put all of your pieces in the right spot at the right time, and it's very, very difficult to take down.
It's going to be Stefano now taking the time to decide what to lock into in this situation. Of course, you've got the Landorus that it is also threatened by these surging strikes and by this icy wind, but you can always go for the Terastallization. Urshifu, though, is going to be retreating, and coming in will be Rillaboom instead, providing an active fake out heading into the next turn. And now it's time to Terastallize as well. One of these Pokemon is going to be completely flipping the type chart. It's going to be the Landorus for Stefano. Unsurprising in this situation, now it can take those icy winds so much better. The Terra Poison, of course, meaning it's also resisting those fairy-type moves. Now, what was the move of choice after this? Incineroar fakes out Marcus's freshly switched in Rillaboom. It is indeed the Icy Wind. So Landorus won't be moving quite as speedily, but it takes that damage all the better now, as the speed is reduced for Incineroar, the speed is reduced for Landorus. Earth Power into the freshly swapped in Rillaboom. Really nice switch for Marcus there. Of course, resisted damage.
Marcus just not allowing any of his pieces to really be under too much threat. And now the Terra Poison has come out on the Landorus. That's actually likely to be able to take a Surging Strikes from the Urshifu unless this Landorus takes a little bit more damage. The Mystic Mortar makes it a little bit closer to the edge than it would otherwise be if it was carrying something like a Choice Scarf instead. But actually, the Terra Poison on the Landorus overall is pretty high value, especially when that's powering up the Sludge Bomb that it has access to as well. So Rillaboom here, switching in, doesn't like to be able to have to take all of those attacks. And even though Stefano is in a really offensively pressuring spot right now, seeing the opportunity to get that Landorus out of there, out of the way of any danger, is really going to be impactful for him.
Marcus is able to get a taunt off onto Stefano's Incineroar. It won't be able to go for parting shot now. High horsepower would have been super effective. It's not very effective into Rillaboom, but all this damage stacks up, especially when critical hits come in.
Oh, Flare Blitz!
Flare Blitz, though, now into the Flutter Mane. Going to take it down to about 50%. As you say, Ben, one of these more supportive Flutter Manes is able to take that damage really pretty well. And a little bit of recovery from the grassy terrain all around.
Such a clever taunt as well from Marcus. It didn't work out well for him. Stefano saw through the opportunity for Marcus to go for a taunt there, stop a parting shot, stop the Incineroar being able to pivot itself off. But Stefano's kind of shifted gears a little bit in the mid-game here, trying to target down that Flutter Mane so the Landorus in the back has a little bit more room to breathe, can start dishing out the damage to these really strong Pokemon. But there's the Pain Split. That's going to allow the Flutter Mane to live another Flare Blitz.
It can become a Pokemon that just doesn't go down, but Incineroar's going to hang on with the 1 HP here. The Wood Hammer boosted by the Grassy Terrain. That is going to be enough to secure the KO, so the Pain Split not quite paying the dividends it would have liked it to. Rillaboom's going to take a hefty chunk of recoil damage there. It's down to below just 50% of its HP. The Flare Blitz again now into Marcus's Rillaboom. Wow! Super effective hit. And now Marcus, all of a sudden, on the turn of a sixpence, down to just the final 2 Pokemon.
The Grassy Terrain recovery on both the Incineroar and the Flutter Mane, increasing the damage that the Incineroar went to after that parting shot, was what allowed the Incineroar to hang on there after the high horsepower. So you can see how fine the margins are with training of these two players. And that's another application of Pain Split, because it's not dependent on the type chart whatsoever, that you can say, well, hey, my opponent's Pokemon's got lots of HP, let me nab some of that, so it puts it in range of another attack.
This Raging Bolt, though, is an issue, and it's a big issue for Marcus. How do you have the damage to be able to get rid of it, especially when you have a Thunderclap online in the face of something that would take super effective damage like this Urshifu?
It's going to be tough, but the Marcus has not yet used their Terastallization, and so the Urshifu doesn't necessarily get one-hit KO'd by either the Thunderclap, nor, in fact, I'm just going to check myself here, because actually this, yes, it's Terra Steel on the Urshifu on Marcus's side. Yeah, so not going to be knocked out by the Raging Bolt, nor the Rillaboom Wood Hammer, but that does make itself susceptible to a high horsepower from the Rillaboom. Fortunately, Stefano isn't running that set, so yeah, there's it's a nice opportunity for Marcus to just go for their terrestrialization a little bit later on while this Raging Bolt is setting up.
The Thunderclap, because Urshifu is indeed attacking. That's actually just enough for the big one-hit KO now. It's just going to be the Incineroar against the world, against 3 of Stefano's Pokemon. And wow, Stefano has turned this around oh so quickly, just like in that previous game where Heng Wei Zhang bettered Marco Silva. Could it be the underdog that David beating Goliath once more?
Certainly, like, and especially looking back at the early turns, Marcus looked like he was in control all the way through, but the combination of switching allowed the room for Stefano to find a route through that game, getting a little bit of chip damage onto the Fluttermane so that it could be finished off by a Wood Hammer. Then the Rillaboom not being able to KO the Incineroar, that's going to allowed the Flare Blitz to go down into the Rillaboom. Now, if the high horsepower was able to knock out the Incineroar on that turn, then we're probably looking at a little bit of a different game. But without the Fluttermane, it's hard to imagine how that Raging Bolt goes down.
Exactly that, and that's going to have something that Marcus has to prioritize heading into this next game, just working out where the damage onto the Raging Bolt comes from. And Fluttermane is obviously going to be a key piece there, so maybe it's something Marcus wants to keep in the back, ready to go against Stefano's Raging Bolt, should that be lurking in the back as well. One of the
good things and bad things about this sort of balanced composition that Marcus is running is that Raging Bolt, as a mirror Pokemon, as a Pokemon that you see across from you while you're running your own Raging Bolt, can be quite deadly, because Raging Bolts can knock each other out with their respective Dragon-type moves, but also, if you look at the rest of Marcus's team, Urshifu, Water-type damage predominantly, Incineroar Fire-type damage, Ogerpon Grass and Water, and Rillaboom just Grass. All of those types are resisted by the Raging Bolt's Dragon types, and so you've got to really, as you said, Charlie, hold on to those resources that matter the most to make sure that you have enough in the end game to be able to deal with Raging Bolt.
Well, Stefano claimed that game, but it seemed like it could go either way. There was just that big turn of a double KO onto Marcus's Pokemon. Can Stefano do it again? Will Stefano seal this here and now, or will Marcus take us to a game 3? Landorus and Rillaboom hitting the field for Stefano, and a big switch for Marcus here, and I mean big, in that Raging Bolt alongside Fluttermane.
This Raging Bolt on Marcus's side is a Terra Electric, so it does have the Life Orb rather than a booster energy, which is of course on that Fluttermane, and that's going to mean it can switch out and switch back in without losing any boost from the Protosynthesis that other Raging Bolts, certainly Stefano's, would have to think about maintaining. But what that does mean is that Raging Bolt on Marcus's side is very susceptible to just being targeted down by big ground type damage, and Marcus has got to be really careful of that, how he positions, or equally how he plays aggressively to try and take advantage of Stefano calling a switch.
Yeah, well, aggressively is exactly what Stefano wants to do to Marcus here, given the Raging Bolt is on the field. It's so threatening. Marcus bringing this down to the wire, but blocks in the middle of the time, so Landorus is going to be protecting here. It's not going to be taking any damage this turn. Icy Wind connecting into, hopefully, the Rillaboom here. It does have a 5% chance to miss, but reducing its speed crucially, as well as dealing respectable, super effective damage now. What has Marcus gone for with the Raging Bolt? Draco Meteor attempted into the Landorus, but of course, the Protect.
And Rillaboom just takes a little bit of damage, but it does get an opportunity to get this Wood Hammer off.
Oh, but the 9
Fluttermane.
HP survival, and this is exactly the position Fluttermane wants to be in order to go for that Pain Split move. It means that Fluttermane will be healed all the more, whereas Stefano's Pokemon will be brought down so low.
There's no priority blocking, though, on Marcus's side, so having that Fluttermane so low is great for the ability to Pain Split later, but for now, it's under threat of being knocked out by a Grassy Glide. The combination of a Grassy Glide knocking out the Fluttermane plus an Earth Power into that Raging Bolt would probably be enough, because it's a Life Orb set on the Raging Bolt, not likely to be as bulky, to knock it out on this turn. So Marcus, in Game 2, a game down, making a big swing, but not quite getting the benefit of it.
But could they get the benefit from this turn, as Raging Bolt is going to retreat to safety, and Marcus switching in instead this Incineroar, dropping the attack stat crucially of this Rillaboom Does it mean that a grassy glide wouldn't KO? I think it probably still would.
With a Terra, maybe.
We'll see, perhaps, yeah, the terrestrialization coming out as well. Marcus seems to be going all in on this turn. It will be that Fluttermane. He's going for his Terra Grass. He's going to be resisting the grassy glide here. And if Fluttermane can just get off this pain split, it means that Marcus could be back in the driver's seat. Wow, trainers, it all comes down to this grassy glide. It's going to be enough to secure the KO, even with the Intimidate, even with the resisted hit. Marcus went all in that turn, and unfortunately, it just was not enough.
And that was the best play, I think, that Marcus could have really tried to get an Icy Wind down onto that Landorus, but it is the Earth power that this Incineroar has to take down. Game 1 and Game 2, Stefano managing to pick up a double KO in the mid-game and be able to form an endgame with all of the Pokemon remaining. Now, this time round, there was a lot less switching involved, but the effect is the same. Stefano has all of their resources to bear as Marcus is down to just the Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt.
You can't terrestrialize this Raging Bolt anymore to get out of your ground-type weakness to the Landorus. My goodness gracious me, Marcus has been given, really kind of schooled in this situation by Stefano. Another newcomer or newer player to the scene, still one with fantastic results behind them, but searching for that first big win. And just like Hengwei Zhang against Marco Silva that we just saw in our first top 8 game that we streamed, it could be the underdog, the David beating Goliath. And of course another Italian, when so far in our 2026 season it's been all Italians claiming regional titles. This time, Rillaboom going to be switching out
into Incineroar and getting some Intimidate down onto that half-flame Ogerpon, maintaining that fake-out pressure for later, both in the Incineroar that switched in, but that Rillaboom in the back that can switch in later.
Okay, the Swords Dance now on the Ogerpon, mitigating that Intimidate, and in fact, bringing this Ogerpon to +1, but could it be enough in the face of this Sludge Bomb, which is just enough, super effective for another one-hit KO. The new guard certainly seems to be reversing the old guard right now. Raging Bolt attempting this Thunderbolt into the Incineroar. It does bring it down to about half, but again, it's going to be Raging Bolt against all 4 of Stefano's Pokemon.
That is a really, really incredible play. Stefano, realizing that the Swords Dance was the only way for Marcus to get back in, calls it out, gets the Sludge Bomb, and takes himself into top 4.
Stefano Greppi, everybody. Wow, all bets are off here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Phenomenal plays by Stefano, and in such a clean 2-0 set as well. Stefano was just able to lock in and knew exactly the game plan to go against versus Marcus. It looked like that Raging Bolt that Stefano had on his end was going to be an issue for Marcus regardless. And I mean, you got to respect Marcus for the Terra Grass and the Intimidate. Could the Fluttermane have hung on with just one?
I think that was close.
Yeah,
I really do think that was close. Yeah. Given that the Wood Hammer, which is way more powerful than a Grassy Glide, without the Terra Grass, did not pick up the KO on the Fluttermane. With the Intimidate going from neutral to resistance, I mean, that's got to be close.
Yeah, and it's those fine margins that can determine the champion versus the finalist. And in this situation, the winner of top 8 versus the trainer who did not succeed in that top 8 game. Wow. Well, the Pain Split Fluttermane, we've seen it a few times this weekend. It wasn't one that was able to provide what it needed in this particular game. And if that Grassy Glide doesn't KO there and the Pain Split comes off from Fluttermane, then all of a sudden you have that crucial tool that you need against Stefano's Pokemon. But as it was, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Was there, do you think, you know, heading into the early game, is there something Marcus could have done to mitigate that threat?
Do you know, I think actually Marcus overextending on turn 1 in game 2, although it was an overextension, I think it was a really great prediction, because especially when you're a game up, it can be really tempting to play it a little bit more safe. You know, you don't have to take as many risks, whereas Marcus gets the opportunity to take some risks to get into a better position for game 2 and take it to a game 3. You kind of have to dig in and try something. And I think you've got to give credit to Marcus for going for that Icy Wind Draco Meteor. Very tempting on something like a Protect, and maybe a switch into Incineroar, for that Rillaboom to actually switch out into Stefano's own Incineroar and sort of reset things. That gives an opening for having no fake out on board and an Icy Wind Draco Meteor going into the Landorus. So you can kind of see how that game path could have diverged quite a lot differently in that set, but Stefano was just like, no, I'm not going to take any risks on the Landorus this turn. In fact, that Fluttermane caused me so many problems in game 1, I'm just going to hit it with a hammer in game 2 and see how things shake out.
And it shook out pretty well, and I would bet you, Ben, that Stefano has got plenty of training in his local scene. These are the smaller scale events where trainers go just to test the waters, try out some more experimental teams perhaps, try out what's working in the format, and I tell you, there's a local waiting for you just around the corner.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that guy. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Now, one of the trainers that I've had the fortune and misfortune of playing against in my local scene is Hegwei Zhang, who is top 4 here at least at the Birmingham Regional Championships. And well, Charlie, I don't need to tell you how those games went. So if you want to play up against your local scene, do scan the QR code on the screen right now to find what events are closest to you.
Oh, wonderful. So easy. Just get your phone out, scan it with your camera, and then you can find out where you can participate in all of these incredible tournaments and test the water. And, you know, you go to your first local, I have no doubt that it will not be your last. We will see you again. It's just so wonderful to be able to practice with these teams, practice with some friends as well, just build up your skill set, and maybe one day you'll feel ready to take the plunge and come and join us at one of these regional championships as well. But the foundations have to be laid. You have to be able to walk before you can run.
I quite like running, though.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you?
No.
I knew that if I asked that enough, you'd just cave at some point.
I will cave at some point, yeah. Much like when I run. But yeah, it is a great opportunity to meet new people, start to team build and find people that are like-minded, that have you know, a little bit of an interest in the game, that are trying something different. Even just those after the game moments where something happened that you weren't expecting and you get to have a little chat about it. And you know, then when you go to your next local, your next regional, your next international, whatever it may be, you think, hang on a second, this has happened to me before, and I'm going to do something a little bit different in this situation.
That different is exactly the word that I would use there, because at the local scene, that's where you really get the inspiration. And, you know, maybe you'll bring a team that you're not 100% confident in, then you'll go up against something that gets the ideas firing. You know, it's all about helping each other along the way. And I tell you, it's just a very friendly community that awaits you there. In my experience, people are just exclusively thrilled to find someone who shares the passion for Pokemon that they do as well. So yeah, we can't wait to welcome you with open arms.
It's just such a great community, and that's something that I've really enjoyed this weekend, being in the UK with my local community out there. Every time I go out, I can't walk 5 steps without seeing somebody else from the community that I know. That's like, hey, how are you doing? How's the tournament going? What's going on in life? You know, you know, gets a great chance to catch up, and then the evening swings round. We get a chance to socialise as well during these tournament weekends before it's all over at the end of Sunday.
Well, get involved in your local scene. We can't wait to see you at one of these events, but now it's time we can hear from Stefano Greppi. So, we're about to speak to our winner of our second top 8. It's going to be Stefano Greppi, who has sealed their fate.
Stefano, you're in the top 4 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited. My first medal, lucky. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just very excited to be here.
Makes a lot of sense, right? You've been defeating so many powerful trainers, like, across the entire weekend as well. I was looking at your schedule, and I think the one loss you had in round 5 was against the same 6 Pokemon that you have. So it's like you have no weaknesses.
Yeah, no, like my opponent had Fluttermane with I think the exact same set of this one. In fact, I was very scared because I lost like 2-0 very quickly, and now I had to face it again. My only loss. I was pretty scared of Fluttermane, but I figured out that if I can get rid of it fast enough, Raging Bolt can win on its own, and that's what I try to do.
Yeah, you did that so well, didn't you? Especially in your match versus Marcus. Like, what were you thinking going against a player like Marcus, who's such a veteran at VGC? Or did you just kind of see the team in front of you and play that?
Yeah, as I said, I saw the team, I saw the opponent, and I was nervous, but also excited. And I just wanted to play as best as I can and win.
Fair enough. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And I was looking at your team that you brought to EUIC in 2024, which was the same regulation, and it's almost the same, but you've got the Chempao today over an Okapon Half-Flame. So was this team today a little bit inspired by what you used back then?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a very big fan of balanced teams, Insin, Rilla, Raging Bolt. So I was very excited when Regulation F came out again, because I only had one chance to play that team in UIC. That was my only tournament in Regulation F, and yeah, I played the same team again at the start of the regulation, but I figured out that there were some bad matchups, so I shifted a little bit and brought this new version, and it paid off.
It definitely has already. Now, we've got to say it, you're the last Italian in the competition at the moment.
Yeah.
And of course, Italians have won every single tournament so far at EU. How does that feel at the moment?
I'm just trying to keep the streak up.
Well, I'm sure the entirety of Italy are behind you in that, I'm sure. Now, your top 4 match will be against Hengwei Zheng, who was using the Iron Crown Reggie Drago stuff. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Not very great, but I don't know. I'll try to win playing good and, I don't know, figure out something.
It seems like you have done that a lot anyway. I've got full confidence in you.
In general, I don't like to play against Psy Spam Reggie Drago, but that's how it goes.
Here we are. At least it's in top 4 and not earlier, right?
Yeah.
Any shout-outs, finally, that you'd like to give, Stefano?
Yeah, sure. I would like to shout out my beautiful girlfriend, who is always here supporting me. All my friends at home, Il Server for the support, and Kerry Dortona, he also helped me and supported me. He won the regional last week. I'm trying to do the same. Let's see. Thank you very much.
Stefano, thank you very much. We'll let you get ready for your top 4 match real soon, which we will be getting into the other top 4 match real soon too, so you do not want to miss all that action. Let's go.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All-out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela, Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Top 4 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. We've made it all the way through here with so much fantastic talent that we've had on display. It's Ben and Dave here to take you through this match here that we're getting kicked off. We've got one other top 4 before we find out who our finalists are gonna be here this weekend.
I'm really excited, Ben. Look, we've got so many great talents up here at the moment. And, of course, we've got none other than Marcus Coe, who we featured yesterday, and Matty Morgan, who we've not yet actually been able to feature on the broadcast yet, which is, like, just not a good thing, right? But we can't also feature everyone either.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Like, there's been so many great players. This has been such a stacked field that even regional champions like Matty Morgan, even when he was playing up against Shohei Kimura all the way from Japan, who he was able to take down in the top 8 bracket, was just absolutely incredible. Now we get the opportunity. Matty's made it all the way here to top 4. Marcus Ko, though, has been on an absolute tear with his Dondozo Tatsugiri team, and I'm just so excited to see both of these such talented trainers battle it out here to see who will be our first finalist.
It's been quite interesting over the course of this weekend compared to last weekend at Toronto, because there's been a lot of differences, but also a lot of similarities as well, where you kind of got that token Dondozo Tatsugiri team just thrown into the top cut there that we had at Toronto with Colin Van Severen, and now with Marcus Ko as well. But Marcus is in top 4, so could he take it even further than that? That is the question. And then will suddenly players have to start respecting it a bit more, perhaps?
You know, I think you've always got to respect it in team building, but I feel like it's okay these days to have a little bit of a softer check to Dondozo Tatsugiri, because usually you have the other 4 Pokemon that have some sort of concession. So if the team that you're against, if you're running Dondozo Tatsugiri, if that doesn't really work, that combination, then you're left with the other 4 Pokemon. You kind of got to figure out a way to make it work with only 4 Pokemon. Your opponent kind of knows is like, well, I'm pretty good against Dondozo, so that's not going to be able to come. I can target my Pokemon choices around those remaining 4 Pokemon. But I feel like Marcus might have just cracked the code on this Dondozo Tatsugiri. Speaking to some people outside in the crowd, they're saying they were thinking Marcus may be the best Dondozo Tatsugiri player in the world right now.
Wow.
And,
quite cool.
Maybe Marcus is proving them right.
Yeah, well, so far, definitely. You know, we're in top 4 regional level events, and the stakes only get higher and higher the more events we kind of go to, really. Just attendance keeps going up and up and up, and so it means more and more and more, and yeah, Matty Morgan's just in his way, unfortunately, who's a really strong trainer.
Very, very strong. And this is the difference. I mean, if you look at some of Matty's journeys, we've talked about it already on the broadcast. Back in the Malmo Regional Championships that he won, he was, I think, X3 going into day 2 of the competition, and back then it was the top 32 or X2, whichever was greater. In Malmo, top 32 was overall greater, so Matty squeaked in with an X3 record, but then just went completely undefeated all day to win the whole thing.
Yeah,
and
amazing.
so you can never, regardless of what the matchup is, regardless of what team Matty's running, you could never count him out ever.
Yeah, that's really well put. And I believe he won with some really interesting teams with an Azumarill and I think a Choice Scarf Golden Go as well, which had like Trick and Protect on it, I believe, as well, which was really a good meta adaptation at the time.
Yeah, I see. In Malmo, I distinctly remember he was running this sort of rain composition with Palafin and Pelipper. Yeah. And I just remember seeing him time and time again, just like getting the Palafin in rain. Terra, I feel like he was also Terra Water, but he might have been Terra Grass. But just jet punching everything in his way, wave crashing and etc. And just the way that he was able to create a favorable board state for himself was really, really impressive. I think there was another event, and the event itself is escaping me right now, where he also did really, really well with a Porygon 2. And I think he's running Porygon 2 this weekend as well.
Oh, okay.
And so it's really nice to hark back to previous teams that have sort of similar compositions, and then see him also be able to overcome a lot of opponents with that same sort of thing, using the experience from before, but then applying it to the current state of the rules.
And that's a bit of a theme there, really. Running Rain and then Porygon 2, which is just a duck.
Yeah, true.
So,
yeah, got to get all your ducks in a row.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Matty's doing that. Absolutely. So, yeah, terrific match that we've got coming up here as well. And to get that regional title for either of these trainers does mean that they will get that automatic invite to the World Championships as well. Whilst we take a look at the top cut bracket of where we've come through so far.
Okay, so Marcus Ko versus Matty Morgan. It was actually Florian Tem in top 8 and Shohei Kimura in top 16 that Matty was able to overcome to get to this state. Marcus, on the other hand, a 2-0 victory against Eduardo Cunha. Man, that is absolutely incredible, especially at such late stage of the competition. Marco versus Hengwei and Marcus versus Stefano. We saw both of those on broadcast just a moment ago. So if you're just joining us now and you didn't watch those games, don't worry, you'll be able to go back. But for now, it's going to be Marcus versus Matti before we get Hengwei versus Stefano onto the stage to see who will be our two finalists here in Birmingham.
But you got to look at the players who've all been knocked out in top 8. Eduardo Acuna, world champion. Florian Temmet, regional champion. Marco Silva, international and regional champion. Marcus Harmon, regional champion, top 4 at Worlds as well. National champion as well. And none of them have made it through.
Yeah.
So I can't believe how stacked all of these tournaments just consistently are.
This is it. And so Stefano is a player that's got a few results under their belt, but I think this is their best performance overall yet. Hengwei, the last time they was able to make top 4 was in the DC Open in 2020. And then you've got Matti, who's a little bit more used to being up on this top cut bracket. He's had some results. He's a regional champion to his name as well. But Marcus Coe, I think, he's also doing very well. Definitely one of his highest achievements here so far.
Yeah, I think it is. And they've already earned so many championship points as well, and all of that cash prizing at the same time. So it's just, do they want that little bit extra? Yes, of course they do. And so it's always like a lot on the line for every single match that they've gotten to. They go, oh yes, now I've gotten that extra, but then I could get this. And then they go a little bit further, a little bit further. So there's always that incentive to keep playing your best and keep playing to your rounds.
And that's the thing. Keep playing your best, I think, is a great way to put it, David, because at this point in the tournament, everything's kind of a bonus. You can't necessarily think about winning it, because if you take your eyes off the ball for 1 second, and then your opponent, who is focusing cleanly on the match and just has their head in the game, head in the match, head in the Pokemon choices that they have right in front of them right now, you can definitely get overcome. And it is all just about forgetting where you are in the tournament, I think, and just keeping your mind on the match at hand.
Couldn't have said it better, Ben. There are our trainers getting ready for our first top 4 match here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Of course, at the end of phase 2 as well. Matti on the right and Marcus on the left. Getting all settled in here in the really reasonably temperatured venue, actually, that we have here, to be honest. I'm quite impressed, actually. It's not too hot, not too cold.
Well, these players are definitely going to heat things up for us this round. I can't wait to see how these two... I mean, they're both used to being on stream. They're both looking calm and collected, getting things set up. And we've got a little unpheasant on the desk there for Matti as well. Definitely one of his staples to bring to events, to bring on the stream. But yeah, love to see them just focused in the moment, not thinking necessarily about where they are right now, but actually just a match that they've got to play.
You know what they're thinking, like right now?
I do.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I can hear it from here.
That somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. God, there's so much to learn, Ben. So wise. Well, like, obviously, being at this stage is pretty incredible, isn't it? But we've got to talk about the matchup as well, of course, once it comes down to it. Dondozo Tatsugiri, right? We're in a meta game where there isn't a lot of Dragonite with Haze going around, which is what we used to have in Regulation Set H. And so you've got to think to those other Pokemon to be able to have a good matchup into it. And one thing that you do have going for it is that because we're also in Regulation Set Ev, we're playing with so many more powerful Pokemon, all the Paradoxes as well. So on Matti's side, you've kind of got that Urshifu, obviously, and that Fluttermane, both really powerful Pokemon that can get past Dondozo's defenses a little bit better than what Regulation Set H had to offer.
One of the things that came up in the matchup between Marcus and Nils last time round was that Rocky Helmet onto the Dondozo could get knocked off by Nils' Roaring Moon, and that really helped the Urshifu actually do something in that matchup, rather than sort of hitting its hand on that Rocky Helmet time and time again. Now, our trainers have a lot of great accomplishments to their name. Dortmund was the tournament that I was talking about earlier, where Matti was going all the way to the finals with Incineroar, Golden Go, Porygon 2 sort of composition. Malmo regional champion that we already talked about before. And Marcus, on the other hand, lots of accomplishments across the Singapore tournament structure there, getting top 8 in the Master Ball League just last year, but top 4 as well in the Singapore Championships.
But of course, more recently though, more locally too, the Lille Regional top 16 is pretty incredible, and no stranger to the closed team sheet online success as well. The Grand Challenge 3 top 8 out of possibly thousands of players, honestly, is no mean feat.
Definitely not. I mean, that ability to just go and be able to still make good, consistent plays when you don't necessarily know a lot of the information on your opponent's side of the field is nothing to sniff at. And now in this open team sheet format, we're going to be able to take a deeper dive into Marcus's team. If you missed it from yesterday, it is the Chi Yu with the Focus Sash, Dragonite, Weezing, Fluttermane, Tatsugiri, and Dondozo.
A lovely team, honestly, and very refreshing, actually, versus what we've seen across the weekend, too. Like, Dondozo, Tatsugiri, a tried and tested duo, of course, running more of the similar sets that you'd expect to see, but curiously, the Oblivious on the Dondozo is quite interesting, as opposed to the Unaware, which Dondozo normally is. So we're very much aware of that ability, and then Oblivious prevents you from being intimidated, and also prevents those Encore or Taunt or Disable sort of moves from affecting it as well.
Yeah, like being able to protect in front of a Whimsicott or something like that is definitely something that's really, really impactful here. Not going to come up in this matchup whatsoever, but just the ability for Dondozo to resist Intimidate is always a big, big deal. Matty running the Incineroar, Urshifu, Porygon 2, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, and Ursaluna. This sort of composition is something that he's very used to piloting. The Porygon 2 has been so prevalent in this tournament, combined with the Ursaluna. We saw Eric Rios piloting a similar sort of composition overall, where the Porygon 2 gets to go for Terra Flying and the Ursaluna gets to rock the ground with its Earthquake ability. But around those two Pokemon, you've also got a lot of supportive options there, both Incineroar and Amoonguss, which is fallen kind of out of favor overall with a lot of trainers, but is making its mark here at the start of Regulation Set F 2.0, but also just the nice, consistent Terra Water, Focus Sash, Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, which we haven't seen a lot of, actually. It's almost all been Mystic Water, actually. But the Focus Sash allows you to just go full damage, full speed, and not worry about that bulk too much. And then also invest in the Terra Water instead of something a little bit more defensive, which is a really useful piece here, and could be very key as well into Marcus's team, given that he's got such one huge big attacks that can come out from here, like Dondozo's attacks, Dragonite's Choice Band attacks, Fluttermane's Moonblasts, and Urshifu can take guaranteed all one of those. The only thing he's got to watch out for, though, is Weezing's ability to set up Toxic Spikes, because then as suddenly Urshifu comes in on that, gets poisoned, suddenly the Focus Sash is null and void.
Oh, well, and also the safety goggles here with the Amoonguss on Matty's side. Marcus really respecting the possibility of that. And we're going to get things kicked off here. Urshifu and Incineroar for Matty coming out. Dondozo and Chi Yu coming out for Marcus.
There's double fish versus the double, I don't know, posy bipedal Pokemon. There's a thing here, there's a theme. So, going into this turn, Dondozo switch out into Tatsugiri. Suddenly, the Chi-Yu is, one, very safe, and two, attacks into that slot do absolutely nothing. So Matty has to really think about that if he wants to try and target down this Chi-Yu, that it could just completely gone, and nothing can come into its place either.
With the Dondozo there with a Rocky Helmet, this Focus Sash Urshifu has got to be really careful about when and how to target down this Dondozo before an item gets knocked off. So there's a Tatsugiri coming in, Marcus committing to that turn one, but also just showing that the Chi-Yu is in the back, maybe signaling to Matty, hey, hang on a second, maybe I can't just go a little bit fast and aggressive with the Urshifu, because later I might need it to be able to deal with that Chi-Yu in the back.
Yeah, that's a great point, Ben, honestly. So we'll see how Matty actually targets this turn, but a fake out is fairly safe. Yeah, there we go, into the Dondozo. Don't lose too much other than a little bit of chip from that Pokemon, and maybe we'll see a target into that Chi-Yu to be safe as well. Yes, there's that Surging Strike. So the question is now, this turn, though, can the Dondozo start doing Dondozo stuff?
I think it probably can. Overall, it's in a really good position to be able to do that. I mean, there is obviously the opportunity for this Assault Vest Incineroar to be able to knock off that Rocky Helmet. So Matty, seeing that the Chi-Yu is in the back, seeing that there's a Rocky Helmet Dondozo in front of him, brings the Urshifu back, maintaining that focus. Sash now has the opportunity for the Incineroar to go for its Terra Grass. A great defensive call in front of Wave Crash and Earth Power onto the Dondozo and give an opportunity to knock off that Rocky Helmet.
First order up, though, potentially calling that Terror, or at least covering for it anyway, and making use of the ability to raise its attack stat. U-turn coming out, though, first. No knockoff yet, actually. And so Incineroar is still going to take some more damage, and it's going to go back out. But crucially, because it's Oblivious Dondozo, you can't just bring it in and intimidate it again. It's still going to be piling out those huge damaging attacks.
Well, this is the strategy for Matty. Get the Porygon 2 in, raise its special attack, which will be effective against this Dondozo as opposed to its unaware counterparts. But then, in combination with the Amoonguss, go for a Trick Room and force Marcus to start thinking, well, do I need to go for Terra Grass on my Dondozo to avoid the sleep, or am I happy to actually just have my Dondozo not be weak to an Ice Beam from that Porygon 2 and then still be able to try to sort of muscle through the sleep turns?
Well, it looks like Matty's made a really good call here to put the fish to sleep. And even at +3 attack on this Dondozo, Porygon 2 takes that incredibly well. Barely doing 30% there is pretty impressive, as now Trick Room goes up right in front of a Dondozo that's already very speedy.
And now this Dondozo is going to have its guaranteed turn of sleep. So this is the turn that Matty really gets to pile in the damage into the Dondozo, set things up for a little bit later. You can see that Sludge Bomb doing pretty okay damage overall, but it's this Terra Blast is where it's going to be at. Matty's realized that actually Marcus is quite happy to sit in front of an Amoonguss and go to sleep, instead just wanting to maintain or not get hit by any super effective moves. So Matty switches it up to Terra Blast.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense there. You just want to start whittling away at this Dondozo, which does not have leftovers to be able to recover off that damage. So, again, consistent damage from Sludge Bomb Amoonguss. We've seen it time and time again across this weekend. And another Terra Blast getting that Dondozo really low now. And yeah, a second turn of sleep for Dondozo, which is not what Marcus wants to see.
So it's not guaranteed this turn that this Dondozo is going to wake up. And so Marcus can't really do anything about it either. You can click in the Protect to try to waste another turn of Trick Room, but there's another turn of Trick Room after that. So either your Dondozo is not waking up this turn and is going down to the combination of moves, but in this position, I don't really mind that for Marcus too much, because the Sludge Bomb is going to go first on Matty's side, not pick up the KO on the Dondozo, and then it's going to be the Terra Blast that has to finish it off.
Okay, yeah, good call, Ben, because that was a close one, though, so fair enough. Dondozo going down now to that double up. But yeah, keeping, as you said, Ben, the Tatsugiri fairly safe now that it's back on the field here. So, but in the Trick Room, though, do you want Fluttermane and Chi-Yu right now?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no overall, but there is only one turn of Trick Room remaining, and so Chi-Yu does have the ability to protect. Actually, the Tatsugiri's not in a horrible spot in terms of trying to go on a little bit of offense, but equally, it's not going to be able to do too much damage to the Amoonguss nor the Porygon 2 without committing a Draco Meteor, and that's going to make it a little bit questionable for later on in the match. So Marcus hasn't managed to do enough, I don't think, in this match so far with the Dondozo to carve out an overall advantage. And I think that's what Matty's done really well, using all of those resources to knock out the Dondozo.
Yeah, it was a really well-played positioning, wasn't it? And really not sacrificing a lot either. Incineroar very healthy, Urshifu obviously at full health as well. And now Matty has to go forward now and deal with this Chi-Yu, though, which is threatening a lot of damage. But can protect, crucially, because it's the Focus Sash set from that potential Spore that could come out. But otherwise, it could still take the sleep turn here from a Spore, and given its naturally good special defense, still take on the attacks on this Porygon 2, and that frees up this Tatsugiri to start spreading that Muddy Water.
Okay, so Protect on the Chi-Yu, not going to be taking any damage, not going to be going to sleep this turn either. Wouldn't be surprised to see Porygon 2 just going, yeah, on the defensive with a recover, making sure it's as healthy as possible for when the Trick Room expires at the end of this turn. Muddy Water is going to miss the Amoonguss, but that I don't think is the target of choice. You definitely, if you're Marcus, want to get more damage on the Porygon 2, so a combination of Heat Wave and Muddy Water, or even Draco Meteor, might be able to, with the Beads of Ruin, knock out that Porygon 2.
That's true, but then you've got the Amoonguss that can, of course, redirect away Chi-Yu attacks, but not Tatsugiri's attacks because of the safety goggles. So yeah, as you say, a spread move plus Draco Meteor might just be enough, thanks to the Beads of Ruin, to actually KO this Porygon 2, which cannot Terra either defensively either. And it's a big threat too that you definitely want to get out of the way. And Chi-Yu has the ability to do it, but it may have to take a nap in return.
Not this turn, because the Amoonguss is going to protect itself. So, it's the call! The overheat on the Porygon 2, that with a Muddy Water or a Draco Meteor would be enough to pick up the KO. Here's the Muddy Water, not very accurate. Well, quite accurate, but known for missing, but it's going to connect this time. Porygon 2 goes down, but what a call on the overheat.
A really good call, though. But Matty has still a lot of pieces available. And the crucial thing about that is, if you are committing overheat, then you're committing overheat. Because then you will lower your special attack, and now Amoonguss is actually safer going into the next turn here from the fire moves from Chi-Yu.
But all Chi-Yu needs to do in this situation is break the Focus Sash on the Urshifu to allow Tatsugiri to be able to drop a Draco Meteor. Now, it does depend on the speed interactions between the Tatsugiri and the Urshifu. Depending on their training, it could be the Tatsugiri that's the faster, but on safety goggle sets, they tend to be just that little bit slower. And that's a Focus Sash Urshifu on Matty's side, so usually trained, as you said earlier, to be that little bit faster and more offensive. So a close combat could just knock out the Tatsugiri this turn before it even gets a chance to Draco Meteor.
It's just going to be a second overheat, though. Oh my goodness, that does a lot of damage for something at -2 special attack. But close combat first, there's that Urshifu going first. Tatsugiri just about surviving. 7 HP there. Marcus looking confident, though. Maybe he knew that it would survive anyway. Mighty Water, though, is double connecting there. Really popping off his Marcus as it does over half damage to Urshifu and crucially getting a knockout on that pesky Amoonguss.
Wow, that is absolutely influential because now the Focus Sash is broken on Matty's Urshifu. This Incineroar does not have a great deal of HP left. Now, the Chi-Yu, you may argue, is not going to be doing much damage at 4 stages of decreased special attack. However, there is a Flutter Mane that we know is in the back, but a 4th Pokemon that's in the back that Chi-Yu can switch out to. I think the question is how does Marcus want to manage this endgame, and how do you manage those chances to miss with your Pokemon? Because that can be really, really impactful for this endgame. But wow, look at what has been locked in here.
Here comes a terrible. Just have to see, Ben. Obviously.
Oh, I'm excited.
Just hold yourself there.
I can't hold it.
Hold it in, Ben. Here's Terra Ghost on the Chi-Yu. We're just going for another attack. Yet again, Marcus doesn't care about stat drops. It is the Protect on Tatsugiri just to start things out. But of course, the Chi-Yu is the next thing that is the fastest here. And it is going to avoid the fake out thanks to the Terra Ghost on either of those targets. So keeping it safe as well. But here's that Chi-Yu. A 3rd overheat into the Terra Grass Incineroar, which is get the KO because nothing can stop this lava fish.
Wow, that is such a great... I've never seen a Chi-Yu overheat 3 times in a row to good effect, to be able to actually take KOs turn after turn. Here's the Surging Strikes, though, going into the Chi-Yu. Its Focus Sash is not trained in its defenses. Terra or no, it's going to be going back to Marcus, but we know that Flutter Mane is waiting in the wings.
It certainly is, yeah. Matty needs to hope it's something else and completely different entirely. Maybe a Magikarp would save Matty at this point, but oh no, so close. It is, unfortunately, that Flutter Mane in the back, which is most likely going to be outspeeding a lot of the threats here, especially given the booster energy is going to be raising the speed of that Flutter Mane as well.
I think you've got to call out the choice of move order here that has led up to this situation. Committing the overheat into the Porygon 2 to make sure that it went down, and the Muddy Water on the Tatsugiri to not have its special attack dropped, but then being able to switch it up and go straight on the offensive with the overheat again afterwards, after the Amoonguss protected itself before, when there's a Terra Grass Incineroar in the back. Just an absolute masterclass in how to form an endgame in your favor, when actually the Dondozo Tatsugiri combination did not do too much in the early game. These 3 Pokemon had to bring it back.
Yeah, it was just Tatsugiri waiting to come back out again and do what it needed to do, really.
My God's sake, Dondozo. Come on, step aside and let me do it.
Aggregate is not going to do anywhere near enough to this Fluttermane as Moonblast now gets that final KO on the Urshifu. And Marcus Ko is up 1 game in this best-of-3 set and 1 away from entering our final.
This could be Marcus's tournament. He is 1 step closer to making it to be our first finalist here in Birmingham, but let's not count Matty out just yet. Matty learned a lot of valuable information, I'm sure, from the way that interaction went through that game 1, not least just the amount, or just the way that Marcus was going to be approaching that matchup. And Matty's such an experienced player. He's been playing a long time. He's been at the top level for a long time, and he will know what he needs to do to adapt in this game too.
But do you, Ben, and do I? What does he need to do? That is the question.
It's tough. I think the Urshifu was actually the problem piece overall for Matty. It wasn't able to get that much value out of the surging strikes in the close combat, not one-hit KOing the Tatsugiri on Marcus's side. I think that's something that Matty was kind of banking on in that end game, and learning that it at least doesn't always means that Matty, I think, has to go back to the drawing board on whether that Urshifu is actually really bringing the value that he wanted.
That's a good point, actually. Like, even if it's an Urshifu, is it actually doing the business, right? Especially versus a Dondozo that's Rocky Helmet, as you said. You don't want to be bringing it into that unless you're knocking off the Dondozo first. In theory, Dondozo was dispatched off fairly swiftly, to be honest. And so, as you said, you need to worry about everything else that's going on. The Chi-Yu specifically, which in theory, Urshifu has a terrific matchup into.
Right, so the combination of Amoonguss Incineroar and Porygon 2 do beat the Dondozo overall, but that means that you can't take your speed control in Fluttermane, your positive speed control in Fluttermane, alongside the Urshifu. And so that end game where you're against Chi-Yu, that's a little bit faster, the Fluttermane that's boosted speed on Marcus's side, you can't take advantage of that with the Urshifu. You can just get outsped and get it knocked out.
We're heading into this game 2 here. Marcus, 1 game away from getting into the final here. And it's going to be Chi-Yu paired with, instead, there's a little smaller fish, actually, in the Tatsugiri. And Matty with the Incineroar and that Porygon 2 here, which should be getting a physical attack boost, given the stats of the opposing Pokemon in front of it. Now,
this is something that Marcus did in his last stream match against Nils. Most players that are playing Dondozo Tatsugiri think of the Dondozo as the core piece of the puzzle, but actually Tatsugiri is a Pokemon as well. And Marcus, in that match, also led Tatsugiri rather than leading the Dondozo, having the Tatsugiri ready to switch in. And this switch-up puts so much more pressure onto that Incineroar on turn 1, especially with the Terra Ghost on that Chi-Yu.
Yeah, really well identified, actually. And now Marcus has to think about whether to get Dondozo in immediately. But here we go, just hitting the overheat button, doing over 50%.
Is this a Draco?
If it's a Draco, then this might indeed KO.
Draco!
Yes, it is.
Draco!
What a call!
Whoa!
Straight down, turn 1. All this little duck has done is sit there on the field for 1 turn, not even 30 seconds, and it's down. U-turn coming out from the Incineroar, re-pivoting, but Matty just lost a big piece.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a call there from Marcus. Not going for Terra Ghost, not doing anything, just saying, hey, do you know what? Overheat, Draco Meteor, that's enough to get the job done against this sitting duck in Porygon 2. Now Fluttermane comes out for Matty, and Matty gets a chance to maybe bring in that Incineroar again to offer another go round the fake-out merry-go-round. But, wow, this is so impactful, because if Dondozo is in the back for Marcus, without the Porygon 2 there, without the speed control, this Dondozo gets an opportunity to maybe even just go Terra Grass, resist the Amoonguss overall, and just to be able to smash their way, really, through the rest of Matty's team.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. There isn't a lot stopping it once that's in position here. So, but does Marcus want to kind of free switch it in right now? No, probably not. You've already got such a big lead right now. You want to kind of still dish out damage and still pressure Matty into not playing, like, or trying to set up in any sort of way, and then allow your Dondozo to come in a little bit more safely so that you can then go for the Terra Grass once you're on the field.
One of the downsides to having Tatsugiri on the field is if you switch in the Dondozo and they combine, you just lose the Tatsugiri turn overall, and the Dondozo has to take damage at its cost. So now Fluttermane getting that Chi-Yu knocked out means that Marcus doesn't have to actively switch into the Dondozo. If it is in the back, it can come in right now.
Yeah, excellent point there, Ben. So this is exactly the position that Marcus wants. Even though he's just lost a Pokemon, this is the position you need. Yeah, Porygon 2 being out of the way is really nice, so that you can actually just outspeed everything that you need to, really. And because this Fluttermane is that booster energy, it's not like a Focus Sash or anything. It might just go down to a Wave Crash here, depending on the amount of bulk in it. We've seen that these really bulky Fluttermanes going around, but given the fact it's got Substitute, I wonder if it's a little bit more on the fast and speedy or offensive sort of side instead. May even drop to an Earthquake, we'll just have to see. But Marcus smartly taking his time now to really think this turn through.
Well, given that it's a Terra Water, you don't necessarily want to go straight on the offensive with a Wave Crash. So I really like the Earthquake call out there, because it's also doing damage to the Amoonguss. It's also pressuring the Incineroar on the switch-in, which can't even intimidate the Dondozo in this spot to stop that Earthquake doing as much damage. But it means that Marcus doesn't have to play that guessing game as, do I go for a Water move into the Terra Water, or do I go into a Fairy move into the non-Terra Water Fluttermane in this spot? Actually just having that consistent damage might be the biggest advantage that Marcus has.
Yeah, I like that, Ben. And interestingly, yeah, I think Terra Grass obviously is very safe at the moment because you don't necessarily want to put people to sleep immediately here. You can just Earthquake. But it looks like Marcus is like not going for the Terra here. I'm very nervous for him now, actually. From his perspective, I feel like, you know, it feels like a little bit like it's me playing, you know, when it's this player here, you know. But anyway, I'm sure Marcus knows what he's doing, but Matty needs to be thinking about how to deal the damage into this Dondozo, which is otherwise just going to be so bulky, and needs to call whether Marcus is going to go for the Terra or not.
Oh, this is it. If Matty predicts that the Terra is going down, then you Sludge Bomb, get a super effective thing, maybe try to pick up a Poison, but now Dondozo going for the Wave Crash into the Amoonguss, trying to get some of that damage down. Ooh. Matty calls it. It's the Spore going down into this Dondozo. It's going to have a guaranteed turn of sleep, and then 1, 2, or 3 sleep turns will determine when it wakes up.
So that's really big, obviously, for Matty there, just going straight up for the Spore. Right, just calling Marcus's bluff. Because, yeah, Dondozo, as you say, it's not going to do anything this turn. There's no leftovers to stall either. Fluttermane can just keep chipping this Dondozo down, and with enough sleep turns, may be able to clinch this out a little bit more so that Tatsugiri is then exposed.
Matty not taking any risks here, getting the Regenerator health back from the Amoonguss, but also switching in the Incineroar, so that at least on the first turn of the sleep here from this Dondozo, this is the guaranteed one, but the next turn, Matty is offering some fake-out support, and there is an opportunity for Matty to maybe get a substitute up before finishing off this Dondozo. I think that could be quite valuable for this endgame, and the Incineroar is helping Matty achieve that goal.
So yeah, a free fake-out turn here, which is going to be making sure this Dondozo, even if it wakes up to absolutely nothing here, and that's what Matty goes for, might even make it chip into more of a range for the Moonblast to kind of do a little bit more damage.
Ah, there it is.
Does get the first turn wake, so definitely happy that fake-out has gone if you are Matty, and then yeah, a substitute makes a lot of sense here, particularly when combined with a fake-out turn.
Now this Dondozo is looking pretty unhealthy overall, but the Fluttermane is not going to be able to maintain its substitute for very long. Just an Earthquake would be able to knock out the substitute, probably knock out the Incineroar as well, but Matty does have their Terrestrialization still available to them, and Terra Grass on Incineroar defensively looks very, very nice.
Yeah, as Matty did earlier as well, it was just a really good defensive piece. Obviously punished a little bit by the Chi-Yu later on in the game, but Chi-Yu's now down for Marcus. So it might be that Matty feels a lot safer now to actually click that Terra Grass button on the Incineroar, which we are seeing.
Terra Grass making sure that it's not going to go down to an Earthquake, making sure that it's not going to go down to a Wave Crash this turn. And this is where Dondozo Tatsugiri actually does look overall pretty strong. The Fluttermane going on the defensive here, just protecting itself, making sure that Matty can continue doing this pivoting action, almost forced to go for an Earthquake in this situation to try and break down that substitute. That's one of the real values of substitute overall.
It's a really good one too, especially when you've got just protected as well. Knockoff, now getting rid of that Rocky Helmet. If there was an Urshifu in the back, it would be very happy, but we know it's not there at all. But most likely now in range of another Moonblast from this Fluttermane, which is a really key piece now.
Ooh. could be if the Moonblast does pick up the KO. I'm not sure it is. I think it's just out of range, but it might be.
You called the last one a game up. What do you think? Yes or no?
I think no. But if it does, or if there's a critical hit or something else happens in Matty's favor, then a knockoff of the safety goggles onto the Tatsugiri in the back could allow this Amoonguss to actually put Matty in a really nice spot.
That's a great call out, Ben, actually. We'll see if that does indeed happen. It's going to be Dondozo going out first, though. Earthquake is definitely going to get rid of this substitute. Incineroar taking pitiful damage. A little tickle of the feet there from the Earthquake from this massively powerful Dondozo. And here it is. Moonblast. Does it get the KO on this Dondozo? Yes, it does. There it goes. Sorry, Ben. Now this Incineroar is going to come out here with that knockoff and redirected into the Tatsugiri, doing over 50%. But good call out though, Ben. Safety goggles is gone, and that's a big deal.
Big deal for the Amoonguss in the back. And you know what? I'll take the read loss there if it means that we get to a game 3 if Matty can pull this back. That's really what the crowd is asking for right now. Yeah, really great Moonblast into a knockoff of the safety goggles. There's a Fluttermane in the back. And Marcus is being very measured in this spot, just taking the time to figure out what he needs to actually do. The Fluttermane on Matty's side has had its substitute broken, but because it's running Moonblast and Shadow Ball, can only target in one direction at a time.
Yeah, that's a really good call out, actually. We've seen, actually, in previous sets this weekend, how lack of Dazzling Gleam can be a little bit of a thorn. But Marcus now has, obviously, the faster Fluttermane, thanks to the boosted energy, boosting speed, instead of the special attack on Matty's end now. And that means potentially an Icy Wind, plus a move from the Tatsugiri, could be enough for the Tatsugiri to actually outspeed the Fluttermane and start going for moves. But those moves are Muddy Water, which is a pretty weak, on average, spread water move, and a Dragon move. And so, actually, if you want to get this Fluttermane KO'd, you kind of need to go on the offensive with Marcus's own Fluttermane in that Moonblast.
And even if you manage to get those calls right on Marcus's side, there is still the question of that Amoonguss in the back. How do you do enough damage if you're Marcus to be able to take that down? Because your options are a not very effective Moonblast or a not very powerful Icy Wind.
And there's the Amoonguss coming straight back in. Makes a lot of sense. It's going to be resisting a lot of the moves that Marcus can go for. Draco Meteor is the main thing that can do the damage into it. Interesting though, Matty going on the offensive now into that Terra Fairy to really boost up the damage now and see if it can really punch a hole through those Pokemon.
Marcus using that helping hand with the Terra Fairy on their Fluttermane, and that's going to be a potential Moonblast. But Matty sees the potential of that coming, switching in the redirecting Amoonguss and protecting the Fluttermane there. I think that was one of the windows that Marcus had back into this match, but Matty closed the door on that very, very sharply.
Yeah, very quickly indeed. Maybe if Marcus could have gone for a taunt into the incoming Amoonguss, maybe we'd get a slightly different kind of game there, because then you could then go for that move in the following turn. But now Amoonguss has the opportunity to go for that Rage Powder and Rage Powdering away Tatsugiri's attacks, because that safety goggles has now been knocked off.
One of the great things that Marcus has been able to do all set is to just drop a Draco on problematic Pokemon, but you can't do that in front of a Fairy-type move. Marcus making the call, going for the Helping Hand Moonblast again, even under the threat of Rage Powder, but it's not enough. It's not enough to pick up the KO on this Fluttermane.
A special attack drop, though, will definitely help things out a bit. And yes, that's now a 3-hit KO on this Fluttermane, but with Sludge Bomb, it gets one. Does it poison, though? No, it doesn't. So Marcus's Fluttermane hangs on with that invisible Focus Sash and a Dream.
And now it looks like an Icy Wind would probably be enough to pick up the KO on this Fluttermane. That keeps Tatsugiri just that little bit safer, but because Tatsugiri has already got its special attack dropped, it's unlikely without a critical hit that it's going to be able to target down that Amoonguss. Here's the Icy Wind connecting on both targets.
But you said it, Ben, that a critical hit can make a difference here if it happens. Fluttermane going down. There's Incineroar on the back, of course, but can make a big difference. Tatsugiri, here we go now. There's the Draco Meteor. It connects first of all. Amoonguss takes it, and very well.
Wow, Amoonguss holding on, of course, with lots of HP, doing the final bit of damage that it needed to into that Fluttermane to knock it back out. Only Tatsugiri stands in front of this Incineroar and Amoonguss and taking Matty and Marcus to a game 3. And it's looking like with a bit of fake out support, with the ability to target down this Tatsugiri with just even neutral attacks, this Tatsugiri is going to struggle to hold on unless we've got another unless moment.
We do.
We've got another unless moment. Tatsugiri can use Muddy Water in this spot. It has to connect, which is a little bit sketchy in itself. But if it does connect and does get accuracy drops onto the Amoonguss and onto this Incineroar, this Tatsugiri can survive with nothing but a dream.
It could be very close, yes. It is possible. It is definitely possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And Marcus knows it. Playing two is out. So first of all, protecting from the inevitable fake out turn, that will come out first. And at the end of the day, Matty just needs to click the moves that do the most damage right now. And that's going to be Knockoff, and it's going to be Sludge Bomb, or even, of course, Spore, yeah, because now the safety goggles is gone from the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, makes total sense. You get the Spore, and then you can Sludge Bomb a couple of times and see if you can knock out the Tatsugiri that way. But here it is. The moment of truth coming up here. Will this Tatsugiri be able to connect its Muddy Waters? Will it be able to get those all-important special, important accuracy drops?
Here we go.
Connect.
That's step one. Then you need accuracy drops on both targets. First one, a critical illness still. That will also help too. All right, no. Okay. Knockoff comes out into the Tatsugiri. Not enough for KO, but with that Spore, that will definitely seal up this game. And Matty is going to take us to a game 3.
Yeah, this is incredible. I think Tatsugiri got halfway there. It's always one of those situations where you're sitting there with anything with a Muddy Water and you're thinking, right, the only hope I've got is to get some accuracy drops, and then you just miss one of the Pokemon and you think, well, all right then, Tatsugiri, yeah, let's go next. But you know, you've got to give Marcus a lot of credit to playing to his outs, not only in that last turn, but also going again twice in a row for that helping hand and Terra Fairy Moonblast into Matty's Flutter Mane. And sometimes I think that's the mark of respect for a trainer, respecting you as well, like, and trying to find that one avenue that you've got. Is like, well, my opponent knows that the redirection is such a big threat. How do I overcome it?
And so Matty, despite losing Porygon 2 turn 1 in what seemed very decisive, was able to swing that all the way back around into a win.
Dor de volta, chato. No top 4 aí, o primeiro jogo do top 4 ainda. Lembrando que quem passar daí já vai pra final, hein? Lá pro terceiro e último jogo desse aqui, né, no caso.
Qui-Gon 2, but Trick Room now does go up. So Matty's going to be able to respond in the following turn with a recovery if so wants to do.
This is one of the values of actually just hitting the Porygon 2 turn 1, because putting it in range of being attacked by Dondozo's Wave Crash this turn actually just means that the Porygon Matty has to spend time with the Porygon 2
Ele trouxe o Tatsugi? Não, né? Ele começou... Não, ele deve tirar o Tio. Se ele trouxe o Tatsugi, ele vai vir no Tatsugi. Pô, esse Shine do Tio é muito maneiro, tá? Ficou muito massa. É, ele trouxe o Tatsugi, exatamente. Vai usar o Commander agora. E Earthquake, né? Cadê o Terra? Ah tá, Terra Dark ou Terra Fantasma? Terra Burn. Não, Terra Grass no caso, né? Terra Grass no Incineroar. Repouso pra vida toda, quase. Tirou o Porygon 2. Ficou muito isso aqui.
It's a bag of fun, is Amogus, honestly. As Incineroar now is switching out. What means this Qui-Gon 2 here? There's another kind of sponge of damage. Yeah, there it is. Coming straight in there. A Pokemon that
Ele só trocou? Ah, tá.
and he wants for the Trick Room 2. That's going to make a big difference. Order up though first into the Samugas. Now the Dondozo is at +4 stages of attacks.
And it's looking very, very threatening. There's only a few more turns of Trick Room remaining. And so Matty again has to really figure out how he's going to take advantage of this Trick Room. And the inability for him to just power control this, whether it be with passing shot or intimidate, is really starting to make itself known in this environment. You can see Marcus hovering over the terrestrialization button on that Dondozo. Is this the game where he commits to a Terra class on the sport that Matty has so confidently targeted down into this Dondozo in Game 1 and in Game 2?
The odd downside, of course, of going for the Terra class
O Terra não tão doido, né? Terra o quê? Terra Grass também.
has as well, but Marcus is saying, right, I think it's worth it here. You're probably going to spore as well, and if you do, I'm going to be really happy. And there it is, exactly. A great call from Marcus here, and it's no attacks from this Porygon 2 either, just a recover. Stalling out the Dondozo, but as you said earlier, Ben, you're stalling out a Dondozo that's still trying to boost up. There's now an Earthquake, a +4 comes out, doing a really healthy amount of damage.
And this Amoongus, if it doesn't switch out this turn, a combination of attacks, the Sludge Bomb or the Terra Blast or the Ice Beam coming out from Porygon 2 would need
Será
a
que
critical hit to be able to knock out this Dondozo this turn. Marcus doesn't even have to risk that, though. Could just go
O
on the
Amogus, com
defensive and play
certeza.
protect. But that does risk the Incineroar coming in for Matty and offering fake out pressure next turn. So here's what's going to be happening. Amoongus coming out, recovering some of his HP. Here's the Incineroar coming back in, not lowering the Dondozo's attack at all.
And there's the Tatsugiri's attack getting lowered, but yeah, not going to be too much difference there. As Poro 2 is getting ready to get another Trick Room up by going for the recover. So then into the next turn with Fake Out plus Trick Room looks fairly safe. Order up first of all into the Incineroar, but crucially just survives there. Matty probably thinking a little sigh of relief there
Opa, deixa eu só ver aqui o chat.
as Incineroar overall, having that fake out pressure for a little bit later. I think maybe you can. The second trick room really does, is very important for Matty. Here it is, fake out into the Dondozo, Rocky Helmet knocking out that Incineroar for his troubles. There's the terrestrialization gone on Matty's team. A wave crash at 5+ probably would have one-hit KO the Oregon 2. So Matty just can't risk it. Needs to get that trick room up. Needs to have the ice beam and the smoke bomb super effective damage into Marcus's Dondozo. But this time round, this Dondozo means business.
Your classic trick room sweepers. Oregon 2 and Amogus.
Yes, love it, exactly. There is Amogus there, standing down this Dondozo, +2 special events and so much attack behind it as well. So you just need to start dishing it out. And like at this point, Marcus's team is so healthy. That's all the damage that Marty's so far done.
Yeah, and look, even if you're able to get through the Dondozo this turn, it's really a struggle to be able to get through the Dondozo when it can target a wave crash down into the Amogus, because now it's a Terra Grass. Not only can it not be put to sleep, but it can't be redirected by the Amogus. And so, if I was Oregon 2 in this situation, I'd be one scared duck right now.
Sludge bomb first though, does he get the poison? No, not quite. So this Dondozo gets away with it, but Ice Beam is doing plenty of damage right now. Gonna put things in range for the following turn. Earthquake though coming out, spread damage. It's gonna do a lot, but Amogus again hangs on despite being +5 attack. These Pokemon are just so bulky.
But that damage is really important into the Amogus. It means that a heat wave isn't necessary. You can look into a Dark Pulse on the Chi-Yu to make sure that you've got a guaranteed attack that's going to be able to target down the Amogus. But also, you know, you've got the, you don't have to rely on the Muddy Water or the Dracometeor from the Tatsugiri that we know is sitting there waiting to eject itself from the Dondozo's mouth.
And that's the other thing to look out for here is that Matty then KOs the
Esse sonho, se ele ficasse primeiro, algum dos caiu.
directed into the Tatsugiri, and if that's a Terra Blast or Ice Beam, that's going to be a really good chunk of damage, because particularly there is a +2 special attack boost actually on this Oregon 2. Here comes this big damage.
Yeah, Terra Blast doing more than 50%, and that's really important for this end game. More than 50% means that another Terra Blast would be able to knock it out, and that's something that Marcus has to be really aware of in this board state. This was the downside overall of the Terra Grass. I think this is why Marcus in games 1 and 2 was a bit reluctant to click that button. More important, or even if you're asleep for a few turns, that your Dondozo doesn't go down before Trick Room expires. And in this case, it did manage to get through a Trick Room of its own, but 2 was just a little bit too much of an ask.
Yeah, I think so, unfortunately. It can only climb on for so long. It is just one Pokemon at the end of the day, but Tatsugiri, his little buddy, is out here to help get some revenge. Now, interestingly, the Chi-Yu is on the field, which means Feats of Runing's activated, and it could mean that this Tatsugiri might even just go down to a Sludge Bomb, given the lower special defense that's coming out.
This is the ball now, because you'd like to think that Matty's thinking,
Nossa,
hey,
leva, ferrou.
my opponent is probably going to protect himself from a Terra Blast and maybe a Spore onto the Chi-Yu.
Eu já saio, né?
So, is this the time to maybe switch the Amogus out into,
Se
if it is in the
o
back
negócio era chave ou não, já
to get
era.
that on the field when the Trick Room expires? But also, is this the opportunity to look out for Oregon 2? If any of those answers are yes, and Marcus calls it and just goes on the offensive like he has for the early parts of this
Sem nem
set,
se o
then again, Matty could be in trouble.
bicho era chave daquela cor.
Amogus switching out, getting a little bit more health there. Makes a lot of sense. You want the Amogus really healthy because there are a few attacks it could now
Mano,
survive,
se
given the extra health it has.
Agora, pera, agora fiquei com a dúvida.
As the photosynthesis now is activated, giving it that special attack boost. But what has Marcus
Nossa, eu vou
done to
ficar muito
respond to
triste
it?
se
It's not
ele for chave
helping
daquele
hand.
jeito.
It's that Chi-Yu. We've seen how much damage this team does without a helping hand. And the recover on this Oregon 2 might be what it needs to kind of get out of range of an attack we've seen so much damage into. There's the overheat into the Fluttermane, getting a one-hit KO.
What? One-hit KO on that Fluttermane. It's going down. It's going
Ah, ele é
home.
rosa.
Marcus looks
Tá.
like he's sending Matty home
Ainda
as
bem.
well here, because that
Nossa.
Amogus is
Por
going to
um
be
momento
coming
eu
in.
já
It
tinha
can't
ficado
terrestrialize
triste.
away from his weakness to fire. Now Marcus has 2 Pokemon out on the field, a third in the back.
Por um momento eu tinha ficado triste, cara.
Against Matty's
tinha achado que eu tinha perdido o Shrine aqui. Nossa. Imagina. Jogo.
I mean, this is not straightforward still. The Amoonguss can protect on this turn, can set up another trick room, and that would allow the Porygon 2 to be able to knock out this Tatsugiri and put the other Pokemon to sleep, the GU. But Dark Pulse has the opportunity to flinch. There is potential accuracy drop from this Muddy Water. None of them come through Trick Room, and you said it earlier, David, our Trick Room sweepers are in prime position right now.
They definitely are, and that is what Matty has desperately needed to get back in here. Now, the Tatsugiri still has the safety goggles on, so you can see it here. Thank you very much, Marcus. But there's still not much stopping us. Sport is targeting into the GU slot to the Lucas's end, and Porygon 2 just going on the damage to maybe KO the Tatsugiri instead.
But there is ways for Marcus to be able to get around this because Matty has committed to the terrestrialization onto the Incineroar previously. This Terra Pass is going to be a normal type move. Buttermane being in the back, maybe that's going to be a target of the Spore, but it's going to be very difficult for Matty to quickly dispatch of it while that Trick Room is in play.
That is true, it's got very big special defense, so there is that Spore into the Buttermane slot. Two need to come in, and next turn, it's not going to be able to do anything. There's the Terra Blast also into that slot as well, actually, and Marcus not going to protect, going to go Meteor instead, and the Amoonguss goes down instantly.
What an amazing call. Marcus has just been in his opponent's head all tournament long. And this is definitely a team that's greater than the sum of its parts, especially when Marcus is at the helm.
But Ben, it's Porygon 2 though. I feel like it's a Trick Room. It can still recover. Like, it can still do the business. It's got 4 PP left on that recover as well. Really crucially, it could still, in theory,
Nossa, desviou do ataque.
It's going to be so close, David. It's going to be so close. But I think the combination of the GU and Buttermane could take this over. Wow, that Ice Beam actually did quite a lot of damage. Right, Muddy Water coming out, single target into the Porygon 2 after the special attack drops. Not going to be doing too much damage, but crucially, no accuracy drops to speak of.
No, not yet anyway. There needs to be a recover here yet from Matty's end. Just going to stall things out. Matty left.
Okay.
More turns of sleep on this Buttermane, which could potentially wake up next turn. Muddy Water coming out is doing minimal damage. Still no accuracy drop, and still won't wake up this Buttermane either.
Ok, ele recupera a vida mais
This is
perto.
getting
Por causa
really
do
down
Burn.
to the wire. There's not many turns
O
of Trick
quanto o
Room
Burn
left.
vai tirar de vida dele.
Buttermane does have the ability to go for a taunt and shut down both Trick Room, but
Dá
also
pra eu
recover
arriscar
as
aqui
well.
se pá.
So the
Agora eu
taunt
acho
are
que
in
vai.
both players' courts, but it comes down to does this Buttermane wake up in time? And also, equally, does the GU in the back manage to hit his mark?
Quase.
Ice Beam not KOing the Tatsugiri, another Muddy Water, another chance for an accuracy drop, but not coming through. Taunt, however, is Buttermane finally waking up and stopping this Porygon 2 recovering.
That is really big now. Not only Tatsugiri surviving, but Buttermane also coming out of the turn relatively unscathed and taunting this Porygon 2, which could otherwise have stalled out this game.
GU comes in to activate this Beast of Ruin ability that's going to power up the Moonblast on Marcus's side and do that little bit more damage. Porygon 2 can only target one Pokemon at a time.
And with the Beast of Ruin, that Moonblast is now looking like another one. Will be enough to KO. Porygon 2 going for that Ice Beam into the Buttermane. It's not going to be enough for a KO either.
And it looks like it's 2 against 1. Accurate moves in Moonblast and Dark Pulse can clean this up for Marcus.
It does very much look like it. Moonblast from the Buttermane into Porygon 2. That's going to seal it. Marcus Go is heading to the final of the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Kimura ganhou? Deixa eu ver. Ah não, foi o Marcus Go.
What an amazing, amazing game. And if I had a motto to come out of that game, it's just send it. Just send it all the way in. Get the Draco Meteor down, get the damage going, and just take every opportunity for your opponent to give you the space to do so. Sometimes at a high level, it can be overestimated. You can over-respect your opponent at some point, and I'm you know this is coming, I'm just going to try something really aggressive and see if it pays off.
Vamos ver. Chat, temos o primeiro finalista, Marcos Couto. Será que é o tal dos colchões? Não, não é o tal.
I think one of the things that makes it work so well is that the offensive potential of those Pokemon that are combined with Dondozo Tatsugiri is so strong. There's the Draco Meteor after the Earthquake from Game 2 that was able to just knock out the Porygon on turn 1, which is something you never get to say in the Video Game Championship. Porygon 2, it don't go down on turn 1. That's one of the main reasons why trainers opt for it as a really stable, good Trick Room supporter with a lot of effects.
Shout out to Mark's Pokemon though for like hitting all their moves, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants to miss it. I know maybe one wants to miss on an Amoonguss.
Yeah, sure.
Because of 2 impactful and all the overheats obviously connected to, which is very nice. But I'm sure Mark has had his fair share of bad luck across the weekend at the same time.
I mean, you've got to have your heart in your mouth when you're going for Helping Hand overheat into a Buttermane on the switch-in, and if you don't land it, then that Buttermane just gets to act next turn, and maybe could have taken the game for Matty.
Just maybe as well. Yeah, there's that final KO with the P2 just going down. But commiserations to Matty Morgan, who played an outstanding game as well. I'm sure he must be very happy to have secured top 8 here at yet another region.
Yeah, so Matty is one of those players that I've got no doubt will make it all the way to the World Championships. No doubt will give us a show on the way through. Already done very well at Worlds as well. And so, yeah, commiserations to Matty. Played it so well. You know, all of those turns where Marcus got the opportunity to just launch those big attacks into it, you can see where Matty's trying to really optimize his turns to the greatest advantage, right? You don't want to be sitting around when you've got
Não fala que é uma Combrei fêmea, por favor.
that Trick Room attacker that we had.
Nossa, ia ser muito legal se fosse uma fêmea.
You kind of need to do something. You need to double into these Pokemon that are causing you problems. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to get the damage
Combrei
quickly
macho.
enough with the HP that you have remaining.
It was a good, interesting view on how
Cara, só tem uma opção aqui agora.
also how to get around those counters.
E também não é uma opção. Mano, que Pokémon que ia Shiny aqui? Tem uma chance, né, de vir com casa. Não lembro se é garantido.
Thanks very much, Ben. I am here with Marcus Co, our first finalist of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Marcus, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm still shaking from that match. It was a really intense and tight match, especially the third game was really tough. I had to call the overheat towards the end again.
Yeah, that was an incredible 3 games where you were able to showcase the defensive aspects of your Dondozo Tatsugiri calling in the Chiyu Floodwing. So I want to talk a little bit more about that turn in game 3 when you went for Helping Hand overheat. What was running through your mind when that happened?
Yeah, so basically on that turn I went for helping hand overheat. I was thinking that I was already quite behind in the game. So if I allowed his Porygon to get up another trick, the game would get very difficult.
É, tem mais pouco que time que mais.
I decided I'm going to take a
Será
risk
que isso vai
for the
parar?
Flutter usage, because if I manage to get rid of his Flutter, he actually doesn't have the
Parece
ability to
sim,
deal
não
with
sei
my
como é que é o Shiny dele.
because he already used his terrestrialization on Incineroar, so this means he can't do Terra Flying, Terra Blast on his Porygon too. As long as I position my Fluttermane carefully, in the end I'll be able to secure the game.
That's an amazing call, and it worked so fantastically in your favor. So now that you're in the finals, did you have any shout-outs that you wanted to give to?
Oh yes, of course, plenty of shoutouts. So first of all, huge shout out to my good friend Victor Jimenez from Spain. He's been helping me. We've been prepping a lot of tournaments together, and he helped me to prep for some of the other top cut matches, even though he had to rush to the airport. So this win is a shared win between both of us. I really appreciate his support. And outside of that, also thanks to so many other friends from the Dondozo group. Shanye, Yuki, and also thanks to Danvir from Singapore for helping me. Really appreciate the help. And of course, my friends from Cambridge were all here supporting me. And the band and also you. And last but not least, I also like to shout out to my family, my mom, my dad and my brother and my grandparents for supporting me, because
Deixa eu ver
I really
aqui.
appreciate the support. It's the first time that I managed to do the shoutouts on
É
stream.
muito efetivo, mas eu acho que é melhor do que nada, né?
That's absolutely beautiful, Marcus. Well, we're gonna let you get a little bit of rest and get ready for the finals.
Oh, isso é melhor do que nada.
Watching at home, our
Pô,
second semi.
isso não é muito efetivo. Ah, ok.
So stay with us and we'll catch you very soon with all of the action.
Tem um bulbasauro aleatório aqui. Chat, já volto.
Able to connect, but at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poking to go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza. Mimic, you can't rip this. 84 is in. Rayquaza's at half right now. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh! It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion!
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull Imply, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces that have descended.
Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral Barrage, connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No, it doesn't. We're not in Trick Room anymore. Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that's been going first. The close combat.
To Luis Urshifu. It's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
It was
It is moving before the Flutter Main.
Here we go, which is it into the Flutter Main, and it is going to be enough. No, is able to close this out with Vergraph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
Got one finalist, but we need another for an incredible final very shortly here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. I'm David Partington and have the pleasure of being joined by Zoe Liu. I'm sure you've been watching all the matches. How have you been feeling so far?
I am completely out of breath from how close that final game was. The sheer bravery and guts of Marcus to call that Flutter Main switch in on the final turn of Trick Room, because could have gone for the double protect and couldn't gotten punished for it.
Yeah, definitely. Could have very easily gone either way there. But it's what a masterfully played game, of course. And now, because obviously we're in our top four, we are most likely featuring players that we've already seen as well, which we certainly have. We've got Stefano Gleppi versus Hengwei Zhang as well. Players who we've seen do masterful things on broadcast. Stefano defeating Marcus Harmon in 2-0 fashion, which is amazing. And Hengwei also defeating their top 8 opponent in an incredible way.
Exactly. Hengwei in that match with Marco Silva, it was just so dominant, and the two hyper-offensive teams, the way Hengwei got his Pokemon into position and was able to just slowly pull apart Marco's team, it was just such a masterful show that he put on for us. And then, of course, Stefano against Marcus Harmon, who's one of the top trainers in Europe, and the way he just so efficiently kind of dismantled Marcus's team, I was just in awe and thought, oh wow, the game is over, and that was so quick.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? And it was just a lot about kind of clicking the big, powerful move buttons. It was like, I've got a Rillaboom, I might as well kick Woodhammer. And I've got an Incineroar, I'll click Flare Blitz. And getting KOs left, right, and center with what are typically very defensive pieces. But of course, the reason that's so good is there could be very powerful offensive pieces as well.
Yes, Stefano running a little bit more defensive team, but there's that Qianpao and the Landorus, quite frail. This time, Stefano does have a Rillaboom, so it's got grassy terrain, which means Hengwei is not going to have quite as easy of a time getting the psychic terrain up on the field and being able to spam that expanding force that his Iron Crown was very efficiently able to use in that match against Marco Silva.
That's true, yeah. A bit of terrain war, which we've not seen a lot of actually this weekend, nor weather, to be honest, either. So
one Pelipper yesterday.
Yes, we saw one Pelipper. Yes, that's true. And then Marco obviously had that Torkoal, which he wasn't bringing as much, actually, more relying on that Frigoroth and the Ursaluna to really clear things up. But yeah, the Ursalunas are like falling by the wayside now, and it's more about that kind of Raging Bolt stuff that we've been seeing so much of this weekend, and of course last week at Toronto as well. So it's no surprise that we're seeing these top teams kind of still come through very consistently, doing very well. And Regidrago also kind of coming through as well. We saw Justin Tang do very well with it at Toronto, getting all the way to the top 4. And then Hengwei is here again, but can he do one better and get it to the final?
It's really cool that I just thought it's a fun little bit of trivia for those of you viewers at home who are just tuning in. Stefano is the only remaining Italian in this semi-finals, and as we all know, Team Italy has managed to claim every single European regionals win so far this season. On the other hand, it's Hengwei's birthday today. I know they're not very related, but it's just a really fun little bit of trivia, and I think whoever emerges as the victor of the semi-finals, there's going to be a really fantastic story to follow.
It's true. You can't count out the birthday buff.
The birthday buff, exactly.
That Hengwei has, to be honest. And hopefully he's gone in-game as well and chatted to the Pokemon Center, which I think tells you it's your birthday.
What's the gift that the Pokemon Center gives you on your birthday?
Is there a gift as well?
Yes, there is.
Oh, okay.
Wait, maybe, I can't remember now. I could have sworn I got a gift
happy birthday.
on my birthday. Yes.
So yeah, I always make sure I log in on my birthday just to get that.
Exactly. And now we're going to see our trainers up on the screen getting ready to get into the game. Stefano, a player who's not quite as well known as the other Italian players, but here is his big accomplishment, getting into the finals.
Rotation. Aí, vamos.
Now here are our achievements of our two players here. Hengwei matching their top 4 that they got in the DC Open 2020, hoping to now improve on that. And Stefano getting a top 32 at UIC at the international level event. Hard to compare as to what equivalent that is, you know, when it comes to a regional level event. So you could argue this is his best performance so far, especially being in Greece as well, topping the top 16 that he got at Lille. But of course, wanting to do it for all of Italy, I'm sure, to take it all the rest of the way.
Exactly. And now both of these players can add Birmingham regionals semi-finals on the top 4 list to say onto their resume. And one of these potentially could even add champion to their resume. So this is a really high stakes tournament. And one thing I do want to mention, looking at the two team sheets and comparing against each other, is that there is the only emotion is a repeated Pokemon across the two teams. Other 5 Pokemon are completely different. So this is going to be a very, very explosive and really cool dynamic, because there's not going to be much, you know, worrying about speed times. Or there might be, but you don't quite need to kind of, you know, if you've got Incineroar facing Incineroar, for instance, sometimes you're going to wonder whose fake out's going first. But let's see, the only Incineroar in this match, which is going to be Stefano's Incineroar with the Chien-Pao, Urshifu, Raging Bolt, Landorus, and Rillaboom.
A beautiful team, and Stefano has been able to pilot so well. He was telling me on the couch that it was kind of inspired by what he used to get top 32 at UIC, where it was pretty much the same team, but halfway over the Chien-Pao. But they're wanting a little bit more offensive damage with ice
O time do Stefano a gente já viu, né? Cineroid Safety Goggles, Chien-Pao de Falco 7, o Chifo de Água de Miss Glória, Raging Bolt de Boost Energy, Landorus de Light Orb e Rillaboom de Assault Vest.
And the Incineroar, the old decision of whether you have, like, the 5 move slot syndrome that Incineroar has, really, where you want all those 4 moves there, including Taunt, and you want Knockoff as well, and which is the most you drop, right? But choosing to drop the Knockoff, really interesting here, but it's kind of made up with the fact that you've got the Chien-Pao in that sucker punch.
You have so much offense coming off, you don't really want to spend that time going for the knockoff, because why bother going for that when you can just immediately knock out your opponent? And speaking of offensive teams, here is Hengwei's hyper-offensive size span team of Urshifu, Indeedee, Tornadus, Iron Crown, Heartflame, Ogerpon, and Regidrago.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times now on stream. Absolutely dismantle teams, especially that Regidrago, just being able to get into those positions where you can just click that Dragon Energy button and threaten so
E o time do Zang, o Chifo de Água de Choice Scarf, Indeed de Rock Helmet, Tornado de Fox 7, Iron Crown de Boost Energy, Pokémon Máscara de Fogo e Regidrago de Dragon Fang.
particularly when it can offer the dual speed control of the Tailwind and the Scary Face, if for some reason Tailwind is quite not enough.
Yeah, Stefano also doesn't have a Dragon Resist outside of Terra Fairy Raging Bolt, so that is something that Hengwei can really capitalize and take advantage of. Our trainers are almost ready for the game. I am so excited for the semi-finals of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Stefano Remy versus Hengwei Zhang, with that lead of Pokemon Heartflame and Regidrago against the Chien-Pao and the Urshifu.
Hengwei's tried and tested lead that he loves to lead so much. 2 really powerful offensive threats.
Vamos ver, lembrando que quem ganhar aqui já vai pra final, é o último finalista.
Really tricky for Stefano to be able to play it around here. But yeah, you can see Stefano kind of looking to the Terra Steel there, as you mentioned, Zoe. Not really any obvious fairy resists on this team, but obviously
aí, gente, que eu já volto.
Offensive training it has, and given the Mystic Water that this Urshifu has.
Oh, looks like Hayway does not want to risk a potential sucker punch coming off onto that. Reggie Drago is going to swap in the Indeedee, which will block out all priority moves. But if Stefano reads this and goes for the Icy Wind, that may be a completely different turn. First, we are going to see a terrestrialization into the Reggie Drago. So that is going to become the Terra Fairy. That's going to drop its weakness to ice from that Champal. So a really nice defensive Terra. And now we get to see a responding Terra from Stefano. This one is going to be into the Urshifu, terrestrializing into Terra Steel. So that is going to be a resist into the super powerful dragon energy that might be coming off from the Reggie Drago. And now Champal goes for the Icy Wind, lowers the speed of the Reggie Drago, as well as chipping away and removing some of the damage from this dragon energy. And the Urshifu now surging strikes into the Indeedee. It's going to take a lot of recoil from the rocky helmet that the Indeedee is holding. And Indeedee is actually just going to drop down immediately from this surging strikes.
Ok. YouTube do Lindras voltou a ser esquizofrênico. Fascinante. Opa, boa tarde, Alexandre. Salve, como é que você tá? Eu tô meio offzinho aqui porque eu tô meio mal do estômago aqui, por isso que eu tô evitando de falar. Ah, eu tô tirando aqui. Por isso que eu tô meio off aqui. Nindras, eu não falei pra minha amiga que era zoeira o negócio lá, que eu realmente gosto dela. Eu falei, eu sabia. Tinha um fundinho de verdade no final das contas. No final das contas, tem um fundinho de verdade. Posso ver uma coisa? Eu consigo de bush, ok. Eu não preciso necessariamente derrotar, tá? Eu posso fazer o seguinte, deixa você aqui por enquanto. Vamos derrotar aqui o negócio. Arrisquei minha vida, mas valeu a pena. Mas ela ainda não respondeu, né, ô Alexandre? Ou seja, tá na ilusão ainda, né? Meu controle tá descarregando a bateria dele muito rápido. Se bem que eu tenho jogado bastante nele. Por isso. Meu Deus, mas esse ataque erra muito, cara. Aí, vai me embora. Nossa. vou usar Flame Tower porque, pô... tá. Ele vai se proteger, né? Não. Ah, o Kick Guard só protege se for golpe em área, né? Hoje de manhã ela me convidou pra jogar, daí a gente com calma aproveitei. Não, eu li, essa parada eu li, o Alexandre. Mas o que eu tô perguntando é, ela não respondeu ainda, né? Então, a princípio a ilusão continua, né? Pelo visto. Ainda não. Será que ela gosta e também ele tá com medo de falar alguma coisa? Ou não gosta e tá com medo de te magoar? Será que ela está com medo de se confessar? Até agora eu tô querendo saber como eu tive coragem de fazer isso. Satoru, né? Satoru insistiu, apostou contigo e acabou dando certo. Eu vou precisar dele. Eu comecei com uma carga, né? Do nada meu cérebro assim, pô, como eu te odeio. Fala aí pra tua amiga que tu gosta dela que não vai acontecer nada. Bom, o não você já tem, né, Alexandre? Agora é em busca do sim. Porque se ela não respondeu até agora, ou ela quer deixar isso pra lá, ou ela não sabe como te responder. Sabia que não pode ter. Sabia que não podia ter confiado no meu cérebro. Oxi, mas qual o problema, pô? Tu gosta dela, não gosta? Uma hora tu ia ter que falar. Aí, essa brincadeira aí só ajudou. Cara, eu acho que eu vou upar você primeiro, então deixa eu só deixar você aqui. Deixar só o OP. Que ele provavelmente vai vir com o ataque agressivo. Vou tomar um. Achei que eu ia tomar um Birmingham, mas não. 1-0 pro Stefano. Lembrando que se o Stefano ganhar, gente, ele vai pra final, beleza? Essa aqui é a última partida do top 4, né? Da semifinal. E bora, vamos ver quem vai pra final. Mano, que ataquezinho chato pra errar, meu Deus do céu, eu nunca achei que esse ataque fosse insuportável, eu errasse tanto. Não vou conseguir pegar. É da grande. Nossa, eu ainda errei o buraco. Eu consegui pegar. Beleza.
Yeah, that's a really good call out, Zoe, because what you can do is just aggregate with your own Urshifu into the open box to deny follow me, and then safely also thunderclap into the Urshifu on the other end as well. And because you've got that boost energy and raging bolt, you most likely have enough special attack in the tank to actually one-hit KO the Urshifu, which otherwise often can survive the thunderclap from a raging bolt that doesn't have any sort of boost to its special attack here. So Hangway's definitely on the back foot right now. Urshifu, Rapid Strike not really doing much, so a switch up makes perfect sense. Choice Star Urshifu wants to reset the surging
Foi o Alexandre. Eu tenho um vento faz canção. Alexandre, os seus por a união. Um chamado antigo, um nobre dever. Outras forças que vêm pra corromper. Tá falando sozinho? Ah, tá. O coração de povo a pulsar. Imagino para conquistar. Qual é a música? Oxi. Eu quero não tô bem aqui não. Eu tenho a conclusão que valeu a pena falar um negócio lá. Tá profundamente agradecido de ter feito isso, né, o Alexandre? Tamo santo, a gente não falha. O mestre sábio nos ensinou a ver que a maior força vem do nosso querer. Nessa história emocionante somos a luz, o nosso destino, a gente que conduz. Elo de honra que ninguém desfaz. É o quê? Tá, xinguei a minha esquizofrenia, mas depois agradeci. Ok, né? Com a força do Jujutsu Himalaia, oh, a amizade é a nossa muralha. Oh, Alexandre lidera a grande batalha. Com o Orango Tango Santo, a gente não falha. A música é muito boa, na moral. Essa música é muito boa. Essa música ela é muito boa. Outrage? Nossa! O Prime Nip aprende Outrage. Ok. Eu sobrevivo ao Outrage? Sim, sobrevivo. O filme bora, boa. Mas pegou agora? Agora que não precisa. Expand Force vai dobrar, não vai não? Nossa, o Chico tomou feio aqui. Vamos fazer agora borboletinha assada. Elo de honra que ninguém desfaz. Eu fiquei com a música na cabeça agora. Quando eu falar um negócio lá pra minha amiga, eu falei pimentão. Tadinho dele, todo cheio de vergonha. Tomara que ela fale sim, né, Alexandre? Tomara que ela diga sim. Ela fala assim, que ela também gosta de você, né? Tomara. Ah, chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Ué, que ela gosta de você também, ué. Tu não quer? Tu não quer que ela fale assim, não? Nossa. What's your story? Oh, ainda foi crítico, nice.
Crucially and actually connecting as well. Playing with a lot of dice there is Stefano with those moves of choice for Chempao, but that's Urshifu down and staring down now, and Ndidi as well, which needs to.
Mano, é Ndidi contra Chempao. GG pro Stefano. O texto que eu criei o texto que eu criei serviu pra nada. GG, Stefano na final. Me fala que ele não tem stun, por favor. Ah, ok.
Wow, Stefano is just on fire this weekend. 2-0, so many powerful trainers in his wake, and really cool to see how the Chempao adaptation of his team was really able to carry him in that entire set as well. What a game, just coming right down to the wire and just really putting Hengwei on the back foot on every account.
Yeah, that Chempao, that IC win was so key for Stefano in both games. Game 1, it was used to drop the speed of the opposing Okamon and make sure that he had the speed advantage. Also against the Reagindo, which we saw was faster than the Iron Crown, which was faster than Stefano's Urshifu. And then in Game 2, that IC win was used to get
Peraí, rapidinho, gente.
having dropped its own special defense meant that even though it resisted ice and was against a Chempao that, you know, isn't really well known for having high special attack, that was just enough to push it over the edge.
Well, what's quite interesting at Chempao is it actually has decent special attack stats, and given you've got a focus dash, you're most likely a naive nature. So actually, Icy Wind is doing sizable damage, actually.
That's true, yeah.
Which is quite cool to see, unlike something like a Flutter Mane, which doesn't have the same type of attack bonus as it. So, like, it seems like Stefano was pretty confident in that amount of damage, and obviously more reliable than Icicle Crash.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a really good call out, David. Chempao being Ice type actually gets a same type attack bonus, which is not something that we see on a Flutter Mane, and this is a really cool Chempao set. It's Terra Ice, so it's not a defensive Terra at all, and Ice is often known as a really good offensive typing, but quite a terrible defensive typing. But Stefano recognizing it doesn't matter. My Chempao has the focus sash. It's guaranteed to survive one turn. I want it on the field and dish out as much damage as possible.
Exactly, and we saw so many trainers doing that just so well across this weekend. But you've got to shout out Hengwei for playing it so well to get all the way to the top 4 here. Like, absolutely congratulations. There was so many plays that, like, were looking very close. Like, Draco Meteor's coming out, very close. You saw the Raging Bolt survive on that 1 HP as well. That might have been a damage roll. Very well trained. It might have gone down on another day, but of course it was able to survive. So Stefano's Pokemon really love him.
Yeah, what an amazing set of games. And Stefano really just coming out 2-0 in that really very decisive 2 games, and we saw exactly what happened in that previous top 8 game against Marcus Harmon as well. Just being able to get all the correct reads, and the overwhelming sheer offensive presence of Stefano's team was just able to completely overwhelm his opponents.
Yeah, I think what was so interesting about Stefano's team is that, like, the ability to kind of play around and change up his moves was really critical there. Obviously making some really good calls too, but Hengwei seemed quite locked in, especially with the choice scarf on that Urshifu, really hampered him. He had to kind of pick one move and he was locked into it, and then suddenly you can't protect as well on top of that as not go for close combat, and that really put him on the back foot.
Yeah, it did. And Stefano just going to show exactly why he deserves this place in the finals of the Birmingham Regional Championships. So now, why don't we go over to the interview area and hear from Stefano on his thoughts progressing into the finals.
Well, what an absolute masterclass Stefano Greppi gave us there. Congratulations on securing your spot in the final. How are you feeling?
I'm very happy, very excited, also a little stressed. The final, so...
That's understandable. That is the perfect concoction of emotions to take you through to the finals. Now, you're going up against a very hyper-offensive team with Reagindo, Iron Crown. What were your thoughts?
So I knew that the Reagindo was a scary Pokemon for my team, since I have, I think, 0 Pokemon that resist Dragon-type moves. And also, usually I get around this with the Terraform Raging Bolt, but here there is an Iron Crown, so not that easy. I figured out that with Chien-Pao and Urshifu I could trade maybe at least one Redirector and for my Urshifu or Chien-Pao and at least some damage right and there and go from there.
Right, and it clearly worked out so well. I mean, a 2-0 victory there. Was there anything that caught you by surprise in that game?
No, not really. I mean, the leads in Game 2 were kind of what I was expecting. Like, I knew that he would have probably switched to an Urshifu lead. I wasn't expecting Ogerpon. I was expecting maybe Regidrago. But still, I didn't have any other ideas, so I just went with the same plan and played as I could.
Yeah, and it all worked out well. Well, I sort of dread to ask, but how are you feeling now heading into the final? You know you're going up against Marcus Coe. What do you think about that matchup?
So we played a few times. He was always using his Dondozo, and I was always using Incineroar or Rillaboom Raging Bolt. So it's not truly a rematch, but kind of. I'm very scared because Dondozo. Also, he has some elements that are very important for my team, but I think I have the tools. I just have to play as best as I can.
That's exactly it. You've got the tools, you believe in yourself, you believe in the ability that's taken you up to this point. Wonderful. Now, so far in our EU calendar season, in Italian as well, every single EU regional level, and you're keeping those hopes alive, Stefano. Do you think you can do this?
Yes, I think I can. Let's see.
We believe in you, Stefano. Fantastic. Well, won't keep you waiting any longer, and we'll let you get ready for the grand final. So, trainers, make sure you're not moving a muscle, because the grand finals of the Birmingham Regional Championships are coming up in just a moment soon.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here on the competition floor at the Pokemon North America International Championships, and I'm standing here with AJ with the Side Events League. Now, if somebody has never participated in side events before, AJ, what are they?
Side events, it's fun. That's all I can say, really. It's a lot of fun. So anybody who's not playing the main event, we have all kinds of alternate formats, try something different, earn some prize wall tickets, and just really experience a whole enjoyment of Pokemon. We're running all the games. So
All the games, so which ones could they sign up for?
So we have trading card game, standard pods, build-up battles, just like pre-release type formats. For video game, we have some video game tournaments
Tá indo, estou sim. Estamos esperando o jogo da final acontecer. Já tá na final, Marlon. Tô vendo aqui um outro campeonato aqui que eu gosto, que é o de LoL, ó. A final acabou sendo aí, ó, contra o Stefano Greppi contra o Marcus Cole. Aí eu tô vendo o campeonato de LoL aqui, enquanto eu espero o jogo aparecer aqui, o pessoal aparecer já pra jogar, né, no caso. Aí, ó, o time do Stefano Greppi, Incinerode, Safety Goggles, Timpal de Fox Sash, Oshifu de Mystic Warrior, Raging Bolt de Boost Energy, Landros de Life Orb e Villabun de Assault Vest. Oh, esse Raging Bolt, Marlon, tu não chegou a ver, mas esse Raging Bolt do Stefano ficou com 1 de vida, parecia que ele que tava usando o Fox Sash, tá? E o time do Marcus Cole é Tio de Fox Sash, Dragon Knight de Trace Band, Weezing de Galar de Citrus Berry, Fluttermane de Boost Energy, Tatsugiri de Safety Goggles e Dondozo de Rock Helmet. Ó, poderemos ter um Tatsugiri Dondozo vencendo, beleza, mas um Weezing de Galar vencendo, cara. Let's go, gente. Vamos para o primeiro jogo da final. Então vamos ver quem vai ganhar. Será que é o Stefano? Será que é o Marcos? Vamos ver, né? Poderemos ter um Landros campeão ou um Easy de Galar campeão. Ó. Ele vai trazer o Tatsugiri, com certeza, né? Opa, boa tarde, Vicente. Salve, tudo bom com você? Seja bem-vindo aí à live. Estamos aqui acompanhando o dia 2 do regional de Birmingham, no Reino Unido. regional de VGC competitivo de Pokémon. Como é que você tá? Salve aí pra você. Seja bem-vindo à live aí, cara. Gosta de Pokémon, Vicente? Espero que você esteja tendo uma boa tarde de domingo aí. Sim. Então veio ao canal certo. Aqui, o VTuber que vos fala sou o Nindras, né? Nindras joga. Não entendo tanto, assim, mas entendo um pouquinho, né? De Pokémon competitivo, não sou expert, mas eu tenho o pessoal aí do chat, como o Marlon aí, que é o meu moderador também, que é expert aí em Pokémon competitivo, mas aqui a gente gosta bastante de Pokémon, então aqui dá pra falar bastante de Pokémon. Eu faço live de segunda a sexta, Vicente, a partir das 19 horas. O conteúdo é variado, né? No momento eu tô fazendo meio que um momento nostálgico, que eu tô jogando Super Mario de Nintendo 64, mas eu já joguei Pokémon, já joguei Injustice. Aqui o conteúdo é bem variado. Se você quiser, é só dar exclamação, acho que tem exclamação como a exclamação é PSS. É uma exclamação é uma playlist de Pokémon Soul Silver que eu zerei, entendeu? Eu tenho Soul Silver, tenho Emerald zerado aqui, tô zerando o Platinum, dei um tempinho porque eu tava tentando pegar o Spiritomb, mas eu tô achando que eu não vou conseguir pegar, entendeu? Aí eu vou tentar zerar ele. Aí eu tô zerando alguns jogos de Pokémon, mas o foco do canal aqui é conteúdo variado, beleza? Então se gostar aí dos vídeos, das lives aí, entendeu? Faço bastante conteúdo variado aí. Hoje, normalmente essas lives de regional que eu faço, né? Cai no final de semana, eu não faço live sábado e domingo, mas como os regionais, o internacional e o mundial cai sábado e domingo, né? Eu acabo fazendo final de semana, entendeu? Então, essas lives assim, final de semana é bem esporádica mesmo. Não são lives que eu costumo fazer normalmente, a não ser de regional. Mas já que tu gosta de Pokémon aí que tu falou, qual é o teu... Claro, se você quiser responder, tá, Vicente? Aqui a gente fala bastante de Pokémon e o pessoal que é novo aqui, normalmente fala, né? Do Pokémon favorito, jogo de Pokémon favorito, região favorita, entendeu? Então se você quiser falar quais são os seus aí, estaremos atentos ao chat aí, vendo que você tá vendo quais são. Por enquanto aí tá dando bom pro Marcos Cole, porque ele já levou o Rillaboom do Stefano. Esse Dondoso, ele tanca muita coisa, cara, muita coisa. Eis a questão. Ó, tá. Nossa, ele deu bastante dano no Chifu. Tem que ver o quão forte ele tá pra tancar isso aí. Eu acho que ele não tanca. Não tanca. Definitivamente ele não tanca. Oh, Alexandre. E aí, Alexandre, como é que tá o tempo aí? Aliás, chat, como é que tá o tempo aí na cidade de vocês? Aqui deu uma esquentada, mas se foi igual ontem, choveu a semana toda. Chegou sábado, fez sol no comecinho da tarde, mas depois voltou o tempo frio e a chuva, e hoje parece que vai ser a mesma coisa, tá? Até agora aí tá um solzinho, tá um calor, de certa forma, mas eu tô achando que vai fechar o tempo de novo e vai ficar frio e chovendo. Tá calor. Tomar um banho agora há pouco. Ah, foi se refrescar, né? Entendi. Aqui o friozinho tava bom, cara. Nossa, tava muito bom pra dormir. Agora que deu uma certa abafada, né? Com o calor assim. Ficou meio mais ou menos o tempo. Mas é o que eu tô achando. O tempo tá aberto, entre aspas, mas tem bastante nuvem no céu. Eu tô achando que vai fechar mais tarde. Tô achando. Ainda tá refletindo sobre, Alexandre? Alexandre ficou impressionado. Ainda, ô louco. Cara tá, não acredito que deu certo, não acredito que deu certo. Que eu nunca ia conseguir falar pra alguém que eu gosto de uma pessoa. Não, você tanto conseguiria que você falou. Ah, mas foi que não sei o que, não sei o que. Não, foi você. Ninguém escreveu por você. Você foi lá e escreveu. Ou seja, foi você que falou. Entendeu? Você só não achava que tinha coragem o suficiente pra fazer, mas você, no final das contas, você teve. Essa é a verdade. Isto que tem que ser dito. Não um Pokémon. Nossa! Pior que eu falei que eu gostava da minha amiga e minha mãe estava em casa. Eita! É, mas eu acho que é de boa. Não deixou a minha wave. Nossa. Mas ela saiu bem na hora que eu falei. Ah, no caso tu tava falando por voz, né? Eu tinha esquecido desse detalhe. Caraca, o Stefano virou o jogo. Eu falei pra minha amiga, eu gosto de torre, que ela entendeu, eu gosto de torre. Entendi, super compreensível. Mano, tamo a 8 horas e 50 de live, cara, é muita coisa. E mais uma vez a Pokémon Company me trollou, tá? Ela colocou lá 15 para as 5 e começou 15 para as 6. Ah não, agora tá 2v2. Só que como é que tá a vida do Lando? Deixa eu ver. Ah, ele tá de vida cheia, pô. Será que ele leva? Vamos ver. Tive que trocar tudo por você, que não duvido que ela viu tudo de novo. Então, né? Vou. Tá. Mas não levou o Shifu, né? Mas ele cai, ele cai. Mas o Tatsugiri leva o Shifu? E depois que eu falei que eu gostava dela, ela disse: "Pera, você gosta de mim?" Eu disse que sim. Ah. É, então ela ouviu, pô. Então ela ouviu o que você falou. Aí eu já não sei o que ela ainda não respondeu. Será que ela tá com vergonha? Ela não ouviu você porque ela então, né? Ganhou. 1-0 Stefano. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Ela tá com vergonha de responder, imagina eu tive que falar, mas você falou, pô.
Going into game 2, Marcus has a whole host of extra information to work. And let's not forget that Chiyu missed a heat on this substitute, Landorus, which then forced the Chiyu to waste another turn to try and break the substitute.
Você falhou.
Marcus maybe thinking to himself, my game plan was fairly solid because I do think he made all the right moves, but heat wave, that is one of the downsides of using a 90% accurate move.
Agora tem que esperar a resposta. Isso se ela achar que você tá esperando resposta. Você tem que falar com ela. Olha, eu te perguntei uma coisa, você lembra? Eu queria que você me respondesse. Tem que falar, porque senão eu tô achando que ela não vai te responder. Entendeu? Eu tô achando que ela não vai te responder.
Make some noise now for game 2 of the finals of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Double Fish
Acho que foi Paulo. É mesmo ali de que começou a botar a voz. Agora acabou, não é possível que não tenha acabado. Falou. O importante que eu falei, eu tô achando que ela não tá nem aí pra isso. Mas pelo menos eu já sei que eu consigo falar isso, ok? Lindo. Minas, eu nasci com... Ontem eu consegui um mineiro bombado no baú de 3 estrelas. Boa, parabéns. Boa. Deu green, né? Eu acho que foi isso, né? Mano, eu tô muito... Nossa, tá muito travado tudo aqui, mano. Em Minas, já vou sair da arena. Eu vou sair da arena 17. Qual arena eu escolhida? Aqui? Já vou sair da arena 17. Qual escolha eu escolho escolhida? Não entendi nada, mata. Bruxa mãe ou bruxa sombria? Cara, eu não conheço nenhuma das duas, o Marlon. Você tá perguntando pra pior pessoa. Pelo menos o previa não aconteceu. Eu não sei da sua quando eu falei. Então, né? Então, hoje tá subindo. Será que o Stefano vai ganhar? Vamos ver. Tá, isso aqui eu li. Me perguntar de coisa de Clash Royale ou Marlon, nem se deu o trabalho de perguntar, porque eu não vou conseguir, eu não vou saber o que te responder. Eu não vou saber te responder porque eu não sei nada do jogo. Nossa, ele errou feio, né? Ô Marlon, os gêmeos, o Shiny dos gêmeos são acessíveis no BW? Ou é Shiny Lock? Nossa, ele saiu na hora. Caraca, 17 assistências. Se o Frost não tá jogando muito, eu não sei o que é jogar muito. São acessíveis? Ah, tá, ok. E pelo que tu falou, é um por save, né? Ou seja, eu teria que jogar o BW 3 vezes para conseguir os 3, né? Sim, e depende da versão. Aí, deixa eu ver. Bruxa mãe sumando os palmeirenses quando uma tropa me ataca a longo alcance. A bruxa sombria sumando morcegos a longo do... Tá, esse que tu falou dos palmeirenses é o que? Os porcos? A bruxa mãe sumando a porco? Se for um porco dependendo da vida, eu acho que compensa mais a bruxa mãe. E eu consegui falar porque eu tive coragem, ou eu tive coragem porque eu consegui falar? Os dois, Alexandre. Porcos? Ah, então. Se os porcos tiverem uma vida razoável, porque o morcego, ele é eliminado em um hit, né, basicamente, pelo que eu entendi. 630 de vida é bastante coisa. É, pro xamã esse pai é melhor. E depende da versão. Tá, como você diz o quê? Como assim depende da versão? Vou usar as duas bruxas no deck? Ué, então pega as duas, pô. Hein, ô Marlon? Como assim depende da versão? Você fala... Pera lá, gente. Os gênios é no Black. Black e White. Pera. Os gênios no Black é o Tornados e no White é o Conduz. E o Lando? É onde? Holanda em que versão? Marlon, eu vi uma coisa aqui que eu achei estranho. Mano, Marlon tá aí no chat? Só pra eu saber. No Black é o Tornados e no White é o Conduz. Eu preciso... Marlon tá aí? Marlon sumiu do nada, pô.
The Landorus this turn to pave the way for the Fluttermane that doesn't have the ability to hit the Terra Poison Landorus for super effective or even just neutral damage. But equally, if you let the Urshifu target down into the Chi-Yu this turn, things can go a little bit astray as well.
Oh, this turn is so close for Marcus. He has to win if he wants to win the entire tournament. And now Chi-Yu is going to be recalled. Marcus not wanting to take any risks against this Urshifu on the field. In comes the Fluttermane to try and absorb any attacks coming into Chi-Yu's way. But Urshifu is going to detect, so no damage coming off, and allows the Earth Power to come off into Fluttermane. Fluttermane does go down, but this leaves an opening for the Tatsugiri to attack. What did the Tatsugiri go for? Is it Muddy Water? Yes, it is Muddy Water. Is it going to connect? Come on, Tatsugiri, show us what you've got. Okay. Are you going to know? Landorus dodges this Muddy Water, and Marcus is in a very, very sticky spot here with this fairly healthy Urshifu and this Chi-Yu in the back.
Well, the Chi-Yu can come back in. I'm not sure that the overheat is enough without a helping hand, but if you commit the helping hand and the overheat to the Urshifu. After it's just protected, it's not likely to get the double protect as well to knock it out. Then an Aqua Jet and an Earth Power would target down into that Chi-Yu and be able to pick up the knockout. Marcus cannot protect because of that Unseen Fist stability on the Urshifu, cannot afford to play defensively in the turn. If Marcus wants to come back into this game, if he wants to take us to a game 3, he has to get the KO here on the Urshifu before the Chi-Yu goes down.
Oh, the Chi-Yu has to get rid of this Urshifu. It is such a big threat. Is this helping hand overheat from the Chi-Yu going to be enough to get the knockout? We're going to first get a terrestrialization now onto Marcus's side. It is going to be the Chi-Yu into the Terra Ghost. So trying to remove that ground type weakness, but we saw earlier the Surging Strikes was easily enough to get the knockout. So it all rests on this turn now. Helping hand onto Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu, come on, connect your overheat. Can you connect? First, the Aqua Jet breaks that. Oh, that did so much damage. Breaks the focus sash on the Chi-Yu. Lands the overheat. Is it going to be enough? It is enough to get the knockout onto Urshifu. Urshifu goes down, and Landorus now facing off on a 2v1 versus the Chi-Yu and the Tatsugiri. And there might be a way back. Earth Power comes out onto Chi-Yu, knocks it out. Tatsugiri versus Landorus. Who will come out on top?
Well, without the Beads of Ruin, I mean, it's so difficult now. Tatsugiri does not have an accurate move to its name. And do you go for the Muddy Water or the Draco Meteor? Or does the Landorus on Stefano's side of the field just lock into substitute and try to fish for a miss? No, Earth Power straight into it. Not enough to pick up the KO.
Muddy Water! Accuracy? No accuracy drop. Stefano Greppi is so close. The final Earth Power to knock out the Tatsugiri. And Stefano Greppi is your 2026 Birmingham
Voltei. Cadê? Ô, Marlon, tu não me respondeu uma coisa. E o Lando? E o Landorus? O Landorus pega onde? Grip foi campeão. Então, né? Oi? Como é que é o negócio? Birmingham. Deixa eu ver o chat aqui. Stefano campeão e Marcos Pô. Precisava anotar aqui. Você tem que ter o Tornados e o Tunduros e o Tornado. Caraca, então tem que jogar as duas versões. Você tem que jogar as duas versões, jogar elas duas para um dos games e o pós-game lá do santuário no pós-game. Ah, tá, ok. Rapidinho, Marlon, me responde uma coisa. A Beast Ball é permitida no Scarlet Violet? Você tem como obter ela no Scarlet Violet? Tem como passar alguma coisa assim? Ei, Marlon, consegue me responder?
It's a strong Pokemon for a reason, right? You can play defensively, you can get those opportunities for Landorus to sit behind a substitute and just not be able to get KO'd on turn after turn. But I think as well, the team that Stefano was able to bring just had all of the tools that he needed into some quite interesting sets overall on Marcus's side. There were things that you don't necessarily, expect to see, like the Focus Sash on GU. A lot of the time, they're running Choice Specs or Choice Scarf or trying to get the upper hand that way. But those sort of sets.
Mano, a minha live deve estar atrasada, não é possível pra vocês.
Still so thrilled at the fact that Stefano went undefeated now in top 16 and top 8. We know who our top 8 players are. They are
A live deve estar completamente atrasada pra vocês, porque o negócio não sai, ó. Ok. Ah, o Marco Silva ficou em sexto. Cadê? Eu vou espiar. Ai, desculpa, gente. Cadê o... Ué, o Marcos ficou, tá? Ah, o Eduardo Cunha ficou em sétimo. O Marcos Silva ficou em quinto. Mano. Marlon tá aí no chat ainda? Meu Deus do céu. Não responde também. Meu Deus do céu.
Competing in our Birmingham Regional Championships, and a lot of the field, a really big portion of the field, are very, very strong. There's no rematches in the Video Game Championships anymore whatsoever.
Não era pra trazer a aba de volta. Oh.
Championships, and what fabulous support you've all been providing in the venue. Now let's keep that hype going as we welcome to the stage the two trainers who went further than anyone else. First of all, Doctozo, Chiyu, Tatsugiri, Three Fish, but they just weren't able to grant that final wish. Please welcome to the stage, Marcus Co.
Mano, sinceramente, eu fiquei com uma pulga atrás da orelha sobre esse cara.
That's so gracious of you, Marcus. Thank you so much. And you've played fantastically all weekend as well. Any final shout-outs you want to give?
Oh yes, definitely. So once again, first of all, huge shout out to my
Marlon, me responde uma pergunta. A Beach Ball, ela é permitida ou encontrada no Scarlet Violet?
Fantastic. It takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. Everybody, please give it up one more time for your finalist, Marcus Coe. Thank you, just a photo. And now, everybody, we've just got one more medal to give. Yes, there was one trainer that was able to keep Italy's dreams alive.
Deixa eu te perguntar uma coisa. Isso aqui. Presta atenção quando a Fluttermane do Marcus Coe sai da Pokébola. Ó, presta atenção de quando a Fluttermane do Marcus sai na Pokébola, ó. Deixa eu ver quando ele vai colocar ela. Agora, ó. Me corrija se estiver errado, ô Marlon, mas isso não é efeito da Beach Ball? Então, tecnicamente, esse cara deveria ser punido, não? Ele usou Pokémon de hack. Mano, olha isso, cara. Eu falei, ué, tem a Pokébola da Ultra Beast tem Scarlet Violet? Será que tem algum método de passar e eu não tô sabendo? Só que você falou que não tem? Não, o pior é que não tem como colocar essa Pokébola como item, né? E o cara foi vice-campeão. Mano, não fizeram checagem de hack room nesse campeonato. Não fizeram checagem. Não fizeram. Definitivamente, acabei de ver que não fizeram. Que não é, cara, não é possível. Não é possível. Peraí que eu vou mutar aqui.
Has this ever happened before? We're gonna...
Suspeito demais. Cara, isso foi bizarro. Quando eu vi a animação, eu falei, ué. Cara, não é possível. Deixa eu só ver uma coisa aqui. Calma lá. Opa. Deixa eu ver se você tá falando alguma coisa. Deixa eu ver aqui uma coisa. Aparentemente tem, o Marlon. Você tem que ir numa máquina, é na DLC. Você vai numa máquina que tem lá no The Indigo Disc, tem uma máquina de Pokébola lá. Que a máquina parece uma Great Ball. Ela parece uma Great Ball com uma misturada com o Master Ball, que ela tem o azul da Great Ball misturado com as bolinhas roxas da Ultra Ball. Aparentemente tem como. Então não é suspeito não, pelo visto é legítimo. Pelo visto é legítimo. Só tem que aparentemente tem que fazer um esquema muito louco aqui pra fazer. Os europeus, ó, já foi o Emanuele, Briganti, Marco Silva em Lille, Frankfurt, né, a gente viu, Marco Silva em Lille, em Gdansk foi o Simone Sanvinto, eu acho que a gente não viu esse, Stuttgart a gente viu, foi o Lucas Cerebelli, em Birmingham foi o Stefano Greppi, ok, legal. Mas aparentemente é legítimo, Marlon. Aparentemente é legítimo mesmo. Você só precisa ter os materiais para fazer a receita aqui, ó, da Pokébola. Aí ela vai dar uma... Ela vai dar algumas coisas. É um tal de Pokéloto. Ah, aqui ó, Beast Ball, tem como pegar. Pelo menos aqui no vídeo parece que tem como pegar assim de forma legítima. Então, parece que sim, parece que é legítimo de pegar. Tá, ok, agora é esperar o acabar. O próximo é em Londres, dia 13 a 15 de fevereiro, que é o International, né? É o EWIC, né? Se eu não me engano é o EWIC, é o EWIC. O próximo eu acho que é o EWIC, pelo menos do calendário da Europa, pelo menos é o EWIC aí. Então o próximo, gente, o próximo campeonato que teremos em transmissão vai ser o Week International, né? Internacional. Vamos ver como é que vai ser. Estou animado para saber como é que vai ser. Curioso e animado para saber como é que vai ser. Ó, dia 26 de fevereiro, a primeira. Pô, 26 de janeiro, a 1º de fevereiro. Batalha da Fronteira, terça e quinta. Terça e quinta. Dia 28 é a transmissão de TCG do Regional de Pittsburgh. E dia 1º, dia 27 e 29, das 2 às 5, Batalha da Fronteira, Pokémon. Seja sempre o melhor, meu destino sorrirá. E saiba que o poder está em suas mãos. Pokémon. Ah, o próximo é o Week em Londres mesmo, tá vendo? Exatamente, como eu disse.
Especially just after the international championships, where all of the different ideas get tested up against each other, and our trainers see what is going to be making it all the way to our next international championship. Well, that is going to be all. Yes, it is, Ben. Don't you worry. There will be so much Pokemon that we won't be able to count them. There are over 1,000 already, aren't there? So who knows? There could be plenty of those to come. That's going to be your homework tonight. Right, we'll learn to lift them all.
In order from 1 all the way to 1,000.
Okay, alright, well, whilst I think about that, make sure you head over to Pokemon.com/podcast to make sure you don't miss the rest of the action that we're going to be featuring for the rest of the season. Pokemon.com/podcast, save it in your favourites bar even. You can click on it and check when everything comes up. And it will also be obviously adjusted to your time zone as well, so if you do need to settle up at 2 AM, please do. Follow the channels at @PlayPokemon YouTube and /Pokemon on Twitch as well, where we broadcast at the same time on both, and you can participate in some of our community choice as well if you participate in the vote on Twitch. And of course, you can also follow the channel at Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and X as well, either with a hashtag #PlayPokemon or the /Pokemon for if it's for Facebook as well. And we'd love to hear from you as well as to how you've been watching, who you've been watching with as well. That's it from Birmingham here. Charlie, any final thoughts? Just got one question for you. What do VGC players call Don Fan? So irrelevant. Ooh, learn for Don Fan. Oh, no. Also, yeah, okay, not bad, Charlie. All right. Always good to end on a high here at the Real Champions. From all of us here, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you at the next one.
Ok. Olha o Okidoki. Mano, isso aqui foi sensacional, cara. Eles fazendo mó brincadeira. Altos highlights aqui. É isso, chat. Depois de 9 horas e 34 de live, eu vou finalizando a live por aqui. Valeu, Marlon, valeu Alexandre, valeu Dragapult, todo mundo que colou aí, brigadão, gente. Eu vou ficando com a live por aqui. Um bom restinho de domingo pra vocês. Nos vemos amanhã, 7 horas, beleza? 7 horas, estamos aí de volta com as lives. Amanhã a gente deve estar dando sequência no Super Mario 64, beleza? Mas é isso, gente. Brigadão aí a todos vocês. Grande abraço, valeu, falou e fui! Tchau, chat, até amanhã. Falou!